Yeah, all right. Oh, I got the names right. Yeah. All right. I'll have a little bit of a pre-show.
What's up? Welcome
I close
to
this door.
March 17th, the Channel Fireball. Currently a 3K,
Oh yeah.
but I think there's a lot of players today, and I think it's gonna be pushed up.
Last time we did this, I don't even remember the last time we did this.
It's in December.
In December, so last year, yeah. That we got capped and it got bumped to a 4K.
Yeah.
So this will be interesting. So for anybody, I know. So Twitch rule or Twitch normal thing is you give chat like 10, 15, 20 minutes to like aggregate. People start seeing notifications come up and all that stuff. Once that muffling stops, we will go ahead and we'll start. So a little pre-show. My name is Richard. This is David. We're your commentators for today. We're legacy enthusiasts. We're legacy, not really specialists. But
Special-ish.
special-ish, that works. But we're here to talk about some legacy, one of the greatest formats out there. The Bay Area has a very, very strong legacy scene, and well, this CFB this way Game Center doing all this fancy stuff, hosting modern legacy events, and we have knowledgeable people, and all I do is talk for a living, so why not do this? But so welcome. We have our Twitch chat open and all that stuff. We'll keep an eye on it, so if we like fumble on some little things and stuff like that. We're not professionals, but that's what makes it fun.
Or if you guys have questions, you want to know what's being played, you want to maybe get some requests, who's in the room.
Oh yeah.
Some updates. I know Cyrus is in the room.
Yeah, keep an eye out for his Twitter update.
Sperling's in the room.
Yes.
We got Rugved came down. Zach's
Yeah.
in the room.
Eric Virgo, Eternal Weekend winner? Yeah, winner. Not finalist, right? You won Vintage.
I don't know.
Yeah. So the Bay Area is right with Eternal and like Vintage and Legacy and old school players. I know a lot of some guys like Hans on Moto is HJ Kaiser. Couldn't make it. He's in Texas right now for work, but he was in the Bay Area for a little bit and he played here for a long time. Who else is here? VedX on Moto is here. Solnox on Moto is here. The infamous Saltnox. He brought 3 decks and he's not sure what to play, so we'll see.
And then Mr. Kendall, is he JJKK?
Is it JJKK? I don't know.
I believe it's something like that.
Yeah, a lot of
on Moto.
A lot of Moto grinders out here, but this is what makes it fun. Transition those tech like online skills over to paper.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a lot of foils. All right, okay. So I like to do the 2 fun like over unders. Okay, 1. Hey, how many foils? How many? All right, more than half or less than half of the legacy decks out there are mostly foil. More than half or less than half.
Okay, so it depends. Are you counting decks that won't be played today? So like,
No, just like registered in the tournament.
So like, if Carrie brought 3 decks and they were all foil, does that count as 1 because he's playing 1 deck?
Anything that players are playing or have registered a deck list and sent in and it's locked in and ready. How many of these decks are more than half or less than half? Do you think are just mostly foil? Because we're in the Bay Area.
I would say less than half.
That seems pretty reasonable.
It feels like there's definitely some people really like their foils, love their foil decks, but it's probably it's like the more that you get into Legacy, the more likelihood that you are going to buy into another deck.
Yeah. So multiple decks over foils.
Yeah.
And then we have like the outliers like Alex Kibner, who has multiple decks all in foil.
Yes.
All in like the most expensive way you could possibly get them.
Yeah, I'm sure Kibner has like 100 decks. So if all of his decks were foil, you know, he could increase the 50%.
Yeah.
But
no, less than half seems fine. Like a lot of people say that the barrier to entry to legacies, well, the cards are too expensive, and then you see someone sit down with an all foil lands deck, or an all foil sneak and show deck, or an all foil storm deck, and it's like, where's the barrier to entry?
The cards can be expensive, yes.
All right, so we're gonna do this now. Our top 8 last time was fairly diverse. It was like Elves, Sneak and Show, Storm, right? So
had 2 show and tells, I believe, and then 1 Elves, 1 Storm.
Okay. So if you were to list 4 decks that will hit top 8, not excluding players, decks What do you think you'll see?
I mean, there is one player that I would say if he's not in the top 8, I would be surprised. But I'll just pick his deck.
Okay, so we're gonna
Well,
say.
I assume I know what his deck is.
Unless he brought something different. I don't think he brought anything different.
I did run into him in a Moto League, and he was running a little bit of spice.
Yeah, he was goofing around a bit.
Okay. So I assume Cyrus is still on Ant.
Okay. So we got Ant.
I would say it would surprise me. It would really surprise me if Cyrus wasn't there. So he is the Ant spot. If it's anyone else on Ant,
Okay,
that's just a free roll
so
for me.
you're 4. You're expecting in top 8. Ant, which is quote unquote Cyrus.
Yes.
Okay.
I would say for some reason. I don't know how many Miracles players we have, but I'm gonna say we're gonna get a Miracles in
Miracles
there.
player. Last time we had an absurd amount of Miracles players. Not all of them did so well, but quantity over quality sometimes helps. So, Ant Miracles.
So I think one of the Miracles will definitely convert today. I'm gonna try and get a Delver deck in there. I'm gonna probably have to be more specific.
Yeah, there's so many versions of Delver.
I think blue red Delver is kind of in flux, but it is kind of like a new hotness.
It is really the new hotness right now.
So I'm gonna say a blue red Delver gets in.
Okay. So you have one more slot.
One more spot. I don't know. Show and Tell just always seems to do well, always consistent. We haven't had too much. I'm thinking of like the combo side of things. We haven't had too much strength in Reanimator, have we? In the Bay?
There's a lot of people that play it, but the deck pays out to like top 16. You can do fairly well with it, but we never see it like smash, like all the way up to the top 8.
So yeah, I'd say the last spot I'm gonna give it to 2 combo and 2 sort of non-combo. So I got Miracles and Delver in the non-combo side. I got Ant, and the last spot I'll give to Show and Tell.
Okay, that seems about right, like what we have.
Yeah, I think if I had to be pushed for a 5th spot, I think one of my Elves brethren will get in there.
Actually, if you look back on CFB like Legacy event history, there's always like one Elves player, like always in the top 8.
I mean, for a while it's been me.
Yeah, it's been you.
Yeah, so I'm not playing. So, that is taking away of some of the Elves, equity, the win percentage.
But there's also like a lot of really strong Elves players in the Bay Area.
Yeah, too. I think Elves is really consistent. It's a really I think it's really good right now. It just there are a lot of matchups where it's just a coin flip or just a disaster.
Okay, so for me, like Blue Red Delver is the new hotness. I'm expecting a lot of it out in the room. So Blue Red Delver. I'm actually anticipating a Reanimator deck, but I'm not quite sure if we're going to see Black Red or Blue Black.
Okay.
Because I do know there are a couple people here that play Blue Black very proficiently, so I'm expecting some type of like Reanimator
that are still on deck. Blue Black.
Yeah, they're still on Blue Black. They might not do it like the deck itself is kind of fallen out of favor, but I'm actually sometimes it sneaks through.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually expecting a lot of Stoneblade today.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
This is
we've saw some pickups of just the straight blue white, no splash.
Yeah.
Just like clean Stoneblade.
And there are versions with Delvers. There's versions with True Names, which is like the major killer.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting Stoneblade to sneak its way into top 8. And last time we had Matt Sperling, old school vintage legacy Stoneblade pilot. So smashed through.
He was on straight blue white.
Straight blue white with like back to basics main.
But he top 16, right?
I think he top 16.
Yeah. So we got a blue white deck.
Yes.
We got
blue red deck.
A blue red deck.
A blue black deck.
Blue black. Do we have a non-blue deck in your version? Do we have? I didn't give any love to this deck. How about like a Death and Taxes?
Death and Taxes, I think, is like falling out of favor, unfortunately. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if one or two Death and Taxes decks make it to the top 16, but I don't really see like the. Oh.
Is there anybody you guys would prefer round 1? I mean, there's Masculine Eric Virgo, but there's also like Alan Wu and I don't know.
Dealer's choice.
No. 2 type base is amazing.
Can you grab Carrie? Carrie promised me he's playing something stupid.
Okay, for round 1, that's great.
Yeah.
Great way to start. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just about to bring up, we do have Alan Wu in the room.
Alan Wu, who is
So
a very
you're gonna bet against Alan Wu on his
yeah,
death and taxes?
I will bet. He is a very, very good Death and Taxes player, but I will bet against that. And then my last slot will be, I'm anticipating a Grixis Control deck.
Grixis Control,
It's,
okay.
It is a very, very popular deck. It has high numbers both in paper and online. A lot of really, really strong pilots. The deck is super flexible, and there's a lot of different iterations. There's like Blood Moons in the sideboard. There's no Blood Moons.
Word on the street is that it's declining in popularity.
It is declining a little bit, but it's just like the people who like the, what do we call them? The Deathrite band refugees.
Yeah.
Once you play that style of deck, that 4-color value, all the good stuff, Jundi style deck, you can't really let it go. Like I played Pile back then, Deathrite got banned. I still play Grixis Control. It's not good. It's still really fun though. Like I can't, and then you just start slotting in weird things. Like I played it with AKs, I played it with Thief of Sanities, I played it with like Bristlebrand Reanimate. Like the deck's super flexible, and sometimes two sideboard Blood Moons in a Grixis Control deck just smashes and slides past everybody. You never know. So those are my 4.
So, of your 4,
Yes.
all the decks have blue in them.
Yep.
My 4, all the decks had blue.
Yep.
Do you have any dark horses? I kind of already mentioned dark horse for me would be elves.
I would, if this was 2 months ago, I would say Turbo Depths.
Turbo Depths? Okay.
But as of now, I think Turbo Depths is just not in a great spot. There's a lot of Swords to Plowshares, which is like the premium removal spell of the format, and we're seeing a lot of blue-white, a lot of just kind of like decks that lean into ways of dealing with it. And plus, if you're prepared for the deck, it's not too hard to beat. So, and our area was known for Turbo Depths, like really, really heavy on Turbo Depths for a while. Like we had one top 8 back at the old ChannelFireball Center where top 8 was like 3 Turbo decks, a lands deck, Kevin Ligatum on Maverick with stage depths in it, and it was just like merit laid all over the place.
Yeah. I'd say that
we have our round 1.
I'd say for me, definitely some dark horse picks would be some love of
we don't know who's on the left.
Non-blue decks. We'll take a quick peek and see if we can figure out which one looks like Carrie.
Carrie's on the left.
All right. So go ahead and type it in.
So this.
So yeah, I imagine that there might be some Joseph is his opponent. There might be some Eldrazi in the room, or
oh my god, the handwriting. He's just gonna be Joseph Elf.
I think it's Land Weber. Weber.
Okay. Carrie is on what I thought he would be on.
Ooh, that's not crazy. That's not nonsense.
And this is blue red.
Blue red with some Charter Force.
All right. So here we go. Auto weird because we switched the camera. Oh, is it weird?
What has changed? Maybe the audio was I was blocking the camera.
There's a lot of this. Okay, so we have Carrie, aka Solnox on Moto. They're already getting started because there's no time to waste here. They're on turn 2. Blue Red Delver is our burn deck of the format that isn't burn.
That isn't actual burn.
But you notice that Joseph has gone turn 1 Ponder and then nothing else, and this is his turn 3 right now. So a little bit of a slow start.
Carrie versus Carrie as well.
Yeah, well, it's playing Grixis Control, which is a little bit of a slower deck. You see Carrie's hand is Double Force of Will, Jace, and a Fatal Push. He's got Interaction. Oh, here comes the Young Pyromancer for Joseph. Let's say it resolves. And Joseph's using the Wasteland, holding the blue, who's representing that Stifle and that Spell Pierce. So he, seeing the mana base of Scalding Tarn, Polluted Delta, screams either like a control deck or a late game deck. Sneak and Show, Grixis Control, sometimes could even be Storm. But because Carrie hasn't done anything besides play these fetch lands, he's hiding a little bit of information here.
I mean, it could be.
Oh, Stifle your fetch.
Yeah, it could be anything from Miracles to Grixis Control to Delver.
And this is a tempo Stifle for Joseph here because he's got a Young Pyromancer in play. He wants to slow Carrie down just a little at 19.
Oh, let's see. This needs to be.
Oh, okay. Oh, it needs to be up. Yeah, I minimized. There, he's at 18 now. Off of fetching off this scalding card. Okay. So let's see. I want to say Black Source Fatal Push. Underground Sea.
It's interesting that Carry
Sound is not good.
sound is not good. Can we get a explanation of that sound?
Is it like robot-y?
It's interesting to me that he fetches up a non-basic in the face of Wasteland.
Am I supposed to just restart the stream?
Choppy and robot.
Oh, turn off the soundboard, turn it back on. It's like in the back.
Just
Like flip it off and then flip it back on. Test, audio check. Hey, it's always on underground sequel. Okay, guys, so if the audio is bad, let us know, please. I have my phone, but can only get so much echo. Okay, so on Joseph's turn, we see a Wasteland on Carrie's Underground Sea. Carrie untaps.
no change.
Oh, no change. Okay, let me restart the stream. Okay, guys, we'll be right back. Does this change all the hosting? Uh-oh.
Testing audio. How does the audio sound?
I think. Okay, so we have a reset. If this screws up all the hosts, then this might be an issue, but we'll see. All right.
Holy moly, we have a lot of action in this game.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Hey, look, there's an ad. Okay. Force of Will.
Force on.
Second Young Pyromancer.
Yeah, on young Clara.
Okay. Petra Carry goes down to 14. Wow, I had to pitch the JSON with that Force of Will.
How many basics is Carry running?
If this is Grixis control, I want to say somewhere between still not good. That's Let me. Okay, let's see. This is our mic. I have a feeling it's like picking something up. I don't know, we tested it earlier. Okay, let me try this. Boop, boop. Okay, I highly doubt that affected anything, but we're gonna keep working on this. Okay, so while we are fiddling around trying to figure out our audio, we will, I guess. Okay, let me turn on my phone. Sure. Alright, I guess we'll try to keep going. Yeah, I can hear it. Something loose.
So he said. So this is me talking. We're in this view. Over here, you said something changes between this.
So
Is it still?
So audio good's here apparently.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what the issue is.
Yeah, this issue pops up time to time.
It's good here. Is there a different source?
Okay, so it's good here. Yeah, sounds good to me here. Okay, so confirmed it's good there. Cool. Alright, Carrie is losing this game. So if anybody needs to know, Carrie is definitely losing this game. He's lost tempo this third Young Pyromancer. It's just kind of like got not spiraled out of control here. No, it's still roboting.
So something is wrong with this input.
Let me think here. Let's try doing this. So if we go here, microphone. So that's the webcam. If I do this and toggle that, I don't know if that made any changes, but toggling it sometimes works. Let's try it again. We do have to keep talking.
Oh, sorry. This is a test to make sure our audio is up to working. Let's see if there's any change so far. Carrie has been thoroughly defeated.
Yeah, Carrie's dead. Oh man, this is a great Sunday.
Alright, let's just change that and then
Don't know what causes this. Okay, so let me think.
and one more test. Richard is listening in, and when he gets to this, this will be another test to see if anything has changed.
I don't understand, like, disconnected, I'm like, reconnected.
Yeah,
Alright, let's take a look here. I mean, everything was...
it's interesting because if we just flip back to this screen, people are saying the mic sounds
Yeah,
better.
that works. There's something wrong with
So I'm
that.
going to look at the properties of this one. So microphone, Realtek.
Following all the wires. Okay, so that's plugged in there. This is over there. Unless this is right over this. Okay, audio gain is fine. That's fine.
Richard's going to play around and poke face, mic audio.
No, that's the other. That's the other screen. Okay. Do I just... Oh, this is literally this. I just uploaded. So what do I do?
Anurag says, duplicate the entire OBS scene and see if the duplicate copy works.
Okay, let me try this. Okay, we're gonna go silent for a second, or for a minute. Okay, so this is a copy.
Do we think this one should sound robot-y or not robot-y?
I have to turn my volume up.
Mr. Roboto.
I'll leave our audio on over here. Why my phone's all stuttery? Still robotic. Okay, so we're gonna do this then. Okay, so if this is robotic, it means that there's something wrong with the soundboard, which makes no sense.
Test. Going to round 2. This is a great round 1.
I'm really glad we got it.
What's up?
We can't read his full name. Also, we're having audio issues.
Yeah, we're fiddling around with the audio right now. Still Roboti. Okay.
Just, it's Landweber, L-A-N.
Landweber. Okay.
W-E-B-E-R.
Yeah. Okay. So what we're gonna do is go over to my audio capture.
Just copy this one.
Copy this filter. Go over here. Audio input. Paste filters in. Okay. Change that. Change it back over here. Audio input capture. Still robotic. Now there's an echo. That is too loud. Okay, so that's about 20 seconds behind.
Hey, did that do it? Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it. Okay. All right. Okay. Audio's fixed. Picking up where we left off. Let's put in his last name.
Landweber.
Weber. No. Wait. What just happened then? No. Mike. Okay. What if I? How about that? Is that better? I literally just got it. Oh my god. Okay. What about that? Does that do anything? Nope, that wasn't it. Okay. Wow. Stream is like super behind. How did I get it last time?
I don't know.
Create. Set to default. I don't know if that does it. Let me double check the audio settings here. Sound setting. Input to this one on default. Speakers. We don't have Twitch dashboard up, so I don't know if that's causing anything on our end. Though, this bar is all janked up now. A little better? We'll have to wait like 20 seconds. Alright, well, if that is better, we'll only know in about 20 seconds when the delay on my phone catches up. No, it's still doing it. Still crackly.
Should we just restart the
computer? The computer.
So can we copy whatever's on Splash?
Over here. Remove both of these. Remove.
Okay, so this is the same setting that was over on the other splash screen. Sounds like I'm speaking through a fan. Nothing.
Joseph's deck is less blue-red Delver and more blue-red Pyromancer.
Ooh, good card.
He always is playing Pyromancer.
So this is playback. Switch this over back over here. Okay, so I honestly have no idea if this is better or not. No, that's the over body. I don't know. Yeah, I actually don't know.
I'm trying to think of what changes between scenes. Yeah. Is there something that's being picked up from that other camera?
No, because there's nothing on the audio here. Unless there's like a weird thing going on. Because I don't think it's the mic, because it works the other way around. And it's not the soundboard. Oh, it's clean now? I got it? Okay, so I swapped this audio setting. So I think the two audio settings are interfering with each other. So I think I got it. Yay! We figured it out. All right, it just took an entire round.
Well, hopefully Carrie can come back in this game so we get a game 3.
All right. Okay, so we're gonna go over really quickly a lot of the stuff that has happened so far. So they're in round 2. This is Blue-Red Delver versus Grixis Control.
Round 1.
Round
game 2.
1. Okay. So Carrie is playing Grixis Control with Thief of Sanity that he 5-0'd with on Moto a couple of weeks ago, right? So we have not seen any Thief of Sanities. He's also playing a spicy one of True Name Nemesis, but this is a very standard Grixis Control shell. Okay. Now, Blue-Red Delver is, as I said before, it's our burn deck of the format with the power of Brainstorm, Force of Will, Ponder, and Pyroblast. So it's kind of a tempo deck, but you notice that Joseph won all of game 1 with the strength of the third young Pyromancer, because the deck can go very wide very fast, and if Grixis Control doesn't line up with perfect answers, it kind of has a hard time keeping up. And so right now they're in round 2. This looks like it's turn 4 on Joseph's side. No action on both sides. A lot of cantrips, a lot of draw go. So they could either be playing around Carrie having removal spells. We see a young Pyromancer in the graveyard and a Pyroblast, so they fought over some cantrips, and a Pyromancer hit the bin. So I think at this point here, Carrie needs to find pressure or a threat in the form of a Jace or a Thief of Sanity or a Liliana. On Joseph's side, he just needs to find one of his few creatures, because there's not a lot of creatures in the blue-red deck. Right? There's Delvers,
He's running Delver, Terramander, and Young Pyromancer with 2 Snapcaster Mages, so he's running 14 threats. He does not have any other creatures in the board.
So we're gonna see a lot of back and forth here.
I'm gonna assume all of the creatures stayed in. He may want to side out a Delver, but
I don't
just like really creature light if he does.
I don't know how many of the creatures you actually side out in this matchup if you're playing Blue-Red Delver. Ooh, there's a Snapcaster.
Yeah, definitely keep in all the Snapcasters.
Snapcaster is probably the best value card you can possibly get in this matchup. There's a Pyroblast on Joseph's Snapcaster Mage.
I'll name some cards, and I just want you to sort of yes, no. Do you think this is in Joseph's deck? Basic Mountain.
I want to say yes.
Yes, 1 basic Mountain.
Cool. Oh my god, did you just see that Brainstorm?
Yeah, double Wasteland. Yeah,
double Wasteland, Force of Will. Oh god.
What do you think about the card Divert?
Ooh. Okay. The legacy player in me says no, but the commentator in me says yes, because I want to see it happen. I want to see a diverted like him to Turok or something.
So the follow up is yes, it's in his deck.
Nice.
How many and what matchup would you bring this in?
How many? Wait, divert. So there's two spells that misdirect things. There's misdirect and there's divert.
Yeah.
Can divert him to Torox, or is that misdirect only?
Divert can divert. I think both of them can switch around the target as long as there's only one target.
Okay. So
misdirect just straight up does it. Divert does it unless they pay 2.
Okay. So against removal heavy and like interaction based decks like Grixis Control, I actually like divert in this matchup, because you can throw hymns back at your opponent and you can redirect fatal pushes. So you can save your young Pyromancers, your Terramanders, and you can throw their fatal pushes at their Baleful Strix or something.
If Baleful Strix is in play.
If there is a Baleful Strix in play, because Carry could just go the entire game and play no creatures. The bad matchups would be like the combo matchups, because if your opponent puts 20 Storm Triggers on the stack and you can only divert one of them, you can go to 2. Or actually, you don't go to 2, you go to 4, because you get one of them back. But it's really easy to play around. Also, like, Sneak and Show seems really bad.
So yeah, how many Spell Pierce do you think are in this deck?
I want to say like 3. There's some absurd godly number of Spell Pierces.
Wrong. Flusterstorm. It's less, by the way.
Okay. Probably like 2 Flusters. That seems to be like the stock for a lot of these decks now, about 2 Flusters.
And how many Spell Snares?
He's playing Spell Snares?
I didn't say he was. It could be 0. The answer could be 0.
I would say like 1, the spicy one of Spell Snare to get.
So yeah,
people.
I think all of the cards that I said before, or after Divert, would be in my deck before the first Divert. But he's only playing 1 total Spell Pierce.
Wow.
2 sideboard Flusterstorms and 2 sideboard Diverts.
Okay. So on the permission side, it's actually, that's a really weird permission suite. How do you think about it?
That is really weird.
Yeah.
So he has the Flusterstorms to prevent against combo.
Oh, he's finally using up these dazes. His hand had triple daze, no creature.
Yeah.
And now he's finally get a chance to use them. So daze your fatal push. He's gonna
daze to make a 1/1.
Yeah, Carry's gonna pay for the daze, and it's gonna say sure, whatever.
So I think Divert is an interesting card, especially when you compare it to something like Spell Snare. Like, Divert, obviously great against Hymn to Turak.
It is definitely a card you don't play around.
Spell Snare, yeah, it is a card you don't play around. Spell Snare seems like it would just be more of a catch-all, more of a utility against.
There's a lot of really strong.
Here we go.
Ooh, chart a course.
So 3 main deck, chart a course.
Ooh. Now, if I see chart a course, part of me in the back of my mind says maybe there's like Arclight Phoenix in the deck.
There's no Arclight Phoenix, but so you see, just like going back a turn, this is why Joseph dazed the Fatal Push, is because he wanted a creature to trigger the Charter Course.
Oh, so it's good old raid trigger.
Yeah, he just needed the creature to be on the battlefield.
So here's a Sulfuric Vortex. Now, Grixis control has little to no answers for enchantments.
Correct.
And so we see that Carry has a Pyroblast in his hand, but Sulfuric Vortex is a red card. So Carry's gonna now he's opted to race this Sulfuric Vortex, so he's gonna fire off this.
I think he's doing this in response, probably, because Joseph's tapped out.
Fluster your force. So this command is to probably buy back a creature and then get rid of this elemental, and he's gonna fight over it with this force field with this Flusterstorm. And Vortex is definitely on the stack. So so you can't Pyroblast a Flusterstorm, which is the strength of what Flusterstorm does.
And you can't Flusterstorm an enchantment.
Yeah. So he's gonna.
Where'd the days come from?
I don't know. It's in the graveyard all of a sudden.
May have come from the forest?
EE for 3. The only answer to Sulfuric Vortex.
Okay. Did he have the EE in hand, or was that off the top? Oh, very wise of Carry to pass the turn and say, okay, you can take 2.
You take 2, and then I can pop this at my leisure.
Yeah.
Wow, another Pyromancer for Joseph.
And it's interesting, Carry hasn't drawn any Planeswalkers to
no Jace, no
grind
Lily.
through some advantage.
Not even like a Gurmag Angler. He is playing Gurmag Angler, right?
Joseph is playing Stifle. Yes, he's playing Stifle.
Okay,
four Stifle, 4 Wasteland, 4 Force, 4 Days.
There are no Gurmag Anglers in Carry's list. Just Baleful Strix, Snapcasters, Thief of Sanities, and True Names. In this matchup, I think Carry might board out Thief of Sanity, because it just dies to a lot of things. And it's not a great body competing against Pyromancer and Delvers.
I mean, it dies to a lot of things, but it doesn't die to a straight-up Fatal Push. It doesn't die... I mean, it gets severely neutered by Liliana, but...
Maybe Carry's just drawing really poorly, too.
I think I would jam Thief of Sanity, because it's pretty sweet in every deck.
Yeah. And plus, Carey hasn't played it at all game one, so there's still a chance that Joseph's not prepared for it.
It is bad against Pyroblast, so assuming that Joseph brings in Pyroblast, which he has.
Well, if there was a advantage bar, it would clearly be on Joseph's side right now.
So it's interesting. Just to follow up, Joseph wastelanded one of Carey's duels. Carey floated.
Yeah.
But he didn't pop the EE.
Interesting.
Carey
might be playing around Stifle.
Just Stifle on EE?
Stifle on the EE. Pyroblast your Ponder.
Pyroblast on Ponder.
And this is to stop Carey from cantripping, also valuing out the Pyromancer here. A lot of people, if you're fairly new to Legacy, countering a cantrip like Ponder feels like, oh, like maybe that's not the right thing to do. But in situations like this where you don't want your opponent to catch up to you, it's a very, very key point here to like Pyroblast that Ponder.
What is the best blue spell Carey could cast right now? Maybe Jace. What is the second best? Either Brainstorm or Ponder.
Alright, so there's a Fatal Push, and Brainstorm in response to value out this Pyromancer.
And now Carey sees Joseph did not have the Stifle to begin with.
Chart, of course, chart,
Ponder, and Delver.
Okay. That's actually really good for Joseph. He can set up Delver and to get it to flip over the next 2 turns.
Or he can just chart for value, just get through these cards and then Ponder.
And is this? I assume this is during Joseph's end step?
No, this is still on Carey's turn.
So all of this is main phase because of Snapcaster then? Interesting.
Because the Ponder was on the stack.
Oh, you're right. Okay, so this is during Carey's main phase. So push resolves. Another Pyromancer dead. Trigger Vortex. I'll take 2. Both players at 11. Not too scary yet. So he knows about that Delver off that Brainstorm. He has attack for 2, right?
Yeah.
Attack for 1. Oh, he doesn't want to challenge 2 points over 2 points in case Carey has removal spells.
He doesn't want to block with his Delver.
Chart a course. And he gets to just straight up draw 2 cards here because he got Raid. Oh, Basic Mountain.
There we go, Basic Mountain.
That's a beta, right?
Yeah, it looks like
a beta
or alpha.
Alright. He's probably... Alright, so this Delver. Man, that EE on 3 is just... Like, I can understand Carey not popping the EE on 3 right away because, well, you're both at, like, even life totals. The Vortex Carey can manipulate a position where the Vortex will actually benefit him. So the EE on 3 is there as a backup in case he falls behind.
Did you see the other EE target Joseph pondered into Crucible of Worlds?
Why is there a Crucible in this deck?
I don't know. Joseph likes LD.
Is that like for...
Yes, Crucible.
Oh my God.
Worlds.
Is that like... It has to be for like lands or for like wasteland heavy strategies, right? Has to be.
I mean, I would play some... If you're playing against lands, I'd play... you can definitely play a Blood Moon in this deck. Or you can play a Price of Progress.
I guess even if Joseph finds a way to manipulate this Crucible down, rebuying the Wasteland would be really, really good for him here.
I don't know if he actually wants to keep the Crucible, because the game's just...
Alright, so both players falling down to 8.
Pop quiz, what's that card? We talked about it already.
Oh, that's a divert.
I believe that's a divert.
Oh, Carey's confirming that it is a divert.
Carey looks at it and says, is that a divert? And then looks at his hand.
Is that an intentional reveal divert, or is that like a weird flex? It's like, I want you to know that I have this card in my hand now.
I mean, so he had a Crucible as well. I don't...
Pyroblast. Oh, you divert this, right?
I mean, he can pay.
Or you can just straight up pay. Oh, it's letting it go. So Pyroblast the Delver. Delver goes away. Snapcaster blocks one of the elemental tokens. Elemental token and Snapcaster goes away. Carey is representing Kolagon's command here, though. But so that's like the 3rd Pyromancer for Joseph. Pop EE on 3. Draw him the Torok.
Oh, divert. Not enough.
Oh. Carey's like, are you gonna divert me? Yeah, I'll divert you. All right. You snagged the land. Congratulations. Pass.
Wait, Carrie just didn't want to pay?
He just didn't pay.
Why not?
I think Carrie's mentally given up.
What's... Do I have divert right? It's just pay 2, right?
I think
It's
so.
like spell pierce?
All right, let's look it up. Okay. Thank you, Scryfall, for being so handy.
And here we go. The Crucible of Worlds. Carrie points to it like, yeah.
No, yeah, you pay 2. Part of me says Carrie has mentally given up this match. And it's just like, sure, whatever. And he's going to scoop, and there's the handshake.
Oh, Carrie does have blue elemental blasts.
Oh,
So he can answer the Sulfuric Vortex.
wow. Okay, so, a lot of things happened, minus all the technical difficulties. That was cool. Like, okay, I don't agree with 100% of what happened on Joseph's side. So, I think he's played 3 Pyromancers both of those games. It was just Pyromancer.
Yeah.
And, like, Pyromancer was so good. It's just making a 1/1 or making 2 1/1s.
I mean, yeah, Pyromancer is just that good.
And it was just because it was like, oh, okay, so you're a removal heavy deck, so I'm just gonna value out these little guys and just chip in with damage. And then it's like, oh, well, the Sulfuric Vortex wasn't threatening, but it's just like, 2 damage, 1 damage over time starts to fall behind, and then divert into like Timely Dazes, the slow carry down, Pyroblasting this Ponder, all that, and the carry just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, even though Marsh Casualties. Foil Marsh Casualties. Carrie.
He's actually borrowing a lot of those cards.
Oh, okay. Carrie. Ooh. As an Elves player, you see the foil Marsh Casualties and you're just like, ooh, shivers. We didn't cover it exactly because we were having some technical difficulties, but Carrie just couldn't really develop. Joseph got out of the gates in game 1, and then game 2 was a battle of Joseph's threats and Carrie's non-threats.
Yeah.
Carrie just never had a clock. He had some Snapcasters, but Snapcasters cannot attack profitably through 1/1 elementals.
Yeah, like he went both of those games without a Jace, not very few cantrips. Like Brainstorm, Ponder, and that was about it. Like just
No Jace, no Lily, no Thief.
There was 1 Snapcaster
No True
across
Name.
both of these matches.
I think he had 2 Snapcasters. Maybe?
Did he play 1 game 1? I don't even remember. Like
I think he had 2 in game 2.
Carrie fell behind so fast, so hard. It was very impressive.
Yeah, no early hymns to just knock out cards.
And the funny thing too is Joseph at one time his hand was double Wasteland, Force, triple Daze, and I was like, these dazes are terrible. Like, what am I gonna do? And then found a Brainstorm, slowly adjusted, and just like little timely dazes, like just throwing a daze, making a 1/1, like pitching this daze to his Force of Will or something. And it's just like that was it. That's all it took.
I feel like Blue Red Delver is favored.
Oops.
Hello.
Wrong splash screen. Okay. I think in general Blue Red Delver is favored in this matchup because it's like the tempo deck, it's got burn spells, it's got ways to interact where Grixis Control is like a little bit slower, but it has to line up a lot of those removal spells. Plus Carrie is playing a slightly weird version, so it makes
He
things
does
a little
have
bit
1
awkward.
main deck Deluge, 2 Marsh Casualties. Just like I'm looking for cards to catch him back up.
Like, traditionally, Grixis Control, if you fall behind, it's very hard to catch up, minus the power of like Jace.
Minus the power of Kolaghan's command into looping Baleful Strixes.
Yeah, or like Snapcaster
snaps.
Majors, and just like constantly keeping your opponent like hellbent. But we also saw like the only Hymnotorok that we saw was diverted back to carry.
Yeah.
And like you don't have the power play of like Ponder into Hymnu into Liliana into Jace. And sometimes that deck just lines up like that. Sometimes like that's the unfortunate side of playing like control decks. Sometimes your removal just doesn't line up. Sometimes you don't find cantrips, and your opponent has 2 bodies in play attacking for 1 each turn, and then you slowly die, both on the inside and your life total.
I think Carrie could have went further with the spice. He calls the deck name Thief, I don't see any Notion Thief.
Yeah.
And I don't see any Dak Fade.
Yeah, there's no Dak Fade-ins. Now,
just like pure Grixis Thieves, just Thief of Sanity, Notion Thief, Dak Faden, I think that would be a little more spicy.
I was talking to Carrie and Zach about this, like, I think yesterday. And it was like, oh, yeah, I'm playing Grixis Thieves. Well, you can't call it Grixis Thieves because Strifle Clash plays Grixis Thieves.
Yeah.
He coined it. That's his thing. You can't call this Grixis Thieves.
There is a thief.
There's 2 thieves.
Yeah. Two copies of a single thief.
Sometimes True Name Nemesis is a thief because it steals you games.
Yeah, I think if we had, like... We can cut one card in the sideboard and just slide in a Notion Thief, and then we can call this Grixis Thieves.
If you change the Vanilla Click for like a Notion Thief,
I'm maybe not Vanilla Click. Vanilla Click has other uses. Do we need 3 Surgical and 1 Spell Bomb and 2 Fluster?
So I'm not gonna bother getting into the match. We got like 10 minutes left around.
Sure.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Here, I'm gonna hand you the thing to look through that list.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
So 3 Surgical, 1 Spell Bomb. I think maybe we could cut one of those.
I know the Grixis control in general doesn't have a lot of graveyard interaction. So.
Oh, it has Deathrite Shaman. No?
Why
Anyone?
Anyone? Why you hurt me like that, David? Why?
I hurt everyone.
So we're gonna line up our round 2. So it looks like Joseph's deck is pretty stock. Though the one outlier is the 4 Stifle. That's a lot of Stifles.
4 Stifle, 4 Waste?
Yeah. A lot of the blue-red Delver decks nowadays, I don't see 4 Stifles in there.
Yeah. I mean, blue-red is going into...
It's coming a little bit more mid-rangey now.
It's like... It's trying to figure out what... what is it trying to do? Is it trying to be a prowess burn deck? Is it trying to be a grindy... or is it trying to be this tempo... like we see here?
So I'm looking at Joseph's list, and it looks a little bit more tempo-y. Like, there's no Swiss Spheres, so it isn't like the burn version. And then the 1 Spell Pierce, 3 Charter Course, 4 Stifle tells me it's like a little bit more explosive. Because they're like, you can just load up, and then you have all these powerful, like, cheap threats like Delvers and Terramander. What? I keep calling it. It's that P, and it's constantly throwing me off. That Terramanders, like, sometimes they're good early, they're good late, and then just the strength of Young Pyromancer in this format. It's just, well, look at, I have this Young Pyromancer and has all these cantrips in my hand. I'm just gonna make 2 to 3 guys a turn. Ooh, Rough Tumble in the sideboard. That card terrifies me.
Rough Tumble and Young Pyromancer. That's an interesting combo. All right, so we're gonna hold the stream for a little bit.
Yes.
We're gonna go offline. We're gonna review some deck lists in the chat. What decks do you want to see?
Yes, let us know.
We're gonna review. We'll be paying attention to the chat, and we won't have any more Magic for this round, but we'll come back round 2, and we promise it will be something interesting.
Yeah, so rounds 2 and 3 are our golden rounds. Sweet decks that we don't think will do very well. And then we'll start getting some like undefeated and stuff and all that stuff.
Sure.
Okay, so are we supposed to plug ads and stuff or
in the meantime, why not try out ChannelFireball.com? Buy some singles.
Yeah, there's an Eternal sale that ends today over at ChannelFireball.com. Okay.
Ooh, we got some Sylvan plug. Buy some chokes, some Trinispheres, ChannelFireball.com. Be right back.
All right. I'm supposed to put these back in.
You can. How do you want to do this?
Oh, let's just jump through.
How about you?
Okay. So off the top of our heads, who do we know is playing something fun? I'm just gonna quickly go. That's Omni. That's this lands. Who is this? Ting Fei. Oh,
Ting Fei.
He doesn't know how. He's a modern player. He doesn't know how to play lands. He's also borrowing the deck.
Yeah, he was there for the modern event that we had 2K or whatever.
Grixis control. This is Zach's lands deck. Oh, can't even read that.
Alan Wu.
Counterbalance back to basics. Mentor. Oh, it's the Mentor Miracles. With Terminus. Okay. This is a big pile. Sneak. Ooh, Shadow. Alex, this is Grixis Shadow?
Alex R on Shadow.
Yeah.
Grixis Shadow?
Blue Black Shadow.
Okay.
Sneak. Ooh, this John Rowe is playing Energy Field.
Okay.
Which is weird because he's a combo player.
You guys have, is it streaming the audio now?
No.
No, oh, that's why you have flash. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
That's fine. Mission briefing?
Yeah, this first thing listed.
Yeah.
Brian Nuendis' mission briefing. This is the blue-white with accumulating knowledge. Yeah, that seems fine. This is like a heavier control build. So this is the one mission briefing. Oh, what is? Oh my god. Storm. Oh, this is a big pile. All right. Storm. Turbo Depth. Blue, red, Delta. This is Jeffrey Eanes on aggro loan. Maybe?
I'll write it. Jeff Lee.
Yeah, Jeffrey Lee.
Aggro loan.
Blue, red. Who's this? Oh, this is Kevin. Kevin is playing Mav.
Batter Skull, Dark Depths. What a combo.
I think you want to wait 1 or 2 turns. If he does well, then the matchups become better. Wait. Someone else is playing Thief of Sanity. This is exactly Carrie's list. Alex Lombe. He's playing exactly Carrie's list.
And he's playing it in Grixis? It's interesting, because I think blue-black is just more appealing.
I think so too. What was this? Evolutionary Lip. Craig Land. Curse of Death Hold. Cabal Theory. This is this is Rector Fit. I think definitely this one. Definitely Craig.
Yeah.
Okay, well that was a good call. Walking Ballista. Oh, this is all Drowsy. Shadow again. Storm. Dredge. Connor Kelly playing.
Oh, you somehow added the sword.
Now it's not. Okay, hey, we're back. Okay, after pouring through all the deck lists, we found some spice.
We found some spice, but we won't reveal the spice until the spice is confirmed.
Yes, but overall, from the meta, kind of what we anticipated. A lot of miracles, a lot of blue-red.
A lot more miracles than I was expecting.
And a healthy amount of storm.
Healthy.
Art has a buy. Do you want to just do Matt Sterling or Eric Virgo? Or
David Chen.
David Chen?
Yeah, we can do Matt Alec after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I assume Matt will be on the higher end of the tables.
Yeah, I assume so.
So
too.
there's a higher likelihood that we'll see him again.
And preferably, now that I think about it, when in the world does Eric Virgo play in Legacy? Because he's the shops guy in Vintage.
I would put him on either Storm. I would put him on just like some form of Underground Sea Volcanic Island deck.
Yeah, I can see that.
Just like some either Storm or Grixis Delver or Control.
Now I know that. Did we find any Grixis Phoenix? There's one person playing Grixis Phoenix.
I believe we found just one person on Grixis Phoenix. And we may feature that person.
Maybe. We'll see how he does. Well, like, the deck we wanted to put in didn't do a good job, so we missed out on that already. But he also had a game loss because of Mark Sleeves, because, Sleeves, it happens.
Four-color Phoenix? No. I think...
It's the Grixis Buried Alive Phoenix.
So yeah,
deck.
so I think there are
four-color Phoenix.
only four Arclight Phoenixes registered for this tournament, I believe, and it's in one deck.
About 1%.
Yeah.
Which is a little kind of sad, because I would have been nice to see some, like, hilarious spice.
It's actually interesting. Do you... Like, as soon as this deck came out, Arclight Phoenix, like, Dark Ritual, Buried Alive,
It was
one more spell.
It was, like, very quick to, like, come together as a deck.
Did you think it was a new hotness, or what are your opinions on
I
it?
played it for about a week or two. It's okay. It's got, like, the nice explosiveness, but there's a lot of spinning your wheels not doing anything.
So, just, like, a lot of cantrips into do nothing?
Sometimes your hand is just, like, Dark Rituals and cantrips. So
Yeah.
it's like...
I can see that. If you don't find the first Buried Alive, you're doing nothing, and the
Yeah.
second Buried Alive is even, like, it's not doing that.
We have
that
our
great.
round 2. So,
I'll let you know who's level F.
okay.
Yes, please do, because we're going to mess this up a lot.
Okay. These are good friends of mine, both of them. Whoops, wrong thing. There we go. Okay, I can tell from their arms. David Chen is on the right. Denny is on the left. I keep opening the wrong thing. Okay, so let's punch in some names.
So Denny is on the left, you said?
Yes.
So Denny Chan.
David on the right, Denny on the left.
Thank you.
Gotta save this.
So Chan on the left, Chen on the right. So we got a battle of the five-letter first names and 4-letter last names.
What is Denny playing? Miracles?
What is Denny playing?
That's
He's playing Monastery Mentor. He's playing Accumulated Knowledge. He's playing this card, Counterbalance. And one main deck Back to Basics.
Okay. There. All good? Let's... Okay, perfect. Oh, starting off already. No
right.
chill, no pause.
You got Denny, I got David.
Alright. So, we have Bugfit, which is a Veteran Explorer deck.
Yes. Why don't you go over Denny's deck?
Okay,
and
okay.
then we'll take some time on
Denny
David.
is playing what we coined as Mentor Miracles, which is a little bit different from standard Miracles. He's playing main board Monastery Mentor and a little bit more cantrips than normally. So it is a control deck, but it's got kind of an explosive start where decks like Blue-Red have Young Pyromancer. He has Monastery Mentor, which spirals out of control really, really fast. He's got 3 Terminus to combo with his main board Monastery Mentors, 4 Accumulated Knowledge, Jace no Teferi, and he's got 2 counterbalances and 1 Back to Basics main.
So it looks like David went for an early first turn Thoughtseize, and Denny off the top drew a Ponder. But it's interesting. What has been revealed to Denny so far is Thoughtseize take your swords to plowshares, So David is clearly not on like some pure combo storm deck, but taking Swords to Plowshares leads me to believe, well, what are you playing?
Yeah, maybe there's some
in your
mysterious fatties.
in your Thoughtseize deck. I mean, you could start to think maybe he's playing a Merit Lage deck, like a Depths, but it's interesting. All will be revealed in a little bit.
Oh, Baleful Strix.
How many people? I'm not sure. I have the official total.
I know we're
around
like,
100.
I know we're definitely above like 70. That's what I know. But outside of that, I'm not too sure. So David's just playing Bug right now. Like
Yeah,
Tropical Island.
He's playing Bug stuff.
All right. Attack with Baleful Strix. Caw-caw. Draw a card.
Right. Already have drawn a card.
Alright, so looks like Denny just went land go for his turn. Miracles in general doesn't really have a lot of action very early. There's a brainstorm for David.
Yeah, he's got a
Spell
couple.
Pierce.
He's got a couple stinkers in his hand.
I like that Spell Pierce.
And he doesn't have lands.
Fetch at end step or upkeep. So I like that Spell Pierce on Denny's side because he's not 100% sure what David's playing, and he is playing a Brainstorm, which allows him to sculpt his hand. So it's like, well, the Spell Pierce might get really bad, so it's a good tempo play here.
Yeah, again, Denny should be under the assumption this game will go long. David will not combo me. He took a Swords to Plowshares. So the Spell Pierce might have diminishing returns later in the game.
And a very fun fact about Denny, I've known him for years. He plays very fast.
He has resolved these ponders with the quickness.
He is a blue-white player for life and plays at a very good speed. Ooh, Cabal Therapy for David.
Yeah.
Well, David should kind of know Denny's hand. It's just ponders, no brainstorms, so nothing's been tucked away. Tap for 1.
I think David is facing a difficult decision on how to organize his deck. No, his deck. He always draws the card and it's upside down, and he's always like, "Hey, I gotta flip this over."
Right,
just
so
flip the deck around, David.
Denny snap counterspelled that Cabal Therapy.
Would you flashback just trying to rip something?
I think that I think the counterspell was one of the last cards that David knew about. So David,
I mean, I could predict. No pun intended. That Jace could be in his hand.
That's true. Your Miracles player is getting up to 4 mana. You don't have a lot of pressure. You could just flash it back and just name Jace. It's a very safe name. But Jace comes down. Jace Storm right away. 2 cards back.
So in David's list, what can answer a Jace? We have Tarmogoyfs. We have Tireless Trackers. Leovold is actually a really good answer.
That's a very good answer. If David can find lands.
Another really good answer, Thragtusk. If you have 5 mana.
He is stuck on 2 lands, unfortunately.
Another decent answer is Biogenic Ooze, which is some standard card that has made its way into the Legacy format.
Sweet.
It's pretty sweet.
All right. Strix pokes the Jakes for 1.
Veteran Explorer.
That's the new art Veteran Explorer. I didn't recognize it right away. So David needs this Veteran Explorer to resolve because he has a Cabal Therapy in his graveyard. He can flash it back right away to power him out. The only downside is Miracles plays a lot of basics, so it's symmetrical.
And Denny just did a Brainstorm. I don't know if he was expecting to need to shuffle away, but
it's a free shuffle. It's a free shuffle.
Yeah, but I don't know if he was expecting, oh yeah, I will hide these cards just in case my opponent plays Veteran Explorer so I can get a free shuffle.
So the downside in this for David is that in Legacy, when you play decks like Veteran Explorer fit decks, is you want these effects to be as non-symmetrical as possible. The moment it becomes symmetrical, it's just not that great because David's missed 2 land drops and he's flashback his Cabal Therapy to sack the Veteran Explorer, which is what he wants. But Denny is still up 2 mana. Like, he's better than he was before.
Yeah, this is David's engine, and David has been, like, spinning his wheels trying to set up his engine, and his engine helps Denny.
Yeah.
So it's really just, he's not breaking the parity. He's just pure parity, giving the lands to Denny.
This matchup's usually in favor of, like, fit, right? Ooh, trophy your Jace.
I would imagine that Miracles can just destroy this matchup because any amount of free lands is great. And the rest of David's deck is just like green creatures, which
green creatures don't play well in the face of Terminus.
Yeah, they get outclassed by Terminus or just Monastery Mentor.
Right. So David is forced to assassinate his trophy, the Jace, to clear it, which is nice because the Jace is now off the table. So, but the problem is now he has actually pushed Denny further ahead in mana development than he has. So less lands in his deck, more lands in play, allows Denny to play multiple spells. Here's another Jace.
Yeah, and he got another free shuffle off of a Brainstorm. He brainstormed a response and then got a shuffle afterwards.
And you see Denny just tucking away the Monastery Mentor. It's not needed here yet. So the lone Baleful Strix.
We've updated around Nurse. It's round 2.
All right, that's Abby.
Hi, Abby.
Wait,
is Abby here?
No, she had to work this morning.
Oh.
Abby is our D&T player, but unfortunately could not make it.
Ooh.
Right,
Pernicious Deed, not good against Jace. Neither is Abrupt Decay.
Yeah, because Pernicious Deed is one of those cards which was templated in a way because Planeswalkers didn't exist back then, so they does not destroy Planeswalkers. This is a green sun for 3.
Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
Speaking about Planeswalkers not existing, new set, Planeswalkers very much existing.
Oh, I am hyped for mediocre Planeswalkers.
I'm also hyped for mediocre Planeswalkers. The more mediocre Planeswalkers get printed, the more you can see just like small corner case Planeswalkers being like one-ofs in
It's basically
in
the more we can fit into these fit decks. More random Planeswalkers.
No. I mean, Fit already has enough with
it's got some really good Planeswalkers.
Yeah, Ugin.
Oh, here comes a Mentor.
Here's a Mentor.
So Denny's gonna start powering out this Mentor.
And we do have an Abrupt Decay, but Denny's just gonna go off. He's storming.
Oh, we're gonna play Mono White Storm now. Gonna draw some cards, gonna make some dudes, gonna draw more cards. Ooh, he's gonna chain those cantrips back to back. Here's a Preordain.
Oh, he didn't get the token.
He's just gonna
Denny.
Oh, Denny's playing very fast.
Oh, okay.
Denny didn't even. He's like, all right, Preordain, leave both on top, draw a card. I know it's a land, play this land, and he's just valued out this Mentor as best he can. And David can just Abrupt Decay the Mentor, but
I mean, he can deed it all away.
That's true. So Abrupt Decay your Mentor on the stack. Does Denny want to value this Mentor some more?
I would brainstorm.
Now, if Denny taps out, David could just go land, deed on 3, pop it for 0. But the bad thing is it doesn't clear the Snapcaster Mage, which might be kind of a hassle.
Denny also has a Force. Just
Brainstorm. Okay, so there goes that line.
I kind of like Brainstorm before you play the Abrupt Decay. You've seen Spell Pierce. You'd rather just Brainstorm with all your mana, and then Abrupt Decay cannot get hit by Spell Pierce. Just minor sequencing issues.
So I think there's definitely a Baleful Strix, and I think that's a Veteran Explorer.
How's Cyrus doing? It's been 1 round. We've got no updates. I'm gonna guess he won. I'm gonna guess.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe assumption. All right.
So Brainstorm and doesn't find a land.
Wow, David's missing land drops like crazy. This is so unfortunate for him.
How many lands is he playing?
I mean, it's fit. I would assume like 20, 22.
10, 5, 5, 22.
22 is pretty standard.
With a Phyrexian Tower.
All right. So Denny's going to untap. Do you just play a counterbalance? Play a counterbalance prowess trigger?
I mean, counterbalance is not very good against...
All right, so Brainstorm with Jace.
Here's another Mentor.
Oh, 2 Mentors back to basics. Back to basics is probably almost not even necessary now.
Well, it's, not good against decks with basics. It's good against just prowessing your team.
I mean, okay, so what's Denny's best line? His best line is to be able to kill David now, right?
I don't think he can kill him now. I think
Tricky.
Denny doesn't know this, but his best line is holding Force of Will for Pernicious Deed, killing him next turn.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Oh, there we go. Denny forgot that he doesn't have a Mentor in play. He's in his hand. All right. 2, 4, 6, 8. Tap for 8. Might as well block one of the Mentors. So take 6. And oh man, David's so far behind now.
Yeah, it's Hardcast Force and non-blind counterbalance reveal.
Denny is the king of blind flip counterbalances. It's happened to me way too much.
It looks like a new school Tarmogoyf. It's kind of disappointing.
I know David was foiling out this deck, so I think it's just cheap foils are cheap foils. 3 mana, Pernicious
Deed.
Deed, trigger. It's a 3.
Ooh.
Because Denny knew that was there off of a Jace Brainstorm, and he's still got the backup force in his hand in case something else happens. So, Brainstorm with Jace, and this game is like super over.
That's definitely the
He just needs 3 spells, like any spells. Yeah, trigger, attack you for lethal.
And Denny takes it.
Right. Now, I think the killer for David was he repeatedly
he just got stuck on lands.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure we're gonna have this discussion later, but you know what helps not finding lands? The new Mulligan rule.
Oh God, the London Mulligan.
We'll discuss it later. We got a long broadcast ahead of us.
I have many thoughts about that.
Many thoughts, and I'm glad you do. Let's take a look at sideboards.
All right, so
let's look at our hero, David. Yes,
he is the underdog.
All right,
the hero we deserve.
We have 3 surgical, 1 Thoughtseize, 1 Abrupt Decay, 1 Assassin's Trophy, 2 Sylvan Library, 1 Carpet of Flowers, 2 The Slaughter, 2 Deluge, 1 Rex Sage, 2 Flusterstorm.
All right.
So I don't think he needs the Flusterstorms. He could bring them in. 2 The Slaughter is an interesting one.
I like that card.
It can sacrifice
so it's
a Planeswalker.
3 mana instant. Target opponent.
I think it's target player.
Target player sacrifices a creature or a Planeswalker. And if you have Delirium, it's a creature and a Planeswalker.
Yeah. So it's an edict for Planeswalkers, which is probably good. Sylvan Library seems great, and Carpet of Flowers also seems great. And just 1 extra Thoughtseize, sure, why not? To go with your 2 in the main deck.
Now, 2 to Slaughter I like, except against mainboard Mentors, it can get really bad really fast.
Well, there's very few cards that will catch you back up against Mentor, and if a Mentor is already going out of control, you're just like already dead. So I like 2 the Slaughter.
Yeah, I like it too. Okay, on Denny's side, it's very standard. 1 more back to basics against fit decks where they have a lot of basics. You don't want back to basics. Celestial Purge, exile target black or red permanent. There's a lot of black cards.
We have some black cards.
These fit decks sometimes play Grave Titan. It's a consideration. Also deals like Pernicious Deed.
It could strand a naked deed.
If David, let's just go turn 3, play a deed, set up, and just get Celestial
Could
Purge.
answer Baleful Strix or Leobold or Liliana.
Could be Liliana. Counterbalance seems bad. Disenchant seems not great.
No.
I mean, if it's a green deck, usually when you're playing against a green deck, you anticipate Sylvan Libraries. Maybe you'll board in 1 Disenchant.
Actually, yeah, Denny doesn't know, but there could be Carpet of Flowers and 2 Sylvans.
Surgical Extraction and 2 Vendilion Clicks. So I like the clicks because there's a lot of just kind of like random fatties and like Green Sun Zenith to deal with.
Yeah.
The surgicals are situational because
they're interesting. You can bring them in and nail Cabal Therapy.
Sometimes even a Veteran Explorer and just slow them down.
I mean, usually, but then they've already gotten some value out of it. But there's like some very small scenarios where a Cabal Therapy is in their graveyard, and then you can nab it before they get priority.
Yeah, and Cabal Therapy is like
before they will always have priority before they have a creature.
Yeah, Cabal Therapy is like the core of these fit decks too. So snagging one of the pieces can be very, very beneficial. Though Surgical is always one of the most sideboarded cards in all of Magic, that wherever it's like legal, and you just see
I don't know if
of
it's
Surgicals.
the most sideboarded card like brought in, but it is the card that appears in sideboards. Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's like everyone has them now, and they're getting quite expensive.
Yeah, they're like non-foil Surgicals are like $50 or something like that.
Yeah, I've seen them for like 60, 70. It's just like this Phyrexian mana, proven problem.
All right. Oh, players.
So we're ready for the second game.
And then David will be on the play. And going down to 6.
Already mulliganing.
So on David's side for Fit, what are your traditional like turn 1, turn 2 plays that you want?
So he does have a Green Sun Zenith package. So he can either Green Sun on 1. Wait, does he have Dryad Arbor? I didn't see Dryad Arbor.
I don't think this deck plays Dryad Arbor.
He doesn't have the Dryad Arbor, so scratch that. And there's the Green Sun and a basic forest. So what he can do is turn 1 Cabal Therapy, turn 2 Green Sun for a Veteran Explorer,
Scry to the bottom.
which is like adds some redundancy to his engine, but really he plays Brainstorm. He does not play Ponder.
I don't think so. I think it's just Brainstorm.
So it's like discard or Veteran Explorer on turn 1, and then turn 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever, however much mana he has, he starts doing things.
All right, so for Denny, just Island Ponder, very standard. No shuffle, which is interesting. So Denny kept all 3 cards on top, drew a card. Actually, now that I think about it, for Fit, you side out Veteran Explorer in this matchup, right? Because it's a symmetrical effect. You don't want that to happen.
I don't know if you can afford to just make your deck a slow bug deck.
He's got Leovold. It's a good card.
It's a good
The
card.
question is if you can get to it. It's a Brainstorm. Look, I'm a blue deck now. Underground Sea Brainstorm.
With Leovold and Baleful Strix. And more Brainstorm.
I'm a blue deck, guys.
Wait, are we really getting rid of Green Sun?
I think he
just values the mana?
I think he values the mana. And if I'm anticipating that he'd board it out Veteran Explorers in this matchup, you want Green Sun late, not early, because we probably would have seen one by now. Like Green Sun for Veteran Explorer go.
Yeah, he could Green Sun for Eternal Witness to regrow land. He could get Thragtusk or Biogenic Ooze. But again, yeah, more mana than he currently has.
Then he's going to play Arid Mesa, one of the worst lands in that entire deck.
Yeah, it's kind of ugly.
All right. Ooh, pass for Denny, so...
And he kept the Green Sun. He didn't shuffle.
Oh, he's going to shuffle now.
Yep. Looks like it's Leovold time.
What are the chances you get counterspelled if you're sitting in David's seat? It's pretty high, right?
I think David is going to jam regardless. And honestly, I think David is like not worried about counterspell right now. He's just like, oh yeah, this Leovold's awesome.
Beeping.
Oh, it's back on.
What was that? Oh, that's a power supply. That's why. That's a backup power supply. Wait, sorry. That was weird. I don't know what happened there.
More difficulties. Let us know if anything audio-wise has changed. Denny fetching out his basics.
I realized that this bar wasn't moving.
Yeah.
We might have just been talking into thin air. But all right. Man, this keeps happening to us every time we do this.
We'll fix him out eventually. On Denny's side, so you said David could have went with the play of I'm no longer a Veteran Explorer deck, but on Denny's side, do you anticipate that? And how many basics does Denny need to fetch out and prioritize? Like, he's prioritizing basics still.
It's really hard to say. It's really just so on paper and like sideboard wise. If you like read sideboard lists, you usually side out Veteran Explorer in this matchup. But there's a Jason 4 for Denny. So because you're anticipating them siding out Veteran Explorers, and it is very interesting that Denny is fetching up a lot of the basics over his duels, because what graveyard or what interaction does David have for his lands? Like there
So
shouldn't
like,
be any.
yeah, normal interaction would be stuff like Wasteland, and stuff like, I mean, you yourself are playing
Is there
back to basics.
maybe Denny was like, because he's playing a basic heavy deck, maybe there's a back to basics because he saw blue. You never really know, right? It's hard to say.
I mean, even if that's the case, and he just Stone Rains, 2 of your lands, like you can recover from that. I feel.
Well,
Eventually, we'll see like Council's Judgments and other white spells get cast, and I'd rather have a few more Tundras, but
well,
I don't actually play Tundra, so.
Oops, there's Leovold.
All right, so David did find a window to resolve Leovold through Counterspell.
Is there a force? There is a force in Denny's hand. Does he lets it go? Wow.
Denny says, "I'm good."
I think it's because Denny has a Council's Judgment in his hand. It's like, well, I'd rather not 2-for-1 myself. I can just use this Council's Judgment. So there's the Judgment. And Judgment is a vote, not a target.
Yeah.
Which is huge in against Leovold.
So like, especially using that Council's Judgment, now Denny has a basic island. He does not have the third plains or the third white source to flash in the Containment Priest this turn.
Oh. And David is kind of in a scary spot here for Green Sun Zenith. If he just like taps out Green Sun for 3.
Yeah, Green Sun would be Green Sun for 4.
Green Sun for 4.
Yeah. Green Sun would be frightening right now.
Like Green Sun for 3 for a Leovold or a Tireless Tracker, or Green Sun for 5 for like maybe like a Titania or something?
No, he has Thragtusk and Ooze. Big Ooze.
I like Biogenic Ooze. If he can Green Sun for 5 would be nice.
I like Biogenic Ooze, especially when you're playing Wilderness Reclamation, and then you play some Nexus of Fate, and then... Wait, hold on. We're talking about Standard, right?
Well, Green Sun for 2.
Alright, Green Sun for 2, and it still merits a force.
I wonder what David was trying to get for 2.
Denny, I hate to say I told you so, but if we had a Containment Priest mana available...
I think Green Sun for 2 is probably for Scavenging Ooze to fight Snapcaster Mages, but there's an AK.
And fight this AK. I don't know why you would... Why would you just go for 2 and not go all in? Like, you can find... Maybe he's playing around Spell Pierce?
Possibly. Well, Terminus away this one Baleful Strix. Bye, little birdie.
I mean, he could have been going for a Tarmogoyf?
Actually, yeah, that seems reasonable. Terminus or Green Sun for Tarmogoyf, just as a solid body.
Yeah, but you could get another Leovold or Tireless Tracker, or you could tap out for a Thragtusk.
I think Green Sun for 3 might have been good, but David is fighting the uphill battle.
And he didn't end up using the mana, so I would have just tapped all 6, try and resolve it for a Thragtusk.
So there's so many times I've seen a Jace on 1, and you're like, nah, it's at 1. Like, what's the worst that can happen? I can deal with it. And then you realize it's drawing you like 3 cards, drawing your opponent 3 cards a turn. So unless this Jace gets cleared, it's going to be really bad. Ooh, Tireless Tracker. It's a good card.
Some say it's the best card.
Oh, it's so good against control decks. It's weird because it's not supposed to be really good against control decks, but it just inherently is pretty good because you can value it out.
Whoa.
We're drawing some cards now.
You draw cards, I draw cards too.
So Denny AK'd into AK, and then Tireless Tracker resolves.
Chat pointing out there was an Abrupt Decay ready for the Containment Priest. Correct. There was an Abrupt Decay ready, but on Denny's side, I'd rather have the option of casting Containment Priest. If he doesn't have Abrupt Decay, then I can follow up with the Force.
Right, so land comes into play. Landfall, we get a clue, and then David's gonna pass it back. I'm gonna Jace Storm again, and Denny's got a full grip of cards. Look at that.
Yeah, he's got 1,000,000 cards.
He's gonna have to go to discard pretty soon. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think there's like 10 cards in his hand. All right, land.
Well, he was mid Brainstorm,
Does
so
this Council Judgment here? Do you play Mentor and Council Judgment?
So David has 1 card left.
He's got 1 card in his hand. He's got 3 mana open.
And he can draw another card from a clue.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
playing Mentor into Council's Judgment. I like
Yeah,
I like that play.
Let's just start doing
Yeah,
things.
and David, if he wants to value out this Tireless Tracker, he has to fetch before this Council Judgment resolves, so he can get a second clue just to draw cards.
From David's perspective, I would have fetched already.
In response to the Mentor?
No, in just when Denny was tapped out.
During his main phase when he was tapped out.
Yeah, just ensure that you get the clue.
So, looks like David's going to go and fetch in response to his Judgment. Landfall and make a second clue.
And then
Denny being the helpful opponent, because if I'm going to play fast, I want my opponent to play fast too.
Yeah, I'm not sure. However, he only gets a thing when he cracks a clue.
Yes. So
I think David...
Okay. Yeah. So he has 2 clues in play. Council Judgment resolves.
Or maybe that was... Denny was showing where the vote was.
Yeah.
I think that was... This is my vote. Where do you want to vote?
But vote doesn't use priority, right? I think...
No, Denny... it doesn't use priority, but it's like... I'm showing you, David. This is my vote.
I think Denny was actually just speeding it up. He was anticipating David would just crack during like in response of all of this, so that David can have mana available. So if he like end step or in response to a crack, you have more mana available. But it looks like David's gonna crack both of the clues now during his main phase.
And he's got a stranded Cabal Therapy in his hand.
All right.
Even I'm sure David could hit a card, but I don't think he cares.
Yeah. Plus with Jace, plus myself. Bottom. 2 Promise triggers, attack you for 3. Got a full grip of cards. I see a Click, I see a Snapcaster, I see Force. I see 2 Snapcasters, Spell Pierce, Brainstorm. Denny is ready. Alright, so it looks like David's gonna go and fetch. Mostly to kind of thin his deck a little bit. Man, I want to see some fatties from this deck. Like,
yeah, we could just rip a Thragtusk off the top.
Yeah, just hardcast Thragtusk, and then it gets hardcast Forced. So my 5 mana spell is better than your 5 mana spell.
Or we could get Misty Rainforest.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Cabal Therapy, you.
You just let this go.
Then he says, sure, man.
Snapcaster in response.
What's he gonna do? Brainstorm?
Probably target like a brainstorm or target an
AK. Oh my god!
Your therapy resolves. What do you name?
David looks at his hand and says, "I don't know if I could beat you."
So whatever David named, it is a miss.
You're just gonna draw your entire deck,
and then Denny's gonna flash back that accumulated knowledge in the graveyard. Draw some more cards. Denny's double checking. Hey, I have this many AKs. I'm gonna draw 3. Flashing this Containment Priest at your end step. Untap. Draw more cards. Brainstorm or plus with Jace. Target you this time. Yeah, you can keep that.
So Denny would have to cast 9 spells for it to be lethal.
Is that doable? What if he like brainstorms, pierces his own brainstorm,
and then force,
and then force
something?
His brainstorm?
Yeah.
I don't think he has that much mana.
A game versus lands. What if we give you lands, but it's not Zach?
Oh yeah. What if we do that?
Okay. So in the face of Force of Will, I don't think there's anything David could do.
Yeah, this is a bit of a soft lock.
I guess. I mean, Denny doesn't absolutely know. He could like Baleful Strix, Flashback Cabal Therapy into a good card.
Drew a Thoughtseize.
Yep.
Oh, that doesn't do anything. Yep.
Good
And
game.
David extends the hand. Man, we've seen a lot of like lopsided matches today.
I hurt the feels.
All right, so Denny playing Miracles wins over David playing the Bug Veteran Explorer.
So
Fit
Denny Chan beats David Chen. Again, the battle of the DCs with 5-letter first names with a D and 4-letter last names with a Ch.
Now, fun fact: David said that this might be one of the last Legacy events he's able to actually attend because
you said fun fact?
Fun fact.
Okay.
Because his wife is pregnant.
Okay, that's
he's got a little kid coming away, and he is terrified.
He is terrified.
So he's having some fun, trying to relax, but he's got a little kid on the way.
Yeah, I think Cabal Therapy naming David Chen, naming all of your legacy tournaments. Yep, just discard all of those. Discard all of your free time.
Yeah.
Because you have a kid now.
We call David the full-grown adult. Because and then we have Denny, who surprisingly has been playing a lot of Modern lately.
I thought you were going to transition to Denny, surprisingly single, has no wife, no kids. He can just play games all day.
Denny is the value master. Oh my god. Okay, so random fun fact, or more fun facts. Let me some fun facts. Okay, so Denny, I have this great story from GP Seattle a while ago.
Okay.
So Legacy GP, we fly over there. Denny plays 2 rounds of a side event, right?
Mhm.
Splits and spends the rest of the day digging through bulk bins.
Okay.
Because that's what he likes to do.
He likes to fly to dig through someone else's bulk.
Yes. So he was digging through bulk bins, and then the next morning I show up, he has pulled up 2 chairs in front of the same bulk bins. And now there are like 3 more people with them also digging through bulk bins. I was like, hey Denny, how's your side event doing? He's like, I didn't do that. There's more value here. Okay.
There's more value in digging through bulk instead of playing.
He loves value. But when you need like to know the prices of random commons and uncommons, Denny's your guy.
You know what that proves? That Magic is a great game, and it has a great community, because some people want to go play, some people want to be super competitive, they want to win, some people want to go watch, some people want to go get art and signatures and all this, some people want to foil out their deck, and
some people play it like the stock markets.
Yeah, some people just want to like not even stock market, just like panning for gold, just like come on,
panning for gold,
come on gold nugget, come on gold nugget.
Going through a bin. Oh, this is a $2 uncommon.
Yeah, I'll buy it for 50 cents. Yeah, sweet.
Like 3 uncommons for $1. Sweet, I just made $4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good times. A wide spread of people. We have the rainbow of Magic players, foil decks, weird jank brews, and value seekers. Those are your Magic color spectrums.
Yeah. Well, luckily, Denny decided to play today.
He actually almost decided not to play today.
Luckily for us, he decided to play, and he's not digging through some bulk over in the corner. No. Just like, hey, do you guys have any draft chaff from Friday night? Just see if anyone left any, value uncommons that I'll scoop up.
I've seen him do it.
Yeah.
Like hang by a draft, like eye a table. And I was like, oh look, someone left some stuff. Oh, this is a 75 cents.
Hey guys, you guys are leaving those cards there? Okay, no problem. I'll go through them. I'll put them away. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, people finish your draft, dig it up. Hey, look, it's a light up the stage. I'll take that.
Yeah. So it looks like we're in between rounds, and we'll ask Kubo. Do you want to go just pop your head out, see if Kubo?
Oh yeah, we should have a round timer or something. We should figure it out.
Yeah, we should figure out some round timer.
Let me take a peek.
In the meantime, did we cap out? That's a good question. We'll figure that out as well. We're running pretty fast and loose today. Round 1 we had some sound issues. Round 2 a little bit more sound issues. But hopefully we got it all covered, and we're gonna have some awesome legacy action. I know that. Yeah, making sure that's okay. I know that I'm going to tempt Richard into having a conversation about the London Mulligan rule and its implications for legacy format. We can also probably talk about some Modern Horizons thoughts, ideas. We could talk about the
13 minutes left.
13 minutes?
And
you can go ahead and close it.
Attendance is at 107 people.
107 people.
Which I believe is the cap.
Yeah, I think it's the cap. I think for whatever reason, 107 is the cap. It's not 108.
I think it's 107 because the one buy.
So we can fit 106 and then give one person
one
a buy.
person wandering around.
Okay.
Because I've been to like modern PPTQs where like the seated cap is like 70
Joel's on the left, Jeremy's on the right.
Oh, okay. So we have a backup match.
We got a backup. So looks like Abby says the mulligan rule is Bay.
BS.
No, it says Bay. It says
No,
Bay.
she says it's Ba.
It's Ba.
Oh shoot. Kubo just told us who was on the left and I forgot.
We can figure it out. It's Jeremy Gibbons.
He's on the
that looks
right,
like
right?
Jeremy's.
Jeremy's on the right.
So Joel is on the left, Jeremy is on the right. That's what Kubo said to us. We have
Is that Joel Lee? It is Joel.
Joel Lee on a Miracles strategy with accumulated knowledge, and Jeremy Gibbons on I'm always gonna go to time. Hey Abby, look, it's Lance. Givens.
Givens.
He's not a Gibbon. He's a Gibbon.
Givens?
Yeah.
Is that right? All right. And oh wait, who's up again?
Just rock it at 1-1. Just assume it's 1-1.
We're just gonna assume it's 1-1.
And then change this to lands.
And Joel is playing Mentor, so we get more miracles. More miracles.
More miracles, and as I mentioned, miracles versus lands. We have 13 minutes left.
This is a grindy matchup.
We could just be in game 2.
This is a
You never know.
This is a very long, very rough matchup on both sides.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen some really, really good players play this matchup, and it still takes forever. All right, is there anything in Jeremy's sideboard that he would have sided in for this matchup? Playing a lands.
It depends on if there's counterbalances. We have 2 Crows and Grips. We have 2 Chokes. We have a Thorn of Amethyst, which is fine. Also to pair with 4 Sphere of Resistance.
Ooh, a lot of combo hate because lands' natural enemy is combo decks.
We have some thoughts in the chat. As you poked out, I baited them on. We're gonna have a mulligan discussion.
I'm gonna try not to rant.
Yeah, mulligan discussion. And I'll give you a little preview. I'm going to let you choose a side, and then I will argue the other side.
Right, so we're gonna play good cop, bad cop.
Yeah, and I think I had a prediction. I didn't warn you, but I had a prediction on what side you would take.
Oh, I'm scared.
Okay,
so
an interesting split for Jeremy is 4 Sphere Resistance, 1 Thorn of Amethyst. It's as if he's playing Vintage, and he's like, oh yeah, Thorn is restricted down to 1. He also has what? Why? He has red Elemental Blast and Pyroblast.
You gotta fight Force of Wills, yo.
Why? And 2 Chalice and 2 Chalice Trackers. Almost every one of those cards seems reasonable. Choke, Cozen Grip, Rebs, Chalices, Tireless Trackers.
So on Joel's side, his sideboard, what I would anticipate him bringing in, disenchants for spheres, hate pieces, explorations. Counterbalance is actually pretty good in this matchup because if you can set up a 2, it's a deck that lands is a deck that relies heavily on 2s. Light from the Loam is a major component of this matchup.
Yikes!
Oop, there's a Thorn.
Yeah,
right away.
We do have an early Thorn, but Jeremy's land base is not very good. Doesn't have any color so far.
Ooh.
Riftstorm Portal. Correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't tap for mana.
Doesn't have for colorless.
Yeah, it doesn't have for colored mana while in play.
But when it's in the graveyard, all your lands tap for green or white.
Yeah, tap for Savannah.
It's one of the old, like, it's from Odyssey, one of those Graveyard Matters cards from a long time ago. Ooh,
one of those weirdos.
Force your Thorn. Man, Joel's suite of 1s and 2s is very interesting. 1 Counterspell, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Portent, 2 Preordains. Very interesting.
How do you feel about Portent?
I think it's bad. Like right now, I think it's bad.
You're just done with it?
That's because these Miracle decks are playing 4 AKs and like 3 Snapcaster Mages. Why do you need another Ponder effect?
Well, I think it's just there for the Terminus effect.
But how many times do you need Determinus on your opponent's turn?
I mean...
Well, okay, I'm asking an Elves player, that's a bad...
Yeah, I mean, I think as an Elves player, I would love it if they stopped playing Portent, so I could stop being afraid of that card.
Jeremy,
Chalice on 1.
Jeremy going for the haymaker of hate cards, Chalice on 1. Ooh, this one resolves. So key cards turned off for Joel: Ponder, Brainstorm. I guess Swords of Plowshares if Jeremy goes for Merit Lage, but Mentor doesn't care.
Oh, boom! Here's a mentor. So I think. Oh man, Jeremy's hand is full of lands that don't make any mana.
Oh, everything's colorless.
Or yeah, don't make any colored mana.
There's a sphere.
Well, I mean, he's casting bomb artifacts.
He's playing shops, really bad
Yeah,
shops.
really slow shops.
Now, for Joel, he's in a really good position here, even though Jeremy has a Chalice and a Spear and Blade, because he has the Mentor on board. He can throw overcosted spells into play just to slowly make guys, and lands doesn't really have a way to deal with like a massive board. And it's very obvious Jeremy is missing colors.
But slowly. He can Punishing Fire if he had mana.
It would be
colored mana.
3 mana Punishing Fires and a Mox Diamond, which costs 1 because of the sphere. Discard Bajuka Bog.
Discard the Bog. Bog makes mana, but again, not of the colors that Jeremy wants to play.
I would assume he needs like. Oh, okay. Joel was like, "Hey, what was that? What was that Chalice on?" I would assume he really needs green, or preferably red for like a fire right now. 2, 3,
Yeah,
4.
he could
choke.
Ooh,
That choke doesn't do much, unfortunately.
yeah, it does.
Well, it locks the 2 islands. Trigger counterbalance. It's an island.
Here's another island.
Turn your islands into lotus petals. Alright, to put my islands off to the side.
It's interesting. Joel decides he doesn't want to shuffle. He wants that island.
I think just having an untapped blue source in play for when he wants to maybe make another token or to get a prowess trigger. Because there's a lot of hate on Jeremy's side. But Joel's got pressure. Just attack, right? Oop. 2 mana Brainstorm.
Counter.
Into a choke, prowess triggers.
Yeah. Jeremy says, counter it.
Okay. At this point, Joel says, I am the aggro deck. I am the beatdown.
I will beat you down.
We will attack every turn until this is over. Alright, what is Jeremy?
Jeremy.
Another colorless source.
Okay. He finally has a port. He played 4 lands that tapped 4 mana. And none of them were port.
Oh, there's a Life from the Loam. That's a good start. Get back your bog.
Do you... so Joel did not flip, but on Jeremy's side, do you waste one of your own lands to just...
If I was Jeremy, I would have actually wasted the fetch land.
Wasted...
I would have wasted Joel's
fetch
fetch
land?
And then port... If it's a blue source, I'd port it.
Okay.
And that way, because he's casting Life from the Loam, he can get back the Wasteland, and technically he would have drawn 2 cards instead of the 1 card. But it's a very minor thing. Like, there's a chance that Joel also would have fetched and got a white sword, like a Plains.
Yeah. Or Jeremy could have Ghost Quartered away the
Riftstone portal.
Yeah, the Riftstone, and then just regrow either the Ghost Quarter or the Wasteland that he used.
All right. So Dredge Loam flips Exploration, Crozen Grip, and a Wasteland. Crozen Grip would have been nice, but it's in the graveyard now. Loam trigger. Ooh. Flip a 2 off the counterbalance. Loam gets countered, and it doesn't accumulate knowledge. Bog you.
Bog is pretty good against accumulated knowledge.
But the accumulated knowledge is on top of his
yeah, but
on top of his deck.
You just reset the AK count. And Jeremy he's not dead to 1 spell, but he's not alive.
I assume this is an upkeep port.
Yeah.
Upkeep port your
Plains?
Arid Mesa? Yeah, Plains. Okay, Plains is tapped in the port. You may proceed to draw step. Before draw step, fetch.
I don't think there's anything that can be cast here, because with the Sphere and the Chalice.
Another Plains. Huh.
I think you're just shuffling away the AK.
Oh, yeah. He's locked out of blue, and draws 2 mana cycle to draw 1 card is very mediocre.
3 mana.
Oh, 3 mana. There's a Sphere in play. It's buried under that choke. Drew a Swords to Plowshares, which doesn't do anything.
It pumps the team.
Oh, that's true. It's a prowess trigger. It's a 1 white mana spell that prowesses your team. Goes to combat. Hiya! 2, 3, 4. Meh. Okay, so Jeremy falls down to 4.
All right, this has to be fire.
That's true. Otherwise Jeremy's just dead here.
Yeah. Jeremy is.
Dredge Loam. Oh, if there's a fire, but no grove.
When I said it has to be fire, I meant like pure fire, not punishing fire.
That punishing fire was literally on top of his deck. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think he needed a glacial chasm there.
All right, what's Jeremy's play here?
It's tap some mana and then shake Joel's hand. I assume Joel is up at least one game, so this should be the decider.
I think so too.
Could he waste fetch and if blue source port on upkeep?
Jeremy's gonna.
Yeah, he could do that, or he can just waste the fetch and then port, on Jeremy's turn.
He had to clear the mentor just not to die. But
yeah.
we know that Jeremy has at least one spell which makes both those tokens lethal. So unless Jeremy had to have like 2 removal spells, but there's no way he can have 2, especially because he just drew the loam from the dredge that turn.
Yeah, I think Jeremy just really needed to flip a glacial chasm into just keep yourself. I guess even then the upkeep.
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to hold it up. It would have to be like chasm, let
Chasm.
it die, loam it back, get a stage somehow. But without exploration, he can't loop it.
Yeah. He's in a rough beats. Going back to the portent discussion.
Is it this one?
What
is this one?
Yeah. What I'm interested in is this always yeah. What I'm interested in is instead of portent.
Okay.
What if instead of that spot you played Mishra's Bauble? Okay. So let's say you have 5 mana, and you absolutely need to terminus on their
turn,
or just you need to terminus.
Okay.
And you can't do it on 5 mana, right?
Okay.
So you have a Jace, and the Jace draws you terminus.
Yes.
Mishra's Bauble.
Yes. You just put terminus and keep bauble in your hand.
Yep. So that is finding the answer, and
Just draw you a card too.
when you play like turn 3 mentor, like Joel did, trigger, get your creature right away. It's abrupt decay proof, so you can make sure your mentor is abrupt decay proof.
I guess it worked for a long time in Modern too because it's your free spell. It's your free spell. Yeah.
And you can so that's like the super techie play, but here's the more techie play, which is you have counterbalance out.
Okay.
And then you bauble yourself.
Okay.
To see what it is.
Yes.
And then you know how like right now people are using they're using counterbalance as like kind of like a scry. They're just like, all right, I don't like that card, I'll fetch it away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you can bauble to see what do I have on top,
and then like fetch
and then
response.
To fetch in response to like them doing something. No, you don't like it?
With miracles, it's hard to say because in other decks it's like how many hoops can I jump through to make this fun cool thing happen?
I mean that is miracles.
Is it really?
How many cards can I draw until my opponent just like taps out?
I'm gonna have to do some testing.
You're gonna have to do some testing. Is
That's
Honorok still here? Can we get a?
This is what like 3 to 4 round legacy events are for. Like one day you're gonna be like, I'm bored. Let me put 4 Mishra Baubles in my miracles.
I'm not saying 4. I'm saying replace all your portents with Mishra's Bauble.
It's like the sometimes one.
Yeah, the sometimes 1, maybe 2. It's like, I think you can get some value out of it.
We're breaking new ground here, figuring this out.
We're
Maybe.
breaking the entire format wide open with Mishra's Bauble.
I mean, I was surprised when mission briefing became a thing. So it's like,
I mean, I wasn't surprised. I was more surprised that just it was like no adoption. Like, let's say
Yeah.
the set came out and then like the week after it's like nowhere.
yeah, people like were really resilient, are really resisting it. For a
Yeah, they
bit.
just like hated it, and then it started to like slowly creep up, like maybe a 1 or maybe a 2,
and then
and
it
it's
turned,
like,
and
you
then
know
it,
what? That's cool.
and then it turned into take my snapcasters out, put in these 4 mission briefings.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool.
I think it's cool. It's the variety is nice. Like,
I do like the effect of like surveilling and then being able to either surveil like an AK into the yard or like leaving a card on top but then predicting it.
I
Like
think
just a lot of weird interactions with surveil. I think surveil is a
I think
powerful
Surveil's
mechanic.
really good. I really like Surveil.
Surveil is powerful. It's just not pushed enough. It's not like pushed on powerful cards.
I mean, being able to
The preordain, the surveil preordain costs 2. Like we're not gonna play a 2-mana counter, 2-mana cantrip.
I guess the only thing about mission briefing that blew me out of the water was you can alternate cast things.
You can alternate cast.
So you're like you surveil 2, you put a Force of Will in your graveyard, and then you just flash it back. Or
And-
you cast it by pitching a card.
And you aren't targeting that card. So
Yeah, it's just
so like you can't get got by like Scavenging Ooze.
it's like flashback, but not flashback. But it's better than flashback.
It's better than flashback, and it has like the weird rules interaction of you don't target things.
How many times are we gonna get flashback that isn't flashback, but it's slightly better or worse than flashback? Like Jumpstart is flashback without flashback, but fixed.
Yeah, it's fixed flashback.
I get it. Flashback is really good. I get it.
I mean, yeah, flashback is really good.
I think we're good this round. Right. Oh, wait. We want us to pick a match.
You don't want anybody else?
You can put Matt up now if he's like positive.
Matt or
Matt or Eric?
Anthony Benedetti.
I think Matt or Eric this round is probably
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. For the first game round.
Okay.
Anthony Benedetti's deck though.
You just need to say the puns.
Yes.
Like, oh. Okay, so we have our round 3 coming up. We were requested to put either Matt Sperling or Eric Virgo on because they
Do you remember?
have.
Oh wait, yeah, we're not sure what Virgo is on, but did we see what Matt was on?
I would assume like Stoneblade. He's always been a Stoneblade guy. Let's take a peek. Are they saying now? No, they're not saying now. Okay, so little known or mediocrely known fact.
Medium known fact.
That was a really bad line. Let's just scrap that. Okay, that didn't exist.
Okay.
So if you did not
Yeah,
know,
we're definitely not live right now. By the
no,
way.
yeah, nobody watches this
Yeah.
stream. Twitch is this seldomly used platform. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So Eric Virgo and Matt Sperling have gone through this theory craft phase,
Mhm.
right? And they're talking about what cards in Legacy would be too strong or good enough for Modern, because that's always been the debate, right? Like Jace is too strong for Modern, that's why it's bad, and now it's back, and it's not destroying the format. Bloodbraid Elf is too strong for Modern, now it's back. Bitter Blossom. We're not going to talk about Grave Troll. Grave Troll's a whole different issue. But they have a video series over on ChannelFireball.com, and they're talking about what cards can we put into Modern that are good enough for Modern or that will destroy it. Right?
Yeah, direct inserts from Legacy. Let's test them out in the Modern format. And
Are they saying no?
it
Oh, they
just so happens that it pretty much dovetails right into Modern Horizons, the
Oh,
new
yeah.
set coming out.
are. Oh, that's like not in April.
No,
Summertime?
yeah, it's the month after April.
May?
I think it's May.
March, April, May, June.
It's either May or June.
Well, I know it's a summertime thing,
Yes.
but their last video over there at channelfireball.com was like, what if we put exploration in Modern? And, apparently it's busted.
Yeah, I think just an exploration effect would make Amulet Titan or whatever calling it, just
I
the
mean,
nuts.
So, like Summer Bloom was the reason that deck became a thing.
Yeah.
And if you put a better Summer Bloom into the deck, that's a permanent.
Yeah, it just like allows for turn 1, here's a blue source. Turn 2, here's a bounce land and that blue source again. Just a lot of very quick kills from that, I would imagine. And I believe that's what they figured out.
Okay. Matt's on the left.
So Matt is on the left, and I can say he's playing Snow-Covered Swamp and Snow-Covered Island. This is Blue-Black Thief.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
I am surprised. Okay, and he is playing against...
So he's playing against Michael Graham.
Oops, bad typing.
Michael Graham.
G...
Like graham cracker. Who is on Grixis
I'm scared.
Phoenix.
Oh, ooh. How do you spell Phoenix?
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
All right, so this one, I am excited.
I spelled thief wrong.
He spelled Phoenix correct, but thief incorrect. I am excited.
I'm scared.
Here, take Matt's sideboard. I'll take deck list. I'll take Michael.
All right. Okay. 1 Jace Vryn's Prodigy, 2 Thief of Sanities, 1 Lily Last Hope, 2 Lily of the Veil, 1 mainboard back to basics, 2 Jaces, Spell Pierce, Hymn the Taurox, Dismembers, Fatal Pushes. Yeah, I have no words. This looks sweet.
Michael Graham. He's on the Dark Confidant, Arclight, and he only has 2 Young Pyromancers. So that's his creature street.
So this is the Dark Confidant version of the Buried Light Phoenix deck that kind of rose up and people just discovered is the better version of the deck.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got 3 Lotus Petals, which I find very fascinating.
Lotus Petal, it turns out, doesn't trigger your Phoenix, but helps you trigger your Phoenix by just allowing you more mana to cast spells. And let's see how fast... Ooh, Michael.
That's a pretty underdog.
You didn't write on your deck list that you had some altars. We would have featured you definitely sooner.
That is pretty.
So the Grixis Phoenix deck could go as soon as turn 1.
Oh, here.
And
Petal.
let's see...
Brainstorm.
Brainstorm.
Now, if you were sitting on Matt Sperling's side, this screams Reanimator, right?
It screams unfair deck.
Yeah, it screams unfair blued combo deck. So, Brainstorm putting 2 cards back. Pass. Oh, okay.
Pass.
That's like a wipe your brow. Woo, I'm not dead.
Yeah. Matt, you passed the test. Your opponent didn't kill you on turn 1.
Land, go. All right. So couldn't shuffle off the Brainstorm, so he does know what that card is. So it's a Bloodstained Mire.
Yeah, I think he has 1 Phoenix just sitting, chilling on top of his deck.
Fetch. Now, so this is kind of the one small issue with the Phoenix deck in Legacies, because you do have a lot of quote-unquote air in the deck, where Brainstorms, Ponders, which do trigger the Phoenixes, but sometimes you just can't find the right combination, because Buried Alive plays really well with Art-like Phoenix. But what if you have 2 Phoenixes in your hand, you have a Buried Alive?
Speaking of... Oh, no.
Oh, it's a Dark Confidant.
Yeah, I thought we were going 3 mana. There we go. Dark Confidant.
So now, if you're on Matt's side, you're thinking, what am I playing against?
Well, I think Matt probably has an idea of what he's playing against, but is my hand good enough to deal with what my opponent is doing?
Does he have an answer for Dark Confidant and 2 mana? Fatal Push.
I mean, he definitely has a Fatal Push, right? He's
3...
a blue-black deck. His Edicts.
Yeah, it's got 3 pushes and a Dismember. Let's see if this Bob lives. Wow, Matt's hand is very land heavy. Lots of lands, a Jace. Fetch.
I'm going to guess we're getting either a Strix or a Hymn.
It's basic Swamp. Double basic Swamp.
It's Hymn time.
That's if that doesn't scream Hymn the Turok, I don't know what. Okay, so double Swamp usually screams 2 things. 1, Hymn the Turok. 2, Smallpox.
Ooh, Smallpox.
But there's a Hymn the Turok.
Smallpox would be sweet.
Okay. All right.
Get rid of your Dark Confidant.
So Michael's gonna lose 50% of his hand. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So do you play Modern much?
A lot, yeah. I play
All
a
right.
lot more Modern now.
Quick question: yes or no? Him to Turak, Modern Horizons.
Oh my god, I would love it. It would. I think it'd be really too strong for Modern, but
yeah.
I would love it. Like hands
I think,
down.
Yeah, no, I don't think Modern could hold the Him to Torax.
Like there's a lot of speculations. My number one thing that I've been saying for like a year is Baleful Strix. That's my number one thing.
No,
I would love Baleful Strix in Modern. I think
No.
it's just right.
It beats up on the fair decks. You want fair to be good.
But I want to play Baleful Strix in Modern. All right, so brainstorm for Michael here.
He flipped over. I think it was a ponder. He flipped over a 1, whatever it was for.
It was
for
that.
Michael.
It was that brainstorm off the bob.
Okay. So Sperling is. Does Sperling have Does he have Last Hope?
Yes, 1 Last Hope, 2 of the Veil.
So Last Hope would be pretty good here.
All right, fetch
He,
him up.
he could just slam a back to basics and punish these 2 soon to be tapped.
That could be why
duels.
he fetched the double swamp. It's like really, really signaling back to basics here. All right, Michael's gonna ponder. He's finding a lot of lands. No combo pieces, and by combo we just mean Buried Alive.
So yeah, it's interesting. In Matt's deck, this is just a straight blue-black deck. But Grixis has had this problem in the past of you're a 3-color deck, but you want basics and you want to cast Him to Torak. So Matt, not being greedy, isn't playing any red this week.
All right, so Thoughtseize, double Jace, back to basics, ponder. Definitely take the back to basics, right?
I don't know. I think you might just take the ponder. Matt's hand is bad.
Like, it depends on how bad Michael's hand is, right?
Who cares? You have a Dark Confidant.
He's got a bob. It'll draw him cards. Yeah, he took the back to basics. I think he's just a little bit worried about getting like randomly locked out.
I mean, you have a Lotus Petal. All of your lands are Lotus
but
Petals.
But like, you thought he's your opponent, and you see Ponder, double Jace, and just a bunch of lands. You're like, this is
Ooh.
great. Oh, it's a thief.
Ooh, it's a thief.
Slam the thief. Slam the thief. It costs 3, right?
Yeah.
Slam the thief.
You don't ponder, Matt. Do not ponder.
Do it for the viewers, please. Yes. Oh, he's doing it.
Well, that still could be ponder.
Basic Island, Thief of Sanity, go. Please. Okay. Yeah, Basic Island, Thief of Sanity, go, please. And we know that, actually, the Grixis Venus deck doesn't play that much removal.
Plays none.
So this thief might just spiral out of control. Oh, no, it's a ponder. No, boo! Oh, he found a force Snapcaster off the ponder. I guess that's fine.
No, that's not good. You want to find a Fatal Push. Or Fatal Push or Edict would work right now.
Some way to clear this bob.
Yeah, so that's why if I was Michael, this is what I don't want Matt to do. I don't want him to find Fatal Push or Edict, and he's absolutely gonna ponder for it. Like he didn't know that he would draw a thief.
Right. So shuffle.
So this is why I'm taking that ponder if I'm in Michael's spot.
All right. So
What do we get? What do we get?
What
What
do
do we
we
get?
draw off this ponder? Oh, I did not catch that at all.
No, Matt's not. Ooh!
Oh, it is a push. Ooh, off the top, off blind shuffle, like
What
shuffle
did I
off a
say?
ponder.
What did I say? That Fatal Push.
All right, so Michael's turn. What sweet action does he have now?
What sweet spinning his wheels line will he take now?
All right, can I point out the fact that Matt Sperling's choice of basics is terrible right now?
It's not optimal. How many total basics does he run?
Oh, that's a question.
Does he run?
Is this on purpose or is
it 2/2?
It is.
Oh no, because it's snow covered. Yeah, I mentioned that before. It's snow covered.
1 island, 1 snow covered island, 2 snow covered swamp, 2 regular swamps.
Yeah.
This is intentional.
Yeah, it's a snow covered split. Preordained for Michael into another Dark Confidant, which can be answered if he draws a land.
Found a land. You just Jace bounce.
Jace bounce. Michael's just pure. He's on pure spinning wheels. Just delay him, whatever you can. Jace comes in on 2.
Bounce your
Yeah.
bob.
Doesn't even come in on 3. Just comes in immediately on 2.
Now see, if Matt, channeled his inner, me and played that Thief of Sanity, we would have had way more fun. He would have had he wouldn't have had a bob. Never mind, because it's the card under bob. All right, but he's got a Jace.
He could have had like a preordain maybe. Preordain that you can cast off of Black Source. That's not bad.
All right, so there's the same Bob that was bounced. Thoughtseize you.
Why
Okay.
not Thoughtseize first?
I guess you have to take the thief, right? Is there a world where you take the second Jace?
I think you take second Jace.
Ooh.
I think Thief doesn't do enough, and Jace is powerful.
I guess on Michael's side he's thinking, well,
Had another. Oh
if
no.
if Matt bounces this Bob, it's at least taking down. If he doesn't bounce the Bob, then Bob can clear the Jace. So it's like, well, I just clear the second Jace that I might not be able to answer.
Actually, yeah, in the face of Jace, I think Matt's line is unsummon, here's a thief. And that feels like Michael's behind on that.
Yeah, I like that.
So yeah,
there's a thief.
maybe getting rid of the thief was a better line.
Matt drew a second thief.
Yeah.
All right, draw a card.
Michael knew that Matt was going to draw a second thief, so he couldn't protect against it.
So this is the issue I have with the Grixis Phoenix deck. You're just kind of spinning your wheel, and really nothing's happened. Like, you played powerful cards, Thoughtseizes, Bobs, but has it really done anything?
All right, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and make like a wild comparison. Do you prefer pure, hardcore, pedal to the metal turbo depths, or do you like sort of
Hardcast Phoenix?
The slower depths?
I'm actually a big fan of the slow depths.
Okay, why? Why is that better than pure hardcore?
I just like the different lines and the outs. Oh, is this thief have to block?
I mean, why not? Do you think Brainstorm is better or Thief Storm?
Wait, this is attacking Jace, right?
I assume.
So yeah, you just snap block.
Yeah, I think Brainstorm's better.
Yeah, I think it.
Especially when you have another thief in hand.
Yeah, I think Brainstorm is way better.
So do you like? Why do you like the slower depths?
I like having outs and answers like game one, but that's just like the toolbox player in me.
So like slower depths is kind of like this Grixis Phoenix that it's playing Bobs, playing like a couple more redundant pieces, but
I guess
Michael gets to play cantrips instead of crop rotations.
Well, I guess that's true. Is he has a little bit more. It's shifted further away from like the turn 1, turn 2 punch you in the face to like turn 2, turn 4 have like really powerful cards. But I don't know. Well, time will only tell whether Michael is able to recur that Phoenix or multiple Phoenixes.
Well, he finally did his game plan, which is get at least one Phoenix into the graveyard.
Now, is there a weird liability because you saw an Arclight Phoenix that you might put another Phoenix into play? Oh, there goes the Buried Alive.
Wow,
these hymns have been on point.
I would have just cast a Buried Alive instead of.
I think Michael was afraid that he didn't have enough spells.
Cast a Buried Alive in the next turn. Just try and go off. Because you have Dark Confidant.
There's a Bob. All right, we're gonna see a Thief connect, right? Yeah. Now
Thief you.
We don't get to know it. So Thief, top 3 cards of your opponent's library. You exile one of them.
It's like an impulse.
Face down. Oh, you exile the Phoenix, right?
I don't think you do.
Because you can cast it with any color.
Yeah, but why would you want a Phoenix?
Well, what's there? Is that a Cabal Therapy or is that Buried Alive?
Cabal Therapy, Ponder, and Phoenix.
I would take the Phoenix.
I think for the record, Matt is playing Eclipse Sleeves, and then Michael looks like maybe
Those look like Dragon Shields.
Yeah, Dragon Shields.
Yeah, take the Phoenix, and then the rest go to the graveyard.
Yeah.
So it's not shuffled away.
So yeah, you're milling your opponent.
Yeah. So next turn,
slowly but surely,
you wait, right, and then you cast this Phoenix, and then you get to clock for more damage, and then you get exile more cards. So,
I just had a very weird idea.
Finding that Lily was really good.
Yeah,
Matt there.
Thief of Sanity in Blue-Black Mill in Modern. I mean, you're milling 3 cards, but you're also drawing a card.
It's a good sideboard plan.
I like it as a sideboard plan.
Yeah. All right, so Liliana minus target Michael, and it clears the Bob, and Matt Sperling is firmly in the driver's seat here.
Michael just needs running cantrips to to have any hope of coming back, but
All right.
doesn't look like it.
He doesn't want to cast the thief. Or he doesn't want to cast the phoenix. So
I don't think he. Matt?
Pyromancer, Brainstorm. I like Pyromancer.
I think Pyromancer.
Yeah.
If you take Pyromancer, the game is going to end.
You just cast Pyromancer from exile.
So yeah, it depends on what you actually want to have happen. Do you want the game to actually just end, or do you want to have more fun and connect with the thief?
Right. So cast your Pyromancer. I would cast his Brainstorm too. Cast my Brainstorm.
Yeah, my Brainstorm. White border Brainstorm.
Michael being the good Samaritan, here, have a Pyromancer token.
Yeah, Matt, playing this thief deck, did you know that you needed to bring tokens?
So I know you're equipped. So
you know what would be awesome if Matt assembled Merit Lage just by stealing the cards from his opponent.
Can you take lands? You can't take lands, right?
Oracle text
Off of Thief.
Yeah.
Michael's like I've seen enough.
Michael has seen enough.
Like this, I'm done.
I assume that you can take lands, but maybe that's a poor assumption. All right, we're gonna check Michael's sideboard as he has just gone down a game to Matt Sperling. Yes, that Matt Sperling.
It's a cast. You can exile lands, but you can't play them.
Oh,
because they're cast.
Boo. So no stealing the Merit Lage.
All right. What jumps out from Michael?
Bitter Blossom.
That's a good card.
We got 2 Bitter Blossoms. We have
2 good cards.
We have 2 Days.
Huh.
To go with the 0 in the main deck. So
sideboard Days, interesting.
2 Days. Liliana Last Hope, Surgical, Thoughtseize, Tormod's Crypt, and 2 more Pyromancers. I think any one of those.
So sideboard into like a Delver strategy.
Seem reasonable. How does Matt deal with Bitter Blossom?
Alright, well, we take a look at his blue-black deck sideboard. He's got Ratchet Bombs and Engineered Explosives in his 2 color. Engineered Explosives in his 2 color deck is solid. It's fine.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, you cannot take. You can take lands, but you can't play lands.
Yeah, you can't play lands.
But in my Legacy, when Matt was taking all the lands, then you could ramp up your Engineered Explosives count.
To a different color.
Yeah. So, but definitely not a legal play.
So
don't do that.
Let's just go over Matt's quick sideboard. So 1 Marsh Casualties seems fine because you saw a lot of Bobs.
Bobs and Pyromancer, so
sure. 1 Toxic Deluge also seems good.
Seems good.
1 Diabolic.
It allows you to come back against a Burst of Phoenix.
1 Diabolic Edict, maybe unnecessary because he already has, I think, 1 main board. Ratchet Bomb I like. Engineering Explosives I actually don't like because if you are trying to fight against Bobs and Young Pyromancers, the Phoenixes will just kill you.
I mean, the explosives can wipe both of them away, but
3 Surgicals, those are snap coming in, right?
They're coming in.
1 Hydroblast, maybe. Maybe too narrow.
It's an interesting one.
2 Counterbalances, probably not gonna. Well, actually, there's a possibility, but I kind of doubt it. 2 Back to Basics and 2 Collective Brutalities. The Brutalities I actually like because you can kill
answers Bob.
You can kill Bobs, you can kill Phoenix, you can kill Pyromancer, you can also like just gain some life and also duress your opponent, take their Buried Alive very early, kind of stop that combo from happening. The Back to Basics, we didn't see Matt play Back to Basics that game 1.
Yeah, it got Thoughtseize away.
Maybe like it's
I
hard
don't
to
think
tell.
so.
It's hard to tell how greedy this Phoenix's mana base can be. Like Grixis Delver's mana basis was pretty greedy. It was like even current Grixis Delver, sometimes you see like 1 island. But Back to Basics can still be very, very strong as long as you can deal with the board state. But he is playing a lot of removal, so maybe it's like a play draw thing. It's a possibility.
I mean, I'll add my perspective on as a choke player, a resident choke expert. Usually you don't bring in your land cannot untap spell against a deck that could say, okay, that resolves. Here's 1 land, and now I'll kill you with it.
Oh, you're right.
So like 1 land, Dark Writ, like Buried Alive. What did your Back to Basics do? What did your choke do? nothing, then I kind of like leave it in the sideboard. But
Oh, there's 2 wastelands in Matt Sperling's deck.
I mean,
Huh.
it seems good in a blue-black deck. You can't really defend
I can't
against land strategies.
I just can't get over this basics.
the basic split, the snow-covered split.
They're still bothering me.
Yeah, that's we'll call that the Matt Sperling special.
I just realized his fetch lands. 1 Verdant, 1 Marsh Flats, 1 Bloodstained Mire, 1 Scalding Tarn, 1 Misty Ray Forest, 1 Flooded Strand.
Yeah, he really does not want to get got by Pithing Needle.
Interesting.
And we're off with a Ponder.
Oh, sweet. Terran Ponder, very traditional legacy start. Underground Sea Ponder. So I would assume on Michael's side he wants some type of like burst, some like combo-iness of his deck.
I mean, do you think? So if you were in Michael's spot, would you put Matt on? He's probably got a bunch of surgicals. Is my combo even good enough? If you're on Michael's position.
And actually, the 3 mana combo piece like Dark Red Buried Alive might just be too slow, especially because he saw Hymnotorox too.
I guess actually you can target surgical with some discard, so
that's true.
You can play around it. Play kind of like a pseudo storm game where you just set up, and then reveal your hand. Oh, it's not good enough. I'll kill you.
Yeah, so Matt's just gonna go Scalding Tarn go a little bit. His hand's pretty slow again, very land heavy. Another Jace. But I guess Matt's like, well, my hand is fine. I'm the control deck in this matchup. He just has to be careful not to get bursted out. Mike's gonna fetch a basic island. What is this? Ponder? 2 mana. Bob? Yep. Fetch. That's gonna get pushed on the spot.
It's interesting that Michael got a basic.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting.
And Matt, with the immediate disrespect, I do not have back to basics in my deck. Here is a basic. Oh, actually, he cannot get.
Oh, that's a Scalding Tarn. He
can't get basic.
Can't get basic swamp. So it has to get polluted, or has to get Underground Sea. All right, so Matt's turn drew. I think he drew a basic island.
Yeah. How many polluted deltas does Matt play?
1.
Okay, yeah.
No, 4.
Oh, okay.
He's playing 4 deltas.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'm on board with that.
Because get your awkward fetches out of the way.
Yeah, get your awkward fetches out. But if you really need, your blue-black lands, your polluted delta can do lots of heavy lifting, and then the rest of them, in a pinch, can get the duel.
This is a weird random thought while Michael's brainstorming here. It is because Matt Sperling's doing that the ChannelFireball is it good enough for Modern series? Is he in like the Brewers mentality? That's why he's playing like Blue Black Thief. And if he is, what in the world is Eric Virgo playing?
I don't know. I would love to see Eric Virgo, Matt Sperling feature match, mirror match.
They're both playing this Blue Black Thief deck.
Because the deck is fine, but it doesn't have that many answers to Thief of Sanity itself. So, it's a bit of a brew. It's come out.
Brainstorm.
Yeah, we're just cantripping, finding some combo pieces.
Are we gonna see like Dark Ritual Buried Alive?
Dark Red Buried Alive. I'd love to see it. I don't think
a braid.
Yeah.
I don't see. It's hard to say. It's hard to see from this angle. We can only hope. All right. Second brainstorm is done. Pass.
Yep.
Okay. So Matt draws.
So yeah, Matt is in a bit of a brew mentality, but we have seen some blue black decks crop up with this blue black thief strategy, and it's actually pretty interesting. I'd kind of prefer it to Grixis. We saw Carrie earlier with some Grixis, some red colors to go pair along with his thief.
Michael's gonna go ahead and preordain here. Double bottom. That was a really fast double bottom. Draw a card.
Are we just in try and hope for hardcast,
Another Bob.
hardcast Phoenix territory.
We might be. All right, so Matt's gonna go ahead. This is 100% Snapcast Fatal Push your Dark Confidant. So fetch my Black Source.
He could have fetched a basic on that one.
Could have got Basic Swamp.
So yeah, I think he's definitely signaling I do not have
Fatal Push your guy.
I do not have back to basics back in my deck.
Untap. Draw my card. Ooh, Liliana.
Ooh, Liliana.
Do you play Lily or play Jace?
Jace.
Yeah, it's just better.
Well, it's actually looking at Michael's it's really close. Looking at Michael's side of the field, I would 100% assume that Michael's going to slam an Arclight Phoenix, which would kill my Jace.
So you would plus Jace?
So no, Lily, when she pluses or when she activates, her normal effect, you're not really going to go down. She can survive that hit, whereas Jace, you would probably just automatically brainstorm. So it's really close.
Well, I think if Michael has another Bob or a Young Pyromancer, having that Lily active next turn is a lot better than just kind of going 3 mana Liliana plus no value go.
Yeah, I guess just using your mana better with the Jace.
A bit more efficient. Then he has the Jace.
And if Jace resolves, or if you find a Force Will, or if you find a Surgical, Jace is definitely better.
Or like a backup Jace. So if Michael goes like Red Source, Arclight Phoenix, attack your Jace to clear it, you can just slam another Jace. Right, passes it back.
Looked like Michael was inquiring some judge question.
So see, is that a Buried Alive? I think that's Buried Alive. So Red Source. So this, it's just so much wheel spinning. I just feel so bad. 4 mana, Arclight Phoenix. Attack your Jace.
Kill your Jace.
Yep, there goes Jace.
So yeah, that's the line that I was worried about by playing the Jace.
Alright, pass.
But we got our value out of our brainstorm.
Well, the nice thing about Liliana, Baleful Strix clear answers Arclight Phoenix super well.
Yeah, if you're on just hard casting them, Baleful Strix is gonna ruin your day.
The nice thing I like about Liliana against Arclight Phoenix is because there's already one in play. Lily plussing on the Arclight Phoenix just makes it a flying 1/1. We're just like, whatever. Right?
Yeah.
And then it doesn't put it in the graveyard. It doesn't enable any like weird burst shenanigans.
That's actually a pretty decent answer. Is
just making it a 1/1 permanently.
Yeah. -2/-1 your creature.
Thoughtseize you.
Thoughtseize you. Soon to be followed up by a Hymn to Turak, I believe. It's either him or if your hand is bad, I'll just Liliana you.
Michael's really thinking about this. Is this a brainstorming response, maybe?
Maybe. I think this is actually the interesting scenario of you have 3 mana. Do you Thoughtseize or him first? And Matt says, I want to Thoughtseize just in case you have Phoenixes and I don't want to put them in the bin.
Oh yeah, you want the selection over just kind of like the quantity. Ooh, Surgical.
Surgical you.
Surgical your...
Brainstorm or Jace?
Huh.
It's not going to be the fetch lands. Those are going to be one-ups, as we saw. Brainstorm or Jace? Brainstorm or Jace? Brainstorm or Jace? Richard?
The correct choice is Brainstorm, right? That's the correct choice. But I would, sitting there... The Jace... Okay, it's probably 100% Brainstorm, right? But... Nothing's being... he's surgicaling...
I think
Jace?
Yeah. Matt is not doing it for him, so
okay,
Matt's just saying. Right,
I think if it was surgical target brainstorm, he would have probably just fired off that brainstorm.
Exactly.
Right, but because it's surgical targeting Jace, he's like, sure. Like, I don't really see in a world where taking the Jace is super important.
Dark Ret Fork Bolt. I don't think you're worried about either one of these.
Take the Fork Bolt. Protect your Snapcaster.
Yeah, you can have mana.
Yeah, because if he wants to play Baleful Strix, the Fork Bolt can knock out both of them.
I think he just wants to play Liliana now.
Did he play land for turn?
No, he has not.
Right, so scoop up his cards.
Hey, that freshly shuffled deck. Let's shuffle it again.
I think he's just gonna play Baleful Strix here.
Why has this guy brought in Surgical? great question. I think I can provide some insight. Surgical is surgical protection.
Yeah, you can surgical your own Phoenix in response to your opponent surgically your Phoenixes.
Yeah, and you just get rid of one of your Phoenixes instead of all.
It's
all
also
four.
it's also a free spell as your third spell to trigger Phoenixes.
True. I mean, Matt is playing a Snapcaster deck, so you can disrupt Snapcaster. It can just be your third spell, or you can defend against other surgicals.
So we see a Baleful Strix for Matt here, which holds back the R-like Phoenix. Matt's at a healthy 16, so he's not too worried about like a 4-mana Lightning Bolt each turn. But Lotus Petal.
If Michael attacks, do you think Matt blocks?
I would just take the 3.
Yeah, I would just say no blocks.
Yeah.
I think that's potentially. I think Michael could get that read, and he's just missing out on points by not attacking.
So Matt's gonna go in Brainstorm. So Jace Vryn's Prodigy 2 lands. So definitely 2 lands back.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask. Do you think JVP is still in?
100% yes.
100% the Sperling special.
If you're willing to play one of main board, you want to leave it in all the time as long as possible.
What was the command? Ojitai's command?
Oh yeah.
There was some heyday where
I loved that deck. That deck was the best. I grinded PPTQs and GPs with that deck. I loved that deck.
I think everyone grinded that deck.
Yeah.
It was just like the grinder's grind deck.
Okay, Matt attacked with just Snapcaster Mage, and Michael said, "Yeah, sure, I'll trade you to Snapcaster Mage."
It's interesting that you would rather block instead of try and get rid of Baleful Strix or deal 3 damage.
Attack Lily.
I think
I would
Michael
minus get back Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah.
Because he knows those 2 lands are there. Whoa. He knows those 2 lands are there from our previous Brainstorm, and he's just going to go ahead and deploy it.
Here's JVP. And Michael says, "I'm going to draw a card. Brainstorm.
It's a good start.
Okay.
When you're in a pickle, Brainstorm is.
He already has. He has a dead quote unquote Dark Ritual, but it does.
Right. Dark Ritual. Buried alive.
Oh man!
Is this?
That was the sickest Brainstorm.
1, 2, 3 Phoenixes
to go along with the 4th Phoenix.
I would like to go to combat.
So here we go. Swing for 12.
Right. Trigger.
I think you just swing all of them at face.
I would do the conservative is 2 at Lily and then 2 at you. That's the conservative one. So you can trade the 1 and Matt can preserve his life total, and he's just gonna lose the Liliana.
Yeah, but Matt just takes 3, and then you don't have lethal next turn.
Oh, yeah. How is Matt gonna fight back? Another land. Wow.
Well, he does have JVP.
All right, draw a card. That's surgical. Little late.
Yeah.
Discard a card. He gets a flashback off of this Jace, but flashback Brainstorm maybe?
I guess Brainstorm is our best.
Brainstorm, Thoughtseizes don't do anything.
So Matt just needs to find a sweeper effect.
There's Toxic Deluge in his deck. There's
a Deluge.
Deluge, Marsh Casualties. He does have enough to Brainstorm kick Marsh Casualties, right? If he plays a land. Because it's
correct.
3, 4, 5, 6 for Brainstorm. Oh yeah, he has exactly enough if that isn't out. Or just finding a Toxic Deluge. Ratchet Bomb's too slow. EE doesn't clear the Phoenixes because they're 4 mana.
He could shrink a Phoenix. I think that's what he's trying to figure out. Does he want to shrink? Because I think it's clear that his best card to flashback is Brainstorm. I don't think he has a Ponder.
Well, if he makes a Phoenix a 1,
yeah, he
a
doesn't
1,
have a Ponder.
2. So he's gonna minus target Brainstorm, flashback to Brainstorm. You do have to pay for it. 1, 2, 3. Deluge? Him, land, Fatal Push.
Land, Fatal Push is fine. Actually, Fatal Push, Snap, Fatal Push, and then Surgical, all of them. He's just down to 1 Phoenix.
Is that enough mana for that?
Yeah,
it's
4 mana to.
He's gonna pass. Oh, he's gonna do all of this during Michael's combat phase, probably, just so that Michael doesn't get a trigger if he like spirals out of control with cantrips or something. So attack your face. 3, 6, 9. So that's 9 points coming in.
Yeah. So I think it's gonna be fetch to trigger Revolt, push a Phoenix, snap, push another Phoenix, and then I guess he doesn't need to surgical on Michael's turn, but he has the surgical to get rid of all of these Phoenixes.
Yeah, I think Matt's hand is if he if this is sequenced correctly, it's very, very good. So there goes a Phoenix. There goes a Snapcaster. There goes another Phoenix. And he can clear all 3 Phoenixes with his Surgical, and he can just pay mana for it. He doesn't have to pay life.
Oh, yeah.
Matt's just going to untap.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Michael did not draw any, like, powerful follow-up to go with that.
Liliana the Veil? That seems fine. Minus, get rid of the Phoenix. Now, I think Matt is holding on to the Surgical as a bit of an insurance policy.
Yeah, I think there's no reason for him to actually play it right now. Phoenix is a trigger, and it's on the beginning of combat step, so Matt could always just respond to that. That trigger won't surprise him. It won't.
Yeah.
And Michael cannot like force that trigger to happen at any weird speed.
Yeah. So it is.
If there's a discard spell, Matt can just Surgical. I guess Matt could get disrupted by Michael's own Surgical, like we said.
Another land for Michael.
Another
here.
land.
Oh.
Yeah. It's
Is that
killer.
10.
All these hymns.
Those are the. Now, Matt Sperling originally put 2 Hymn to Taurus back because, well, they're kind of unnecessary. But now it's fodder for Liliana.
It's pretty good when you have a Liliana in
Yeah,
play.
it's like, oh, this card's bad. I can just discard it with this Lily now. Plus up this Jace. Oh, okay. It's been a while. Do you remember what Jace Telepath Unbound's ultimate is?
Yeah. It's mill 5 cards every time you cast a spell. It's either 5 or 10.
I think it's 10. It's
Is it
some
10?
absurd amount. Or maybe it's. You know, I'm gonna look it up.
I think it's 5.
Jace, comma.
I think it's exile the cards.
I think they're exile. I don't think they're mill. Transform. Whenever you cast a spell, target opponent puts the top 5 cards of his library into his graveyard. Okay, so it's just mill.
So yeah, mill 5. Matt finally decides, okay, enough is enough. Here's my Surgical. Oh, in response to a Thoughtseize.
Okay, yeah, and last card in Matt's hand is his land. So Michael just shocked himself.
Yeah, shocked himself, and Matt paid mana. So
and this should wrap up this game, unless Michael has some like insane turn where he can like play a Pyromancer and then make a bunch of guys.
You know what would be like an insane turn? Something like steal your permanent. So like steal your Jace.
Oh, what's that? What's that new mind control? Mass
manipulation?
Mass manipulation.
Oh my god, that would be insane right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So steal both your planeswalkers. And then yeah, plus on your Snapcaster so it doesn't attack. So it's like pseudo is a 3 for 1.
Oh. I know that card will almost never see Legacy play, but that would be so sweet right now.
I mean, why not?
You're right, he's playing Grixis Phoenixes.
He's playing Grixis Phoenix, a deck that could kill, basically on effectively turn 1, but not like coming across the finish line until at least turn 2. Yeah, why not play this quad blue double X spell for when you just really grind out.
So Matt found the Baleful Strix, which drew him a Thief of Sanity, and he's just gonna sit back here.
Mokener, we don't have any deck list commands. If you're interested in any deck list, just ask us. We'll let you know.
Is Matt Sperling a Twitter guy? He's pretty active on Twitter.
Yeah, he's
right?
a Twitter guy.
Yeah, just at Matt Sperling.
I think if you check Matt Sperling's Twitter, he probably posted his own deck list.
Look at this! Look at this spicy brew I'm bringing. All right, Matt wins over Grixis Phoenix playing Blue-Black Thief, and we've only seen one Thief of Sanity.
It was good enough.
This was a fun match. I enjoyed this.
That was pretty good. So thoughts: Thief of Sanity, Gurmag Angler, or True Name Nemesis?
Which one's better, or which one would I prefer to play?
So you have some number of Snapcaster mages, and then you want to add one of these cards as a threat.
Oh, god damn it! I keep hitting the wrong button.
What is your first card, and then up to how many do you go?
I would probably number one would probably be True Names.
So your first card is gonna be True Name.
Yes.
Your second card is gonna be True Name. You're gonna have 2 True Names. You're gonna start diversifying.
I'll go 2 True Names. True Names just so good.
2 True Name. Okay, then.
Probably Thief of Sanity.
Then so you got 2 True Name, 1 Thief.
I would do like 2 True Names, 2 Thieves. I just don't think Gurmag Angler is great right now.
Why not?
Swords to Plowshares.
Swords decks. Okay.
It's just like the 1 mana 5/5 body is great, but we're in a meta of baleful Strixes and just kind of like young Pyromancer throw bodies in front of it. It just gets fogged too easily now, and like True Name is just a busted Magic card, and Thief of Sanity is sweet. And it's also a very good Magic card because I keep losing to it in limited because my opponents keep drafting them and then I never get to open them.
If you are facing off against a Thief of Sanity in limited, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It, there's very few cards that like give you the feeling of there is a chance that I could win this game, so I have to keep playing.
Yeah.
But with this card, your opponents are using your cards against you. So like you say, oh, my theory is I could draw to this out, but if my opponent ever draws that out himself,
yeah.
it's like
it's like a stab in the heart where it's just like, oh, okay, this is my out. My opponent clocks me with a Thief of Sanity and he finds my out.
Yeah.
And it's just like
sometimes you're playing a game of limited and there's just like one huge, it's like a sledgehammer just right on your head. It's like, here's my hack rat. And you're just like, you know what? It happens. But like Thief of Sanity, like the game is gonna go on and on and on, and you're gonna lose. I think it was what event was that? I think it may have been a Grand Prix where someone played a Thief of Sanity. This was in limited.
Yeah.
Someone played a Thief of Sanity, passed to their opponent. Their opponent looked at their hand. They had like 4 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Instantly scooped. Just said like, this game is unwinnable at this point. I cannot answer the Thief. The Thief is just going to grind out value.
I've had a lot of those matches like that.
It's just
too.
a wasted game.
I've had a lot of those matches where it's just like, opponent goes, turn 3 Thief of Sanity. And I don't have a blocker. I don't have a removal spell.
Yeah.
One hit later, and they exile a card, and then they put a creature and a removal spell into my graveyard. The game's over.
Yeah, we're just gonna.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, so you can totally blame this on us if there's Matt Sperling gets like 20 messages about his blue-black Thief of Sanity deck. I'm okay with that. But yeah, go message Matt Sperling about his sweet blue-black Thief deck. Also check out his video with Eric Virgo about cards that are too good for Modern that they're testing for some reason.
Yeah. Well, just trying to explore the Modern format and find out can we invigorate Modern with these direct legacy cards?
Modern's in a really weird place because it's a really powerful format with like the reason it's really powerful because there isn't a lot of interaction. So how far can we push that where it's just not fun anymore?
Modern to me it just feels like just like people drag racing with their awesome powerful things. Just like try not to interact and do your own degenerate thing.
It's a lot of street racing.
So is it like is Food Chain too powerful for Modern? It's like
it's nice to test. You never know.
I just like on the face of it, probably not, because like it's like people are doing Tron things, people are doing Dredge things, people are doing Phoenix things.
Miss Hollow Griffin does exist in Modern. It's just there's no outlet for it.
It does. Also, Eternal Scourge is.
Yeah.
Mist Hollow.
Yeah. I mean, Food Chain is a deck in Legacy because of those 2 cards.
Yeah.
And if we introduce that to Modern, like.
Yeah, the one difficulty that the guys have had, or people suggesting cards for them to try, is people have to remember, unfortunately, what cards are on the reserve list.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, you guys should try that, and they're like,
it's on the reserve list.
Reserve list card.
All this brewing is like really, really making me want to like pick up some cards and just start testing some stuff.
I mean, I really think I've been thinking this for a while, and just go with me, humor me. Modern, not my format of choice.
Okay, that's fine.
I think Mill is a weird deck, and I think the one creature that it plays, Hedron Crab.
Yes.
I think you can just get rid of that.
Play something better.
Just go creatureless. Just go blue-black control with a Mill win condition.
That seems completely reasonable. I think I've
And
actually
then
seen
you hit
them.
him with the Thief of Sanity in the sideboard. You get him game 2 and game 3. Just really just like...
So this would be at like a 3 to 4 round modern weekday grinder. You sit down.
No.
No. So
this is at the next Magic Fest.
No, we're going for the long.
This is going
con.
at MC London. Just Mythic Championship. You just drop down the Thief of Sanity in the sideboard.
You have to go for the long con. You have to go on a Twitter and a Reddit rant about how much Hedron Crab is a bad card in the mill deck. And you just say Hedron Crab is terrible and you should just go creatureless. And then you sit down, you play in a match, and you just slam a Thief of Sanity.
Yeah, and they just have no answer. They sideboard it out. All the removal. They're just like, I don't know what to do.
You gotta constantly talk throughout the entire match how much you hate creatures and you don't want creatures in your deck.
Yeah. And
you go 3 mana Thief of Sanity. The long con.
It's a pretty long con. All right, so we had a question. Any mono blue? What was the question? Is there any mono blue?
I would assume wizards.
Terramander.
Oh, Terramander.
No, there are, some blue-red Terramanders along with some Delvers. We call that deck Delver.
I think the mono blue versions is more of like a popper style deck. Because
I think it's interesting if you want to run back to basics in your Delver deck. I think that's a way to do it.
That is true.
I don't really know if you need what is the draw of being mono blue?
Yeah, you're giving up a
other
lot.
Than back to basics, what is the draw?
You're giving up a lot of power. Like Pyroblast is just like a staple of the format, and sometimes just Lightning Bolt.
I mean, the draw of being red is Lightning Bolt, end. Almost that much. Like Young Pyromancer now is really powerful, really popular, but you just need some removal spell, some answer for any turn 1 play that they do.
Oh, mono blue aggro should be more viable in modern. I can kind of see it. But you lose the strength of what makes mono blue is Brainstorm, Ponder, these cantrips.
Brainstorm, Ponder, Preordain, which too powerful for modern.
Or even if we're talking about like Popper, you get Gush, you get Foil. These
Yeah.
really powerful blue cards, which makes defines blue. Where if you play mono blue in modern, you don't have that, and you just kind of
All right, quick hit. Modern Horizon.
Okay.
Yes or no? Force of Will.
Oh, 100% no.
100% no.
100% no.
Days.
I'm 50-50. I would like to see Days in Modern.
50% no.
I would like to
no.
see Days in Modern because I think it wouldn't affect it, but it's hard to say. It can also just destroy the format. It's
I think the biggest worry for me is Modern has a lot of degeneracy, and really we don't know what would destroy the format.
Yeah.
No one knows what would destroy the format. The format is it is self-correcting, but it's almost not self-correcting enough. It's when new things are printed that are legacy legal, a lot of things change, and a lot of Arclight Phoenix deck.
Yeah.
A lot of people understand how it reacts. Maybe they hold on to their surgicals or add some more surgicals.
The card pool in Legacy makes it so that you're able to kind of test with more theories because you just have a lot of these weird cards that interact in weird ways. Where Modern, you don't really have that.
So, I mean, Legacy just always has the fallback of, I will do my plan, and then force a will whatever you tried to do.
Yeah.
I will play turn 1 Delver, and then force your play, and hopefully I can kill you, with 7 swings.
Yes. It is the pillar of the format.
So, I don't know how to add things to Modern without breaking them, because there's no force of will check. There's no days check.
There's no Wasteland. Legacy has checks and balances built into it as a format, but Modern doesn't.
So I think as soon as you consider any free counterspells for Modern, you are running the risk of just flipping the entire script, because then now decks have a test and they have a check for anything that's really degenerate. Just all right, I'm going to play my Spell Pierces and my Dazes and my Force Wills.
The fear for Days for a long time was, I'm a big proponent of putting Days into Modern, but the big fear is that it takes a certain style of deck and it makes it too strong. Like
Mhm.
the Delver, like can you imagine Blue Black Shadow with Daze in Modern? It would be
That-
very, very good.
That would be even better than it is, and some people think it's really good right
Yeah,
now.
people think that like Blue Black Shadow it's fallen down and it's come back up again. If you introduce Daze to that, it just makes it too good.
Yeah.
But what if we just break the format again? It's happened like 3 times, right? dig through time, Treasure Cruise, even what was that card? I forgot. Grave Troll coming back off the ban list and then back on the ban list. But
I don't think that was Grave Troll's fault. I think at the time, unbanning it was fair.
Oh,
and
it
correct.
was
And then rebanning it was fair. And
was that 3/3 zombie? Prize Amalgam.
Prize Amalgam?
It was Prize Amalgam, right? That was the card that kind of like pushed it over.
I think it was Prized Amalgam, but then later the Cathartic Reunion.
Oh, that too.
I think like once Dredge got that tool, they're just like, so you're telling me I could discard this card from my hand and then instantly dredge it for 6?
Yes.
And then rebuy it and dredge it for another 6 if there's, another one.
The funny thing about Cathartic Reunion is we saw that. Like we saw that from miles away.
Yeah.
That was the first thing people brought up. And then it's like, well, I guess Grave Troll's too good now. But on the flip side of that, look at Bitter Blossom. Like people love playing Bitter Blossom, these fairies tempo style decks. It's not destroying the format. It's very good. Sometimes it's terrible.
So here's sort of like a rule that I think you can live by for Modern.
Yeah.
If it's fair, if it's grindy, and if it's part of a 2-card combo that costs more than 3 mana, I think
It'd
it's
be
like
good.
it's like probably fine for Modern.
I think
Not
so too.
too good for Modern.
Like, the more loops you make make players try to go through to make
Yeah.
something work, the less likely it is to be absurdly broken.
I think, yeah, if you can just think of any possible card that you want for Modern Horizons, you just say, is it good in a fair interactive deck? You're just like, it's fine for the format. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to get played, though.
Yeah.
Because Modern is really fast.
And that's what people also said about like Rhythm of the Wilds, that it made like Rhythm of the Wilds and Vanifar like became the pod is back. And I honestly played it for like 2 days, and it was.
I think Vanifar has the power level. I think people just don't want to put in the time into that type of deck anymore.
Yeah,
Like-
it's kind of done and gone.
Yeah, I think people are just kind of like, I don't think this is good anymore. They might be right, but I don't think people are testing it enough. That just
What about? Okay, so while we're talking about Modern Horizons, we're not really talking about reprints because that's boring. Like we've done that for like years. We're talking about new cards that hit the ground because this is a This is a set printing cards for Modern and Eternal formats, but it's not meant for Eternal formats. But it's like it's gonna hit Modern. So we have like 2 mediocre Planeswalkers that got spoiled.
did one of them?
Sarah Benevolent.
The other one wasn't a Planeswalker. It was Cabal Therapist.
Oh, Cabal Therapist, which is
Yeah.
terrible. Because it's Cabal Therapy on a creature, but it triggers on your upkeep, and I think the card's just bad. But
I wish it was. I mean, Carpet of Flowers has a terrible template, but I wish it was on either one of your beginning main phases and could only trigger once. Like, if it could just say if it was on your second main phase. Why does it have to be your pre-combat? So you have to
Yeah.
wait an entire turn cycle.
the fact that it's one whole turn cycle is the reason I think that card is bad.
Yeah. All you needed to do to like push that card, and I don't think it would be that busted to just say at the beginning of your post-combat main phase.
Or like during one of your main phases.
No.
Or no, during one of.
No, not during, because then it wouldn't trigger.
You're right.
It's like
okay.
an option. It's like a Carpet of Flowers. Like, do I want to add this? I'm during my phase. Do I want to
Right.
like mid phase want to?
Right, and Carpet of Flowers is like bad templating from like an age long gone.
Yeah. Any chance for snow duels? In a word, no. In more than one word, we will not answer why. if you don't know why, then yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Though I would like to see the other cycle of the bicycling lands.
So like the fetid pools.
Yeah.
Type. Okay.
Like because I just really like
Sure.
those cards as a design because I think they're fine and they're not like they're like fine, but
So,
it also isn't played in Modern at all.
All right. I'll put you to the test. I just gave you one.
Okay.
Name the other 4.
Oh, the bicycling lands.
Yeah.
So
the ones from Amonkhet, right?
Yeah,
Or...
the ones from Amonkhet.
So yeah, I just named one.
You named so Fetid Pools.
Fetid Pools.
Sheltered, not Thicket, because that's the mono green one.
He says he likes these cards.
I do like the cards. I don't know the names.
Can't even name them.
No. I can barely name anything. Okay, I take back my statement.
Take back everything. There's
oh, what about another
blue-white
cycle
one, right?
of like the future sight lands?
No.
Like most of them are bad, except for Grove and Canopy. Like,
did it have a full cycle?
no, it's only half, right?
Or did it have a full like five guild cycle?
Yes, but we're missing the other half.
So what were they?
Horizon Canopy.
Yep.
Nimbus Maze. That blue-black one that's really terrible.
Oh, that one's pretty cool. So is it not Secluded Glen? It's the one where if you played it this turn, it's black.
And if you tap it regardless, it makes blue or something like that.
Yeah. Any word?
We're starting to round up right now.
Oh.
Any you guys really want? Alan Lewis, 3-0.
Alan Wu? Yeah,
we can get him.
Is he positive?
3-0.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. So.
You?
Yeah, sounds good.
And we know what he's on.
Well, I know. Opponent and everything.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna get Alan. Oh, River of Tears. Thank you.
Yeah. River of Tears.
Grove, Canopy, River of Tears, Nimbus Maze. What's that last one? Oh, that red-black one. That's terrible. Right? It's a red-black one.
I'll have to defer to you on that. I didn't even know it was a cycle.
Whatever. It's bad and nobody plays.
I think. I think the idea of them is really interesting to make like a cycle that's not fundamentally this card does this times 5.
It's like it's a color shift, time shift type of thing.
He's most like Jay, not Josie.
Jay?
Jay.
Okay. Topping it together.
Oh, okay. Oh, that Jay. I know that Jay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we have our round. Oh, we're in 4 now, right?
We're in 4.
Okay. So are you guys gonna look at an empty board for a little bit as I slowly change things? So we have
GP top 8 competitor Joseph, also known as J Trojan, and we don't know sides yet. Unless we just got a peek.
I would assume he's putting it this way, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Well,
AN.
Chris's keyboard.
So it looks like we definitely have a battle on our hands, and the battle is not just reading Alan Wu's handwriting. It is a battle though.
It's WU, right?
Yeah, WU.
All right, I'm gonna double check. I have no idea. I can't tell.
Cannot tell. Impossible to tell. We do not have the technology.
Worst case scenario, they are.
I think. Does Alan like to? Oh, that's a J Trojan.
All right, that's J. Okay. So J's on that.
I think Alan likes to use those sleeves.
Did I spell that right?
Trojan. Like.
Damn it.
Like from Troy. JAN.
Save. And Alan Wu. Save. So Alan is our
PT25 champion.
Oh, I look at that paper and I just like.
Yeah, it's miracles.
And then we have versus
Sneak and Show.
All right. Okay, so this is actually a very, very interesting matchup. On paper, Miracles loses this matchup quite easily.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hard fought battle from Alan's side. Do we have Beseju's main deck?
No. One basic mountain. Beseju in the sideboard.
Okay. Alan does have 2 back to basics, so if he can weather the storm, he can maybe.
Now, if I remember correctly, Jay played Infect for a while. And
I don't know.
because I think I might be getting the wrong face mixed up, but he was in GP Seattle a while ago, and he was playing Infect. But I guess he's moved over to Sneak and Show. Infect actually is falling out of favor too. Just a lot of removal spells.
Is there a reason why we stream to Twitch? Because
I-
kind of what the comment just replied to you. Because Twitch is generally a better format for us to stream to share videos, to record stuff.
Also, we kind of have no say in it. They just ask us to go sit in a box and talk about Magic.
True. I can just add the point that generally speaking, people prefer Twitch.
Okay, so Alan goes.
Alan went with a Ponder. So Alan, who played Death and Taxes at PT 25. Was it called PT 25? PT. It was like
Magic Mythic Championships. No, that was PT 25, right?
Was it just called 25?
I think it was just called 25.
He is not playing his mono white deck.
Yeah, he's
today.
not playing tried and true Death and Taxes. Though he played it at the last 3K.
Yeah.
This actually says a lot about kind of Death and Taxes and its place in the meta right now. If someone who was like the Death and Taxes player decided not to play it.
It either says something about the strength of Death and Taxes or the strength of Miracles. Maybe he just thinks Miracles is a better position right now.
Possibly. I've also heard a lot of people say Miracles is not in a good position, but it's hard to say. We're in a relatively small sample size too, 107 people. Ooh, so Jay just going Volcanic Island.
Relatively
pass.
small, but yeah. Again, pretty big.
So on Jay's side, playing Sneak and Show against Miracles, he's gonna play it a little bit slower here. He wants to be able to land a Haymaker, but be able to protect it on its way down. When your opponent has Island Plains, it screams Miracles. So assuming that there's permission spells you have to kind of deal with. Ooh, AK for 1 to draw Cancel Judgment.
Another AK. So we're good on cards, and we have a Force, so that's actually pretty good because we're going to need some cards to fight some big battles.
We are in Santa Clara, California.
We are in sunny Santa Clara, California. Where's that, do you ask? Look it up on a map.
It's outside of San Jose.
Basically not really known for much, and if you happen to be a sports fan,
right, so Jay brainstormed, Alan AK'd in response.
Was that relevant? Do we have possible Spell Pierce? We do have one Spell Pierce, one Counter Spell, one Supreme Verdict.
All right, fetch for Jay,
and one Mentor. So
get another Volcanic. So he's looking for Soul Lands. They usually play.
I think he has Soul Lands in hand.
Yeah, so there's 2 mainboard Flusterstorms.
I think he has Soul Lands, but he just doesn't have any combo pieces.
And then 1 Jace the Mind Sculptor, and is that a red element? Is that a Pyroblast?
No, he's ready to go.
No, it's a Sneak and Show.
He does have Sneak, and he does have Gristlebrand.
And he has
Emrakul.
Yeah. So he's got the Soul Land,
so he's gonna show down.
Yeah, you just go Ancient Tomb, Show and Tell. If there's a permission spell,
Sneak.
Oh, interesting.
What are the records? Alan, we know, is on 3-0. And
I assume Jay is also 3-0.
Yeah, we assume Jay is also 3-0.
Ooh, Force. And Jay's going to Force back. So I don't like him playing the Sneak Attack over the Show and Tell, because Sneak Attack, even though it's a little bit more expensive, with an additional land drop is a lot better if your Show and Tell doesn't go through. If he is anticipating Alan having a lot of permission because he hasn't really played a lot, then I can understand why he's putting the Sneak Attack into play. But sometimes Show and Tell putting in a Gristlebrand is just enough to win you the game. So it's about kind of hitting threat after threat after threat after threat until he can't answer anymore, and something will stick. So
Alan AK'd for 3 now. So it looks like. So in Jay's hand, we have 4 cards. One of them is Show, one of them is Emrakul, one of them is Gristlebrand.
He has I think a Fluster in his hand.
Does he have Fluster? I don't think he has Fluster.
Oh, he doesn't have Fluster.
No, he has Fetchland.
So that's probably why he led on that Sneak Attack. But Alan is sculpting his hand, and at this point, he's just kind of, a little bit careful. He's going to play his Counterbalance here, because Counterbalance is okay in this matchup. There's a lot of 1s in Sneak and Show, like a lot of cantrips, a lot of 1s.
All right, I think the game is going to decide on what creature Jay tries to put in. If he puts in
take 2.
Emrakul can get answered. If he puts in Gristlebrand, he draws 7.
Brainstorm off that counterbalance. Definitely putting Gristlebrand.
I mean, it is an option. It is a choice. Alan says, "Nah,
Yeah,
I decline."
I have no permanence to put in. I'm gonna put in his Gristlebrand. He's gonna pass. So now he's just waiting. So Alan has the Swords of Plowshares in his hand. If he plows the Gristlebrand, Jay can just draw 7 cards.
I draw 14 cards.
Or even draw 14 cards and go down to 1 life.
But then you go back up to 8.
You'll go back up to 8. So it's a favorable trade for Jay because somewhere in those 14 cards there should be another Haymaker. He just has to be a little bit worried about the counterbalance, but in general the counterbalance he doesn't have to worry too much about. Just like kind of keep it in the back of his mind.
I think Gristlebrand shows why, like, Alan right now is probably a little frustrated. He had some forces, had some ways to answer, dropped this counterbalance, didn't get lucky, and now he's just going to get outclassed by this 2-card combo of, here's my Gristlebrand.
Right, so plow,
Swords.
-7.
Draw 7.
I wonder if he's going to go for the full 14. Oh, he's going to respond to the -7. Is that a Brainstorm?
Brainstorm.
Maybe hope to find another plow? No, there's a Jace. That doesn't do anything.
He gets a force.
Force has an emergency button here.
Well, I assume that Jay is going to try and... Wait, Jay goes down to 6?
Did he hold... Wait, he was at 15, right?
Maybe they didn't get Ancient Tomb damage.
Huh. I'm going to assume the life totals are correct. But it's hard to say. Well, definitely drew 7 cards. Alright, so there's a Pierce, but Pierce doesn't do much.
Yeah, Jay's probably looking for force, so Alan has force back.
There's another Show and Tell in his hand, and there's another Gristlebrand. So maybe he just lets this one go and just do it again?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of my frustration with Gristlebrand is it invalidates everything.
Brainstorm.
You get a Gristlebrand in play, and then you just draw 7.
Oh, found a Fluster. And a Sneak Attack. Wow. So next turn, he can even just let this Gristlebrand die.
Yeah.
Next turn,
you
go
just...
Island, Show and Tell, have Fluster Stone ready, put in Sneak Attack, activate it. And there's a Lotus Petal too. He's
like a win.
He's like 100. Like apparently, just drawing a lot of cards is wins you the game.
And Alan's at 15, so you could just annihilate 6. Also your face.
All right. So fetch, get an island. Is he gonna fluster this Swords of Plowshares? Just kind of like seal the deal.
I don't think he needs to fluster.
I don't think he needs to fluster either. But if he's worried about multiple plows, no, multiple plows doesn't do it. Huh. I wonder what Jay's trying to play around.
I don't think he needs to fluster because you win if you resolve Sneak Attack.
Oh, there he goes.
Yeah,
Let's go. And it is exiled on the graveyard. And he does gain 7 life. And Jay's hand is well equipped for this next turn here.
Yeah.
Untap.
He's stacked.
Draw. There's a city too. Ooh. I think he needs the island, right? So pedal first.
He could hardcast Sneak.
Island. So I would lean on playing Show and Tell first, just because it's a little bit more efficient. 2, 4. Oh, he's just gonna play Sneak. So I guess playing Sneak plays around like Flusterstorm. Counterspell? No, Snapcaster.
Brainstorm. Just let this resolve. Fluster. He has Fluster and Spell Pierce.
So
and he still has the mana to activate.
Brainstorm. If I was there, I would pierce that Brainstorm.
Why? You have Fluster and Spell Pierce.
Oh, he's just holding it all back.
Yeah. You just let Alan make the first move and then knock him down.
I guess every spell. Ooh.
Oh, wait a minute.
Ooh, found a Jace off that counterbalance.
Wait a minute. I forgot that this could get countered.
Oh, no.
Oh, in that case, yeah.
Miscalculated.
Sorry, my bad. Forgot that there was a counterbalance still in play.
Yeah. You forget about.
I thought it was just all rolled up.
In this matchup, you forget about counterbalance a lot. That's why it just kind of sneaks up on you. If he pierced, there is a small chance that the counterbalance finds a 1, and then the brainstorm resolves, and you find the Jace, and you kill the sneak attack. But I think Jay is still well equipped here.
Yeah,
when Alan's fighting the good fight. This is a Jace now.
It sneaks up on you.
Spell pierce your Jace, yeah.
All right. Spell pierce that.
No, he can't. He can't force the spell pierce, right?
Yeah, I don't think he can.
Preordain. Interesting that he's playing the Preordain and not holding on to it as the blue card for force. Maybe he's trying to find something.
I think he's just trying to set up a 3 on top of his deck and hopefully draw a blue spell.
Yeah, set up the counterbalance.
I think he's just.
Ooh, that is scary. Your opponent has a counterbalance in play. Preordains leaves both on top.
Yeah, draws 1.
So now, what do? All right. You don't trigger counterbalance here. You hide it.
Yeah. So even if that was blind, you definitely don't trigger. You just hope that you have a 3 on top, and then when he casts a 3, you reveal the bad news.
So the magic number for Jay here is he has to choose between 3 or 4. There's been 2 sneak attacks so far, so there's a high possibility that Alan floated a 3, but if he somehow finds like another sneak attack and plays a 4 and there's a floor, he gets blown out.
There's a show.
So there's a show and tell.
Alan is not quick to go to reveal.
Trigger counterbalance.
Unfortunately, there's a Flusterstorm, so even if...
Alright, Force, Pitch, Brainstorm.
Even if there's a 1 on top, Alan just gets beat by Fluster.
Yeah. Trigger, or cast my Fluster, all targets on Force. Lets it go. Wow, there's an Emrakul.
Oh, there's Council's Judgment in hand.
Uh-oh.
There's Council's Judgment in hand.
And Council's Judgment does not target and doesn't care
about
Emrakul.
So what is the card on top?
I don't know. What do you put?
It's a land.
Council's Judgment?
Oh, okay, flip.
I would like to vote on your Emrakul.
Wait. Oh, Jay has Force but no blue card.
He used it earlier to... Oh, no, that was a Fluster he used.
Jay has Force but no blue card.
Uh-oh. Things are spiraling out of control a bit here.
What has happened in this game? Alan's just like, I don't know. I don't know, man.
Brainstorm. Trigger.
Back to basics.
So back to basics right now is not good. Because Jay can just opt not to use his Volcanics and his Soul Lands until he needs to slam a fatty. There's a Jace. Do you just play Jace?
Is it Jace from Jay?
Yeah, he's got 1 mainboard Jace. So, looks like a Ponder. Alan's gonna fetch in response. I guess he's looking for a blind counterbalance flips.
Is he casting a spell?
There's Jay's cast a Preordain right now, and I assume it's on the stack.
Wait, then he should put it on the stack and not in the graveyard. Come on, Jay. You're a legacy player.
Yeah. Counterspell.
Counterspell.
Doesn't counter the Preordain, but it's a very good card to find. Double bottom. That was a very fast double. Omniscience.
Omniscience.
He does have the super long out of hardcast Omniscience. But there is a counterspell now. And it is a very blatant, I have a counterspell from Alan here.
Counterspell is 1 time walk. I mean, I guess you have a Force to protect, but...
Alright, land for Jay here.
Trigger city.
Oh yeah, that city should be gone. Wait, no. He had 2 islands already, right?
He did. I assume he put a land just off camera.
I don't think he did. I think those are just... No, wait. Is it off camera?
Yeah.
It is off. Oh, city.
He put a fetch.
I'll call a judge for city.
City check. So are we... If we're hard casting... Alright, he's finding his city now.
I just called it.
If we're hard casting Omniscience, we know that Alan doesn't actually have any cards that could be flipped off of the counterbalance. But what are plausible cards that cost the same mana cost as Omniscience that could be in his deck?
Hardcast Omniscience. There's a counterspell.
I mean, he has Force though.
Alan's like,
Alan's like,
I
I hope I have Force on top of my deck.
I guess. All right. There's a Force your counterspell.
Wait, reveal, Alan. Reveal. Alan didn't reveal for the Force.
What in the world's going on?
There could have been a Force on top of your deck, Alan.
Jay's just like, I'm gonna put this Gristlebrand into play. Brainstorm. Is there a plow? There's a plow.
I don't.
That's a plow.
Is
Plow. He's gonna. You can't draw 7. He's at 2.
Yeah, is plow good? All right, puts him to 7.
Attack. You.
He just gained 7.
Oh, he just gained 7. Okay, so attack goes down to
7.
7 again. All right. Now all of Jay's spells are free, so every cantrip is terrifying. That sneak attack doesn't do anything.
Bottom.
It's a land. That's a Misty Rainforest.
That was a Misty.
So for anybody who is curious about the ruling, the judge came over and Jay just said, well, I'm going to float mana in response because, I can. Because it's a trigger and they backed up a little bit.
Down to 5. He has 2 blanks.
Oh, Snapcaster Mage, get there. Is Alan going to win this because even with Jay hardcast on Omniscience and all his spells are free, just can't find anything?
He wouldn't take sneak attack because any creature that he plays is just free anyway. And it's better to cast Emrakul than to swing with Emrakul. What is it? Ponder. Draw 3. Look at 3.
Shuffle.
Yeah, back to basics not good when your opponent has Omniscience.
This has been a very interesting match. Alright, so draw a card. It's a Plains. Doesn't do anything. Well, ye old Snapcaster getting in there still.
Come on, Snappy.
Draw a card. Ancient Tomb.
Ancient Tomb does nothing.
He's got
Pass
a
it back. I think Jay's down to 3.
Jay has 2 turns, right?
I think Jay's down to 1.
Should be 1. He's not updating the life total. You should be at 1 and game's over.
And shakes it. So yeah, to go back to the city. City's actually a weird card because you have to pay attention to when you play lands, but it's also just like weirdly resolved. If there's any issues with it,
it's because being able to float mana off city is a mana ability. So it's
not even a mana ability. It's just the trigger is it is a trigger that if the trigger goes on the stack, you can respond to it.
Yeah, so you can respond by floating. And there's a lot of situations where with City of Traders, if you say you missed the trigger or you like forgot about it, all judges really do is just back up and then put the trigger back on the stack.
They don't necessarily back up. They just
you can just put
immediately say, Alan, do you want the trigger to be on the stack?
And Alan will probably just say yes, right?
So it's either you don't put the trigger on the stack and they keep the city, or you put it on the stack right now and then they can just float.
And they'll just float mana, yeah.
So yeah, city is kind of in this weird rule spot that, which I think is fine. There's no really punishing effects for
the major thing was that the city was off the table. That's the major thing, because down the line, the additional 2 mana does help Seek and Show kind of randomly.
Can someone explain how Jay had 10 mana for Omniscience? So 2 plus 2.
City plus 2.
Plus 1, 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 plus Petal. Should be 10.
It was 3 islands, 2 volcanics, or 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus Petal is 10.
Yep.
Yeah, that checks out. Because he did play the polluted delta off camera.
Yeah.
And he had 4 blue sources in play already, so that would be blue source number 5 plus city plus ancient, or plus City of Traders plus Ancient Tomb is 9, and a Lotus Petal make 10.
Yep, he had a Lotus Petal in play from the previous turn where I thought he was all rolled up. And
all right, let's quickly go over these sideboards. So for Jay, his sideboard, 2 Arcane Artisan that I do personally like. I don't know if they'll be boarded in though.
Why not? This seems like the perfect matchup for him.
Well, because for Alan's, for playing Miracles, he's going to keep in his Swords to Plowshares mostly for Gristlebrand, right? So I like boarding in the Arcane Artisans because it's just kind of an alternate target for Swords to Plowshares. So it's more creatures than he has Swords to Plowshares. Also, sometimes they just, can't answer the stupid thing.
On Jay's side, I'm okay if my opponent has swords. Even if I draw 7 and you answer my Gristlebrand.
This is actually a very traditional sideboard too. 2 Blood Moons that aren't for this matchup.
Yeah.
1 Boseiju that's 100% coming in. 2 Defense Grids that sometimes come in, sometimes don't. It's really a player preference. On the play, a lot of people board in Defense Grids, and then on the draw you take them out because you can actually lose your own Defense Grid.
Yeah.
Pyroclasm not for this matchup. Graftdigger's Cage probably not to stop Snapcaster Mage.
No, it
Doesn't really do much. And then 1 Wipe Away. It's really for like Karakuses and stuff, but Miracles hasn't played.
It can be for counterbalance.
Yeah, it could be for counterbalance because it's got split second, though you can still trigger counterbalance on it. So maybe, I would board in Arcane Artisans, definitely Boseiju, and since he's on the play, probably Defense Grid.
Yeah. We're looking to play 7 rounds of Legacy action today in beautiful Santa Clara, California.
What does Alan have for this matchup?
He's got some Flusterstorms, he's got some Disenchants, some Surgicals. He has 1 Containment Priest. He has an extra Mentor. And if he fears any black or red permanents, he has 1 Celestial Purge.
I guess you can purge Gristlebrands away.
You can also purge a Blood Moon or Sneak Attack.
Alright, so name of the game here, go fast, go hard, right? Jay's on the play.
Go fast, defend yourself.
That no lands for Jay. Mole again.
Yeah, no land.
A lot of cantrips on Alan's hand. Definitely an island. I think I saw a
I think
undergrounds.
Yeah,
No,
I don't see a Containment Priest, but I think any hand that has Containment Priest is keepable, or any hand that has lands that can cast it and then cantrips that can find it are keepable. So it's just like Miracles has a wide range. If you say any hands that have those are keepable.
2-land Jace Force Grizzlebrand Fluster.
That seems terrible.
There's like
That seems
there's
like
a Boseiju on top.
That seems worse.
You don't have any.
Don't keep that.
You don't have any action spells. It's just
you're doing nothing.
It's gonna do nothing for like 4 turns.
Ooh.
And Boseiju is the uncounterable is for instants and sorceries only, right?
Instants and sorceries,
so you can't even make your Jace uncounterable.
I don't think. Can you cast a Jace off the Boseiju?
It makes colorless. Right?
Does it make normal colorless mana, or does it make only mana for instants and sorceries?
I think if it is an instant and sorcery, but I can look it up.
Is Arcane Artisan from Battle Bond in Jay's sideboard? Yes, it is in Jay's sideboard. 2 of them.
Pay 2 life, semicolon. Add 1 mana to your mana pool if it was spent on an instant or sorcery can't be countered.
Okay.
So we can pay 2 just to have it make 1 mana.
Okay.
But there's that Boseiju. And Boseiju changes this matchup drastically for Seek and Show. Because it's just like, hey look, you can't deal with my stuff.
Yeah, especially on the play, Jay just turn 1 pass, plans to do turn 2 pass. I guess he's just hoping that there's a show on top.
Alright, so Preordain. Maybe let's see, this is Alan's turn 2, so can't just slam a counterbalance. Ooh, Council Judgment, blind draw off of the.
Was that 2 on the bottom?
Yeah, it was double bottom and then drew a Council Judgment. That's a pretty good draw. Found a forest for Jay. Oh, it's gonna sit here for a while. Fetch.
JMP's learning stuff, just like us. We're here to learn. We're here to have fun.
Oh yeah, I'm a terrible Magic player. I don't even know why I'm here sometimes. But we're here to have fun and to watch people play with old, expensive cards. Preordain. Spell Piercer Preordain. Land. Pass the turn.
So Jay has Force, Fluster, Gristlebrand, and Jace?
Yeah, so he needs some type of action spell.
He needs... Well, an action spell could be a land, so you could just play a Jace.
Yes. So land or like any of the trademark cards for the deck, either Sneak Attack. I don't know if they keep in Show and Tells because it gets hit by a lot of like very specific permission spells like Flusterstorm and stuff, but it's a possibility. Alan being very, very careful here. He's being the Boseiju he's a little bit worried about.
I know Honorog DOS used to have a Baseju tech. Do you know what that one was?
No, I don't.
He was playing main deck Field of Ruin.
Oh, to counter opponent's Besejus.
I mean, it was a shuffle effect. It was
But
defense grid.
Honorog also played like Brightlings mainboard in Miracles.
I don't think that's a terrible idea.
Sometimes you just gotta test everything.
Legacy has a wide card pool. Why don't you try every card in Miracles to see just one at a time? Eventually, you'll get to Mishra's Bauble.
Yeah, because we've gone from portents to AKs to mission briefings. We just gotta keep going down the list.
Yeah.
Of, like 2-mana cantrip effects or like any cantrip effects. All right, brainstorm for Alan here. AK Force Island.
Get rid of one of those.
Looks like he's
Council Judgments.
He's contemplating. Yeah, definitely one of the Council
He has
Judgments.
2, and usually if there's a permanent in play, Alan's dead.
He definitely needs to make sure he hits his land drops every turn. I think you can actually maybe even just put that AK away.
No, you're casting the AK right now. Just shuffle away cards and then AK.
Alan really thinking over this brainstorm here. And Kubo, our head judge, going over the loudspeaker. And if you have not figured it out, we are in a back room, basically a closet.
Thanks, Kubo.
Alright, so 2 cards off back on brainstorm. Untap. Oh, I guess it was an end-step brainstorm.
Yeah, it was end step.
Drew the island.
He doesn't want to shuffle away anything. He wants. Oh no, does he have? Oh, the other white card is a Monetary Mentor, so he does not shuffle away the Council Judgment.
He's probably trying to find a window to play this mentor, but also have like force ready just in case. But there's a Beseju in play. Like because there's a Beseju in play, Alan really should just be like deploying mentor and just getting ready because his permission spells don't do anything anymore.
Yeah.
Like, if there's a show and tell, the Beseju like cancels the forces and flusterstorms. He needs to set up board and just apply pressure.
He needs to take the advantage before Jay just has like a million lands.
All right. AK into AK.
AK.
So draw 1, then draw 2, untap, draw for turn.
That was kind of like a Think Twice.
Draw 4 cards. Oh,
just,
think twice, flashback, think twice.
Yeah, but you know, it cost him 1 card, so.
Is that 3 mana? No. Actually, he drew 5 cards, no lands. Interesting.
He only drew 4.
Oh, 4 cards,
yeah.
No lands.
1 off AK, 2 off AK, 1 off draw step.
Okay, so his options here are to slam a Jace on 4, and then like maybe brainstorm or even plus, or play a mentor and then brainstorm.
Alan Wu.
It's leading on a brainstorm.
What will you do?
Leading on a brainstorm. There's a force, a back to basics, and an island. Well, I guess you can.
Back to basics is interesting.
So
it can answer Beseju.
I guess. Okay, because he played the brainstorm, I think going island Jace is fine. I don't think back to basics is the right play here, unless he wants to just set it up so it makes Jay awkward to make his mana. But then if he's tapping his mana through a back to basics, he's gonna cast a Haymaker. But then on the other side, Jay, well, he's got a sneak attack in his hand. He just needs 1 more mana to go sneak attack Flusterstorm, maybe. But then he can't activate it.
Yeah. Which then back to basics would be very good there.
Yeah, this is a very interesting spot.
Yeah, I think Alan is really feeling it. Ooh.
Counterbalance.
Counterbalance in the face of Beseju.
Huh.
Jay does not blink.
Is he worried about it? He's gonna force.
Jay blinks.
Force pitch force on the counterbalance. Huh. I can't quite tell if they're playing scared Like, because Jay kind of got blindsided by that counterbalance game 1 because he just kind of forgot it was there.
I know I got blindsided by it.
But is he scared of it because he got blindsided last time? This is a very
when you have Beseju in play, it's like your Force of Wills are very interesting on like what you're trying to prioritize, and getting rid of counterbalance seems bold.
I mean, Alan's just gonna fire more cantrips now.
I think Alan, didn't expect that to get forced, so
Draw. He found a force off that.
He found a
birdie,
force.
Let's say Ponder is the draw for Jay here. He doesn't have. You just tap 4 mana, play sneak attack, but then Alan's just gonna slam a back to basics. Right, so Ponder, there's an Emrakul, there's an Ancient Tomb, and there's a Defense Grid. All 3, or 2 of those 3 cards, very, very good. Though the Ancient Tomb is probably helpful.
Helpful for mana. You could Ancient Tomb Jace.
If he plays Ancient Tomb... 2, 4, 5... That's fine. 2, 4... So 2, 3, 4... If he goes Ancient Tomb, plays Sneak Attack, he has the red to activate it. But he doesn't... And he has the Fluster to protect it from a force, but then he can't activate it. But the problem is for Jay is... We know Alan has a back to basics. If he taps out, Alan can just like sneak up from behind, and then the back to basics will kind of lock him out, unless he fetches for specifically basic mountain. This is a very, very weird like board state and sequence events. Okay, so here goes the Ancient Tomb, taking 2. Here's the sneak attack.
300% force.
All right, here's the force. Now you can't cast a Flusterstorm with the Beseju, so he has to fetch that Scalding Tarn, and it's probably going to be Volcanic here. Basic Island, maybe? Looking... Nope, there's a Volcanic. He's going to go and Fluster it. Fluster your force.
Okay, so it's interesting. Alan, if he draws a land, he can go back to basics, Council's Judgment. If he doesn't draw a land, do you back to basics or do you Council Judgment? What are you more afraid of, Sneak Attack or Beseju? I guess he could force again. That is an option.
I think... Oh, it's so hard to say. This is like a good place to play back to basics because it locks him out. And then you just cross your fingers. Right? Your opponent can't activate Sneak Attack. He doesn't have any mana except for that basic island, and you just cross your fingers, right? If he doesn't have anything, you go Council's Judgment, and then this is it.
Yeah, you hope. I like this line.
Yeah, that's it. There's no red source, and Council Judgment, clear to Sneak Attack, and he even found a click, and he has a backup force. And now all he has to do is deploy either the Mentor or the Jace, and this is it, right? Oh, Arcane Artisan. You can cast it off of Ancient Tomb plus the island.
Force that?
I think you force that.
How much does Arcane Artisan cost to activate? Is it just 1?
I think it's 3.
Is it 3?
I think it's 3 plus tap.
Oh, Jace.
But you
Jace
can bounce. You can bounce
okay.
it. Yeah, there you go.
Ooh, there's the Scalding Tarn that Jay needed. Unfortunately, yeah, he only has 2 mana, so he can't recast Artisan. Let's see. So Alan,
Fetch.
Uphill from here, chat has said.
Basic island, because there is a back to basics in play.
I think at this point, I don't know if Jay can win. Alan's just going to draw millions of cards.
I mean, this is the place to play Mentor, right? So, Jace Storm, another Council's Judgment has a good backup card.
Too many lands, though.
I think
there's no containment proof.
The surplus of land is good because he wants double white just in case. So there's Mentor. Cast Counterbalance. This is primarily for the Prowess trigger. So he's going to make a friend.
Also, he does know what's on top of his library.
Okay. So he does have Counterbalance set up, I guess, just in case.
Oh, he has Force Click. Okay, so he does have blue.
That looks like a Ponder for Jay.
Yeah, Ponder Shuffle.
Off of the basic island that's a little off camera. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. God, what does Jay have here? Like, what can he find? Found an Emrakul,
He could find Wipe Away.
but he would need 3 mana. Oh, actually,
He has
what
2
is
mana.
that's a
Scalding Tarn.
Scalding Tarn off camera, right?
Semi off camera.
So he has 2 mana available to So I guess Wipe Away to bounce the counter.
If we cast 4 spells, we win the game. Can we do it, Alan? Can we do it?
Ponder, AK Ponder. That's a good
Ponder,
start.
AK Ponder, Force. Okay, that's 4.
All right. Does Alan want to go for lethal here?
I don't think there's anything
2, 3,
wrong with going for lethal when your opponent just
4,
has
5,
1
6,
mana.
7, 9, 10, 11.
Like Volcanic Fallout or a Braid, those are the cards that come to mind, but he doesn't have any mana for that.
All right,
So.
start with an AK. Trigger my prowess. Trigger my mentor. Draw 3 cards. Oh, finding more cantrips. So just fire Ponder, 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 Ponder. Ponder. Trigger. And with this, Alan should win his round 4.
Bingo bango, Monastery Mentor.
And I think Alan's just kind of going through the loops. If he happens to find maybe like another forest, then I guess. But he really just needs to cast anything, right? He has the cantrips in hand, and you just need to make sure you're doing the math correctly, right?
Alan, playing to all of his outs, says, "No, I'll
Yeah,
shuffle.
so draw.
I'll get some more camera time."
So that's spell number 3. So it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then one more 10, 11. That's 11 points of damage. Cast that. You can even force it if you want to, just like get one more power trigger, just to guarantee, and that's it
Force for the Rubbins.
for the Rubbins. Alan wins. Man, we got a lot of like 2-0 sweets, right?
Yeah, we got some hard battles in the Channel Fireball Game Center.
Now, would you say that? Oh, so we both agree that Jay's Bolt the 6 was just not great, right?
I would have shipped that back.
Yeah, I would have shipped that back too. But like finding the Pestagio off the scry was nice, but there was just kind of no action card. And so he spent 4, 5, possibly even 6 turns just kind of sitting there not really doing anything.
I think the key to this matchup is Sneak and Show is favored on turn 1, favored on turn 2, and then you slowly shift back into, if the game goes to turn 10, Miracles is probably favored.
Yes, the longer it goes, the worse it gets for Sneak and Show.
So with Jay's hand, you're not doing anything on turn 1. You're not doing anything on turn 2. That's when you're favored. That's when you try and, throw out some haymakers or sculpt a hand, and you just didn't have any of those effects. Yeah. So.
And Alan was playing it very carefully. He didn't just slam a mentor. Was just making sure he had permission spells just in case. Just kind of slowly maneuvering his way so he wouldn't just die kind of out of nowhere, which is pretty good. Played a little scared, but I think that's actually fine because there was just an onboard Bestage just kind of staring at him.
So, yeah, we had a Containment Priest in the sideboard, just catching up on any chat questions. In the sideboard, didn't look like Alan had it in hand, nor did he need it for that round.
And to point out some minor things, Alan Wu's handwriting is very, very hard to read. So
it was quite an uphill battle.
I'm like, I can kind of make some of this out. So we didn't see a Purge. I would assume Containment Priest came in. We didn't see a Disenchant.
If Containment Priest didn't come in, then Alan Wu he's on another level.
Okay. So we saw Flusters. We didn't see the Surgicals, but are they goodness? I like Surgical in a matchup like that because there's only a handful of cards that you care about, and Surgical can just kind of like strip them away.
Surgical is great when you have discard, but when you have to have a fight over them, like the business spell, iffy.
This is what makes a lot of these Miracles lists so hard to judge now. There's like minor adjustments, but sometimes those minor adjustments are huge. Like some people play 1 Spell Pierce, some people play 2 Spell Pierce, some people play no Spell Pierces, and sometimes a timely Spell Pierce just like blows someone out of the water. And Alan only playing 2 Terminuses because of his 1 Monastery mentor.
Yeah, I knew that there was just one mentor, and you were gonna get to it, but yeah, just 2 Terminus. He feels like he also has 1 Verdict in the main and 1 in the side.
Yeah, I can
so
see that.
He's okay.
That's, well, variety, I guess.
There's 107 players that came to game here at our Legacy 3K. We haven't gotten any updates or announcements on if the prize structure has changed. I would imagine it has.
I would imagine too.
Yeah, I'd imagine that there's 100 players. They all paid $40 plus. So
yeah, if we're capped,
probably at a 4K.
Should be at a 4K by now. We're just waiting for like confirmation and stuff like that.
Yeah. Any link for the standings? No, not even we have access to the standings.
So if anybody is curious, Channel Fireball Game Center, which is what we're at now, is a part of Channel Fireball. But really, this stream was put together by 2 people, and they asked 2 more people to come sit down and talk about Magic. We kind of have no overall control. There's no Cardboard Live. There's no...
Not yet.
Not yet, though it would be fantastic.
It would be.
There's no deck list. Well, okay, there's this.
There's scribbles.
There's no standings for us to pair. There's no brackets. It's just 2 guys sitting in a closet talking about Magic, watching people play.
Yeah, every once in a while we gotta check. Oh, is anyone out? Nope.
Yeah,
no one's there.
We don't
Back to us.
Also don't even have a clear view of the table.
Yeah.
There is a wall between us and the table.
We got a small baby stream here, so
That's fun.
yeah. We appreciate everyone coming out. We appreciate everyone that loves Magic, wants to support Legacy content. We like Legacy.
Yeah.
We
Or
like content.
in general, the amount of paper Legacy being streamed is also on a decline also. So it's nice to see this every once in a while. And the Bay Area has a very, very strong Legacy presence.
Definitely
So
does.
like when we have these big Legacy 3K, 4K events, which happen like 4 times out of the year. Like,
Yeah, there's usually one every quarter, and sometimes they're more frequent than that.
Yes. Like so, I know previously before during the summertime when there was a little bit more time, they like try to squeeze more together.
Yeah.
But these are very few and far between nowadays. Like we had the modern one like a month ago.
Mhm.
We have a legacy one, and I assume there's a standard one coming up and all that stuff.
Yeah, standard. Usually there's not like maybe there's not 100 players willing to pay $40 for a standard tournament.
Especially when you have GPs and PPTQs and like all that stuff.
But yeah, definitely legacy players. They got a little bit of cash. They want to flex on people. They're just like, hey, you're having a 4K, a 3K, 4K.
Oh, hello
Yeah,
from
we'll be down.
Stockholm. Wait, what time is it over in the UK right now?
I mean, in England it's plus 3 hours, so it's about midnight probably. Actually, no, our time zone just changed, so it might be 11.
Oh yeah, we have daylight savings.
I mean, they do as well, but we don't
Oh.
adjust at the same time.
It is 9:50 p.m. over there. That's actually reasonable. We're evening legacy. Plus 8 from the West Coast. So it's 10, almost
10 in
11.
UK. Okay.
Yeah, that's actually reasonable. We're evening legacy. Like
10 in the evening? What? Which of your 10 o'clocks is in the evening? Is it the AM or the PM?
I don't sleep until like very, very late. So, you get home, you get some food, you turn on some legacy, and really it's just 2 guys talking about time zone differences now.
Yeah. 10 to 11 in Belgium. Hello, Belgium.
So when I was streaming a lot with Bay, we got a lot of like European and Australians, like because it just kind of happened to line up.
Sure.
So our tournament started at 11 a.m. here, and it's fairly early-ish, right? But that's pretty standard. But it kind of lines up really well for everybody over the pond,
Mhm.
right? So it's just like middle of the day or like sun's going down, grab some dinner, put on some Legacy. Also, the Legacy challenge was earlier, so I'm pretty sure everybody was streaming that was like done by now.
Yeah, we should be about wrapped with that. It's 3 o'clock. It usually starts at 8.
Yeah, it's about right.
Yeah.
Unless we have Mr. No Splits kills them all. Oh, what time did you get home last time we did this?
Well, it takes me less than 5 minutes to walk home.
It took me, well, it's like a 50-minute drive for me. So last time we did this, I got home at like 1 a.m. because Cyrus, Mr. No Splits regardless, the moment he top eights, we're guaranteed here for another like 3 to 4 rounds.
So yeah, this is a paper tournament, yeah, featuring one Cyrus Corman Gill, also known as I will never split a tournament for the rest of my life.
It's worked multiple times for him.
Yes, I mean, if I were Cyrus, absolutely, he backs it up and he wins over 50%.
Yeah.
So he is. If he splits, he's actually losing EV. Like normally, it's supposed to be like just net, just like.
We were a couple of weeks ago. We were cubing with Cyrus, and this cube group is hilarious. So it's like Zach's cube, and
Okay.
it's like me and a couple of friends. So it's like 4 of us, including Zach, and the other 4 is Eric Virgo, Eternal Weekend Vintage Champion, Hans HJ Kaiser, Eternal Weekend Champion, Cyrus Cormangill, Eternal Weekend Champion, or Eternal Weekend runner up because he unfortunately couldn't make it there, and then I'm blanking on the last person.
And then you?
No, I was there. Oh, I guess Carrie was there too, but it was like a randomly stocked cube group.
Okay.
And Cyrus pointed out the fact that if he wants people to understand why he doesn't split, you just have to beat him.
I mean,
that's it. Right?
He is completely justified in no splits because no one can beat him.
The Kaiser is European. He is. He actually works in the U.S. every once in a while. He bounces back and forth. He's in Texas right now, I think.
Yeah, he has a weird schedule. Like every once in a while, he'll be here and it'll be like, wait, you play Magic here?
Yeah. Like he'll message us. We have like a small Bay Area cube group. He's like, oh, I'm in California on this weekend. Can we cube? I was like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you have an issue with Cyrus not splitting, you gotta beat him. That's basically it. You have to beat him.
106 players versus Cyrus.
Though there are a handful of other players that are also no splits guys. True. Like Cliff, Moto Specialist, Cliffy81, also a no splits guy.
I think he just gets it from Cyrus.
Possibly. Both Storm Bros.
Yeah.
Eric Roifman, a no splits guy, unless the matchup is miserable for him. Let's take a peek.
Let's take a peek.
Nope.
No
matchup. So yeah, last time the person to keep an eye out for was Cyrus, and there was a lot of chatter last time where it's like, where's Cyrus? Where's Cyrus? We're kind of anticipating him being in top 8. This one, kind of sort of the same, but
yeah, as we said. Sort of in our Robo pregame. I don't know if you can go back to it and listen.
I'm sure it's in a VOD. Terrible audio in the VOD.
So basically, if I were to pick 4 decks that I expect to top 8, I wouldn't just pick a deck. I would pick a player, and that's Cyrus. So I'd pick Ant. I assume he's on Ant today. And then if any other player is on Ant and top 8s, that's just a free roll for me. So I'd pick Ant. I said, did you say Miracles or did I say Miracles? I know between us,
you said Miracles.
We had a Miracles. I said Blue Red, Delver, and Sneak and Show.
Yeah, those are like the four to kind of keep an eye out for.
Yeah, and then
top 8.
Your guesses were, you said Blue White Stoneblade.
White's like some type of Stoneblade
you
deck.
said Grixis.
Grixis Control that I'm kind of expecting. Though, taking a small peek outside, I'm pretty sure that Hope and Dream is gone now.
What happened to Denny?
Denny's gone.
Or no, Carrie was on Grixis.
Carrie is playing Grixis, but he lost his round 1, and then I've heard literally nothing about that. And I don't think a lot of other people are playing Grixis. Like, we kind of thumbed through the deck list, and there's some Grixis, but not a lot, and it's kind of gone. We haven't seen any Stoneblade yet. The person who I thought we would see Stoneblade, Matt Sperling, playing sweet blue-black Beat of Sanity.
Yeah.
So that was great. So no Stoneblade yet. And What was the last one? I know I said turbo. I didn't. I'm not expecting.
All
Turbo
of your
Ball.
decks were blue.
They were all
so
blue.
We can narrow it down. You said Stoneblade.
Yes.
Um,
Blue red, Grixis.
yeah, I think. Did you say blue red or did I say blue red? I know all of us.
I think we both said blue red.
Maybe we had the overlap on blue red.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If you want to take a small peek at Matt Sperling's match earlier, I think he was round 3. So you can just go back in the VOD.
Yeah.
Go back. We had good audio back then. Just watch us talk about some hilarious stuff about Thief of Sanity and Jace. Though he only cast one Thief of Sanity.
Yep. But
against.
But we also talked about snow-covered basics. and if you're running 2 basics, so two basic islands, does the second island need to be snow-covered? If you are Matt Sperling, the answer is yes.
Well,
if you're running,
there's 2 reasons why people play snow-covered basics, right? One is because you like it, and the second one was because predict was a thing.
It was a thing.
So like the thing was that if your opponent predicted you and they named island and you milled a snow-covered island, you could argue that it wasn't what your opponent named. So instead of drawing 2, they draw 1.
I mean, it's not an argument. I mean,
yeah, it is the
you
thing.
win that argument.
Yeah. So that was why we saw a lot of snow-covered basics just kind of like pop up, because the predict miracles was kind of rampant. It was everywhere.
I think that is so legacy players and the legacy community, great community. I'm part of the community, love the community. However, lots of terrible argumentation. Should I have this blue card in my deck? Well, it pitches the Force of Will, so might as well. No. Like, if a card is bad, it can be bad. I think the justification of splitting your basics based on one deck in the format, on the very small percentage of them predicting you, how often does that happen?
Corner case scenarios.
And let's say you have... he had a 50-50 split on the basic swamps. He has 2 swamps. One of them's regular. No, I think he had 4 basic islands.
Yeah, I think it was 4 islands. It was 2 regular islands, 2 snow-covered islands.
So if you have 2 swamps, what are the odds that someone's predicting you, naming swamp,
and then you flipping a snow-covered swamp
versus them naming any other card that's in your deck? Ponder, Brainstorm, Force of Will. There's no snow-covered Ponder. Like, they're gonna name Ponder if you haven't cast Ponder.
Legacy players are weird.
Terrible argumentation.
There's a lot of, especially when you're around a really
Isn't it free? It is absolutely free. However, you know what is not free? You know what is not free? Buying a freaking guru. Like, just pimp out your deck. Get something that has some connection to you other than snow-covered.
I
Snow
feel
covered
like
are ugly.
The arguments I hear the most in all of Legacy is what basics I should play. I constantly hear
Yeah,
that.
I agree. And you know what? It is one of the only formats that you can play snow-covered basics.
With regular basics.
Yeah. Like, you can't play it in standard.
Yeah.
You can play it in modern. I don't know why.
The only deck that does it is like Scred, right? Scred and like
Storm.
They can play. Yeah, I guess.
Because of gifts. Again, this weird naming. Like,
because you can
it's
get
just nonsense.
You can get island, snow-covered island for your gifts
Arena
package.
foil basics. I like arena basics actually.
Yeah, arena basics are nice.
Beta basics.
I've gotten a lot of like negativity about that, but I play the non-factory cut shifted arena basics.
Okay.
And I personally like them, and I played them on camera before, and people are like, "Yeah, your basics suck." But I don't care; they're my basics. I'm the one that looks at them the most.
I didn't know. So they're NFC.
They're NFC.
So I didn't know that you could get an arena sheet.
Apparently you can.
Apparently it's a thing. You know what? You know who would know this? What's his name? I wrote it down earlier. Our guy that always plays Kibner.
Oh, Kibner would know.
Kibner would know.
Kibner used to own like multiple uncut sheets, right?
I mean, I'm sure that he owns lots of things.
Oh, these are the basic I'm playing now. Those are Miscut Tempest. I have Forest and Plains. I like them. They're pretty. They're nice. I've actually had. I was playing at Card Kingdom one time, and I had these in play, and a judge came by, and I was like, "Oh, can I double check your forest?" Sure. Like it's completely like correctly cut and everything. So it's like it's got shifted back and everything. I'm like, look at that. And they're like, "Yeah, cool."
And the judge just came over and said,
It's like, "Yeah, cool."
"Respect."
And these are fun. Like basics are one of the few things that people can be like experiment with.
Top table.
Just whatever whoever's undefeated, right?
Table 1, table 2, table 3. 2 forest, 2 swamp, 2 mountain, 7 island, and 12 plains. Euro, APAC. Yeah, I'm a fan of Euro lands. I really just like the framing.
Yeah, there's also like the printing on those too, like a little bit bolder in color sometimes too.
Yeah, I just really like the coloring. APAC, they're a little different because Euro has giant broccoli, just right in the middle, just giant teardrop, giant skull. APAC doesn't have that, so I just like the aesthetics of Eurolands.
I'm a big fan of old borders, though. Like most of my decks are just like modern or new border now.
Yeah.
But if possible, I would like to play old border without breaking the bank a little bit on it. All right, so that is the sound of our players sitting down for round 5. We're in 5, right? Because we
don't have the technology to tell.
I'm pretty sure we're in round 5.
Yeah, we just had round 4, Alan Wu and Jay Trojan.
Okay, so we're gonna start pulling some undefeateds now. So instead of we've already passed what we call the golden hour of cool decks
fun stage
that we don't anticipate doing very well. So now we're gonna start getting some undefeateds. How is
it that the chat knows what round we're in, but we don't?
I don't know.
Two guys.
Just two guys just sitting in a closet talking about Magic.
Chat, respect.
Gotta always trust chat. Okay, so we're gonna start getting some undefeateds. We might have to go grab the standings like round 6, round 7, start figuring out some breaker math for people so we can try to get a win in. The all-powerful chat.
Isaac on the left and Troy on the right.
Okay.
It might take a minute. Isaac's using the restroom.
Okay. So Isaac on the left.
Isaac Sears.
Isaac Sears is a fantastic Magic player. Plays a lot of PPTQs. He qualified for the World Magic Cup at one time.
So he's playing Dark Depths, but no Dark Confidants.
Oh, so he's playing Turbo Depths, not the Slow Depths.
He's on the Turbo.
Oh,
Sears
1SAA.
Yeah. Sears, as in the company.
Turbo Depths.
And his opponent, Troy, cannot read your last name. Looks like Truxon?
Troy.
And we have Omniscience, Bristlebrand,
more Omniscience,
M. Rakul, the Aeon's Torn.
Looks like a pretty standard Omnishow list.
Yeah, what is this card?
What in the...
Oh, Simian Spirit Guide.
Oh, that does not look like the worst.
Yeah, that was difficult.
Let me try to punch in Troy's last name. What is that? What is...
I don't know.
Okay, well, let's punch in everything else.
Yeah.
So this is Sneak, not Omni, right? 2 Omniscience. Yeah, it's just Sneak.
Yeah, Sneak. 7 rounds.
All right. So while the players are pile shuffling,
so yeah, go figure out this and
what is with players and their handwriting? Like, I thought we don't do cursive anymore.
Yeah. Do you want to go get a quick question to Kubo for that, and then this?
Oh, who's on which side?
No, just the...
Oh, the playmat. Oh, they got it.
Oh, they got it. So, Let's see, Turbo Depths and Sneak and Show. Both decks looking to cast, basically win by like turn 2, turn 3. And it's up for, let's see, who do I think has an advantage here?
Jax.
Jackson?
Jackson.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so I'm actually very surprised that Isaac is playing Ye Old Turbo Depths, which is the go fast, make it Mirror Age as fast as
Go
possible.
fast or go home deck?
And then hit your opponent in the face. Because a lot of these players have shifted over to what we call slow depths now, with Dark Confidant, with Mox Diamonds. So it's interesting to see Isaac playing this version. Maybe it's better, maybe it's worse.
Do you think Mox Diamonds are slower?
Well, Mox Diamonds enable other things in the deck. So it allows you to play like Bobs and like more interactive cards like Him the Tarok and stuff like that. But this might be a matchup where it's going to be 2 ships passing in the night. Somebody's just going to die really fast.
It looks like Isaac's making the decision. I'll just a side note: 2 ships passing in the night used incorrectly by Magic players.
Yes, it is 100% wrong, but we still say it.
It just has been adopted and added a new definition.
Right. So Bayou,
Isaac. So he has Crop. He has Elvish. He has Into the North.
So it looks like he's gonna pitch.
So he could
Elvish Spirit.
he could
guy.
Into the North for
either a basic or Dark Depths.
No, I mean,
right?
yeah.
Because those are the only 2 more snow covered stuff.
Yeah. He could get basic Forest, but it's likely just getting Dark Depths here.
All right. So now Elvish Spirit Guide I think is a bit of a red flag.
He's getting basic.
Ooh, basic swamp. Okay. So it's a bit of a red flag because it says, "Oh, I'm playing the faster version." So Troy, seeing that after having to read Into the North, has to figure out what is his game plan here. Ponder.
His game plan is kill you.
All right. Brainstorm.
Only problem is he's now behind, and if Isaac isn't getting the combo, if he isn't getting Dark Depths, then he's probably got redundant pieces.
Yeah. So the Sylvan Safekeeper is really, really good for Isaac here. Even though he doesn't have to worry about like Swords to Plowshares, just in general, it's a very, very good card.
Ooh, I don't think he's gonna be using it this turn, but he can hold in the holster, Elvish, Spirit Guide, and Crop Rotation.
Does he have the combo pieces? I think he's
He
short
has,
a land.
he has another Into the North.
Okay, so start with a Duress.
He has another Into North and Crop Rotation to assemble.
And I feel like this Duress is more for information. So let's
Yeah,
see
I feel like Turbo Depths is advantaged here just because of discard, just because of Duress.
Okay, so we see Force Brainstorm, 2 sneak attacks, and 1 show and tell. No fatty, so no payoff. Probably take the Brainstorm.
I mean, take show.
Could take show. That's well. Okay, so he doesn't have a soul land, so he knows he can't just YOLO sneak and show next turn. There's also no fatty, so he can't. So if you take sneak and show, then I think you're hedging for something further down the line, where I think Brainstorm is the better pick because it allows Troy to kind of sculpt his hand.
I mean, he could Brainstorm into the nuts, but I think there's just some amount of you just take the Haymaker, take the card that will kill you.
Yeah, just get it out of the way.
Yes.
Don't have to deal with it.
Like, make him find it again.
And those sneak attacks are very slow here.
Very expensive. 5 mana when he doesn't have any Soul Lands or Lotus Petals.
And there's a chance where if Troy says, well, I guess I have to play this sneak attack, was like, well, you're tapped out and now you're dead. All right, so Isaac contemplating this Duress here. So the choice is either Force, which I don't think he's going to take, Show and Tell, or a Brainstorm. Taking the Force of Will. Interesting.
Well, because he had two Because he had 2 sneak attacks, it was likely just not going to be a sneak attack.
So he probably took the force to guarantee that this Into the North resolves, right?
Yeah, I think so. It was between the 3 blue spells. I would have guessed that it wasn't going to be the force, but he says, "I just need to protect my hand."
Yeah. So I guess it says, okay, if I take the force, I guarantee that this Into the North resolves, and he's getting Dark Depth now, and he has a crop rotation in his hand. So he doesn't have a Merit Lage this turn, but over the course of 2 turns.
So this is turn 2. On turn 3, he can assemble token. On turn 4, he can attack with token.
Yes. And that all lines up perfectly with Troy having double sneak attack in his hand.
Yeah. And Troy's hand...
we found a Grizzlebrand.
Yeah.
Alright, untap. Now, so draw. So I think Isaac double crop rotation.
Oh, yeah. So actually, Isaac needs a land for this play. Does he have... Is he running any spicy Ancient Tomb? No, I guess you need a green still.
The deck tends to be very green-black heavy. He had to burn both those Elvish Spirit guys to be able to get to this point. And is he playing Lotus Petal?
Troy?
Isaac. Oh, that's... I have Isaac.
You have it.
Oh, he's playing 1 trophy main. Oh, yes, he's playing 4 Lotus Petals. Okay. So, float
Crop.
2.
I think he's cropping the swamp.
Crop rotate my swamp, and that swamp is in the graveyard. Troy's going to go ahead and brainstorm in response to the crop rotation. Usually, a crop rotation signifies something bad happening.
Yeah, don't let your opponent crop rotate.
That Fluster Storm is a little bit awkward. So it would be Fluster for 3, but Isaac has 2 mana. But Dark Depths doesn't tap for mana.
Doesn't tap for mana. It's not awkward.
Fetch. Okay, so Fluster Storm seems really good here.
Yeah, just a 2-for-1. Just hey, you crop rotated for nothing. You just lost your land.
Right. Basic island. So if he flusters Isaac's crop rotation, he does have a second crop rotation in his hand, but then Isaac's really down on resources.
Isaac could rip Hexmage off the top.
Hexmage would be like really solid.
Yeah, he can crop rotate for Bog, not Bog, Urborg, and then cast the Hexmage.
Alright, so Fluster resolves, the crop rotation hits the bin. Dark Depths does not tap for mana. Untap, draw. So he found a Verdant.
He found his land, which he really wanted last turn. So I don't dislike Isaac's play. It was if I draw a land, which I guess is reasonable.
I think he was, if that crop rotation resolved, I think he was going for an Urborg.
Yeah, sorry. The play before, just the setup of Duress, and then I have Into the North.
Oh yeah. Oh, ooh. So he's gonna go ahead and float using the Bayou, crop rotate this Verdant Catacombs away.
What can he get here? Just land?
He's gonna get stage. He's gonna set up.
Stage, okay. So he's setting up again for I just need 1 land.
Yeah, if he has a land, if he has a land, he has Merit Lage. If he has a way to find a land, then he has Merit Lage over 2 turns.
So here's show my sneak in
Petal.
Sneak in Gristlebrand, draw 14, find a Emrakul.
Yeah. Wow, getting that Lotus Petal for Troy was really good there. And alright, so
Isaac says, how many cards do you have in your hand? I know 3 of them. He knows Sneak, Show. Unfortunately, the last card is Gristlebrand.
Alright, so this should be a sneak attack. I'm actually surprised that Troy just didn't fetch, just didn't correct both his fetches.
Yeah, I think this could be a mistake.
Show and tell. Yeah,
yeah.
Alright.
Sneak in my
show. Put in sneak attack, put in my Sylvan Safekeeper, fetch.
Okay, yeah, Troy is fetching. It could be a mistake if Troy were to draw 14, find no Lotus Petal, but find all of his red sources, and then his Floodstrand couldn't find red. So do it now, prevent that corner case out.
So the players are not updating their life totals, which is actually very, very important here, because Troy not being at 20, he's at like 18. He's fetched twice, or is it 3 times? And he's minusing again now on Crystal Brand, because if he stays above 20 life off a Gristle Brand attack, he can take a hit off of Meryl Age in case Isaac just happens to find a way to rip it. And looks like Isaac's gonna scoop.
Yep, we're in scoop phase.
All right. So Troy's gonna go ahead and win this game 1 here against Turbo Depths.
Troy.
And we might have to just signal a judge to let them know to use the life thing.
Yeah, it might just be desynced or.
Well, I don't think they're using it at all. I think they're just like ignoring it.
All right. Well, we can just poke our head out and catch Kubo during. I mean, we can go now.
Yeah.
Sideboarding. All right. So let's see what we have in the form of sideboards. Isaac on the left with Turbo Depths has 4 Surgicals, 1 Caracas, 1 Dryad Arbor in the sideboard, 1 Pernicious Deed, 3 Bitter Blossom, 2 Needle, 2 Sylvan Safekeeper, and 1 Assassin's Trophy. Surgical seems fine to go with all your discard. You can just like combo that to get rid of all the disruptive pieces. Other than that, Needle seems
They now know about it.
not amazing, and Bitter Blossom seems really slow. So I think there is a scenario. We see Isaac is sideboarding, but there is a scenario where Isaac just shuffles up his 60 and says,
He just goes.
This is what I got. On Troy's side, Jackson, really? I still...
A bad handwriting is synonymous with most Magic players.
Yeah. Surgical, Beseju, Abrade, Through the Breach, Leyline, Defense Grid, Pyroclasm, Arcane Artisan, Jace, the Mind Sculptor.
So he has a choice of either going slow with Disruption or just continuing to go fast.
I got nothing. I mean, I don't like any of those cards in this. Maybe a Surgical to like nab an errant crop rotation. Maybe Through the Reach just to go a little faster. But Defense Grid? No. Pyroclasm? No.
It's a little bit interesting that there's no Blood Moon. Because I know Blood Moon isn't as strong as it used to be because of the rules change and all that. Because you can die to a Dark Depths style deck with Blood Moon in play. But sometimes
not in play.
Or not in play, yeah. But with a
it's
with
not
a
it's not an absolute KO.
But it's interesting to not see it in his sideboard. But maybe Through the Breach? I don't know. Maybe the one of Surgical? It's hard to say.
Yeah. There's not very many decks and there's not very many matchups where both players could just present 60 and say, yes,
just go for it.
This is game 2. This is a sideboard game. We choose not to use our sideboard, and
for this matchup, like play draw is huge, right?
Oh, it's super huge. Yeah.
Isaac being on the play, like he was on the play game 1 too, right?
Yeah, he went first.
And this is huge. He was like, I'm up. I can just go as hard as I can, as fast as I can, as long as I don't mulligan to Oblivion.
We have an interesting question in chat. Richard, you ready to field this one? What is Turbo about the depths?
Okay. So it is called Turbo Depths because it is a Dark Depths Thespian stage deck. But the goal is to power it out as fast as you possibly can, hence the Turbo.
So it's running just like really fast, sort of all-in strategies with crop rotation, Elvish Spirit Guide.
4 Elvish Spirit Guides, 4 Vampire Hex Mages, 4 Dark Depths.
We got Into the North.
Into the North to find all those pieces.
Sylvan Safekeeper to protect it. The more cards that you draw, sort of the worse your game plan is. Either you've already made a 20/20 and your opponent dealt with it, or you're just drawing like Elvish Spirit Guides off the top. Your deck isn't very set up for the late game.
These are one of those decks where when people who don't play Legacy or are outside of like Legacy look at it and go, oh, Legacy is a fast format, right? These are the decks you think about, like Storm killing on turn 1 or turn 2, or Turbo Depths, like going really fast, or Sneak and Show, just like killing you right away.
We have Lotus Petal Ponder.
That's either a really scary thing or a really mediocre thing.
Yeah, either Isaac is like thrilled or he's like shaking in his boots.
Did Isaac build a smiley with his drawing his 7? Yes, he
Yes.
does that on purpose.
Yes, that is Isaac's style. One thing that I like about watching different players play Magic, you get a sense of their personality with how they play.
How they shuffle, how they draw their
how
cards.
they shuffle, how they look. Like Isaac has a cool hat on.
How they do their ponders.
Yeah.
I know a guy.
How they manipulate their cards.
I know
how
a guy,
they force a will.
I know a guy who brainstorms completely incorrectly. He'll like cast the brainstorm, pick up the top 3 cards of his library, put them separate, take 2 cards from his hand, put them back, and it's like, you know, it goes into your hand, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, looks like Isaac fetched for Basic Swamp. And I assume that's an end step fetch. Draw. Confirming it is his turn. Ooh, Dark Depths. So he's got Stage Depths in his hand. No fast mana like Elvish Spirit Guides or Lotus Petals. And he does have a Vampire Hexmage though. So does he have a second? He can just go fetch, buy you Vampire Hexmage to set up. Or he can wait a turn and do Vampire Hexmage plus Dark Depths in the same turn. He just has to be a little bit worried about like a Force of Will or something from Troy.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because you could keep your Hexmage in hand as like to keep it out of Force of Will, and then just wait for Troy to show and tell.
Put in your Hexmage.
Put it into play, make a 20/20, untap, kill.
And then make a Mirror Age, yeah.
Yeah. That's assuming that Troy doesn't kill you the turn he plays show and tell. But
a lot of levels to go through.
Yeah,
basic,
quite interesting.
Basic for
I think we got another Into the North.
Probably just get a
Dark Depths.
Dark Depths, I think. Just set up a Dark Depths.
I mean,
this is
snow covered.
Yeah, so this is the line you're that you were pointing out. If Troy goes turn 2 show and tell, he can put in Mirror Age, he can put in a Vampire Hexmage, make a Mirror Age to like have on board or even just block. Because Mirror Age can, well, blocking an Emrakul is very awkward for Mirror Age.
It's very difficult to block an Emrakul.
But if it's like a Grizzlebrand,
it's possible.
But it's a nice little like weird like line of attack. So there's an Ancient Tomb. So Troy has 3 mana active. The question is, what does he want to do with this 3 mana?
He does nothing.
Passes the turn. Wow.
Nothing.
Assassination's trophy for the draw.
And here is the check.
Yep.
I'm putting you in check.
So this is the just play my lands and now I have a combo.
Yeah. And someone asked, why is this turbo? Well, it is turn 3, and we have assembled a 20/20.
It's there.
It's pretty fast.
So now, this is Isaac saying, go show me what you got.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you don't kill me or you don't have a way to interact with me, I have a way to kill you back.
Yeah, it is not checkmate, but it is putting Troy in check. It is your king is pinned. He can escape out, but you got very few turns left.
Right. So he's got
boom
5 mana.
5 mana through the breach. Did we bring it in?
I see a sneak attack, but he only
Sneak
has...
is not good enough.
He would only have 1... Oh, wait.
Oh.
That's backing up.
Hey, he just gained some life.
Have you ever done that trick on Moto where your opponent has a shadow, they're at like 12, and you have a Grove, and you give them a life to kill the shadow, and then you untap it because it's a mana ability and it comes back?
Does it come back?
Yeah, it comes back. So like, because their life fluctuates. Troy's just gonna scoop.
Yeah, I don't play Moto enough to play like Grove of the Broken Wireless decks in Moto.
I've actually seen Solnox do it because he's bored. It's like, opponent's at 12, he puts a Grove into play, puts his opponent at 13, the shadow dies, and it's like he backs up and the shadow comes back. All right, so Troy's just gonna scoop to the onboard lethal that Isaac has set up there.
Yeah, Troy had a pretty nice play of here's my sneak attack, but he just didn't have the red mana, so
Yeah, couldn't put in a body. It had to be Emrakul, right? If he had, so it had to be a second red source, and it had to be an Emrakul. It's the only way for him to be able to win there, right?
I mean, you could sneak on Isaac's turn and block. You can sneak with a Gristlebrand and block.
But if Troy theoretically put a Gristlebrand or an Emrakul there on his turn and he attacked with it, there's nothing Isaac can do to save a Mirror Lage, right? Because it's a sacrifice trigger.
Yeah,
it's not
correct.
a destroy trigger.
You could, he could like somehow find Sigarda, and then say, I can no longer sacrifice my permanents.
All right. So,
how is this fun? We're playing Magic. Look at Isaac. He's so thrilled right now.
Yeah, look at that smiley face. He's so happy to be there. Now notice both players didn't even re-sideboard.
Yeah.
It's just shuffle up and go.
Uh-oh. He changed his frown to he changed his smile to a frown.
Uh-oh. So Troy being on the play this time, let's see what he's gonna do. Island go.
Island go? That is terrifying. I am so frightened for Isaac right now.
Ooh,
Troy kept 7 and said Island go.
It's a duress. Let's see what he's working with. Or Thoughtseize. Leave it at Thoughtseize.
Dude plays 4 lands and the guy scoops. No, he played 3 lands, 1 spell, and the guy scooped. And Troy had lots of opportunity to win the game. That's what's interesting about playing Magic.
So Thoughtseize resolves.
Is you still have opportunities to win.
Fluster, Gristlebrand, Force of Will, Emrakul.
What?
So no action spells, but he's got the fatties. He's got the payoffs.
I don't like this keep.
Man, what made Troy said this is a good keep? Is it because he has the fatties in hand, but there's no cantrips?
I think when you're playing basically a 2-card combo deck, which Troy is playing, like going down to 6 is almost free. Just like, all right, I don't need 7 cards to win. I can very easily find a reasonable 6 that can help me out.
He's gonna take the Fluster Storm.
And it's interesting that he didn't fluster.
Just fluster the Thoughtseize to protect his hand.
Hide information.
So it protects his hand just so that Isaac doesn't know what's there to play around.
Yeah,
but now
what do you think Isaac will take? It's like maybe 75% of the time he's just gonna take fluster. So why not just cast it, hide the information, don't give him the choice.
It just it also sandbags. It's like, oh, I might have a turn 2 or I might have a turn 3.
Gold Zero in the chat says Legacy is like drag racing, gotta go fast, and then instantly responds with, "What is that keep? That's not going fast."
Right, here's a duress, and the only target here is that Force of Will. It looks like Troy drew a Lotus Petal for turn, so still no action, and now he's got no interaction.
Yeah, and Isaac's hand is really awkward. He has 2 trophies, 1 crop rotation, and I can't remember the last card, but trophies are not great.
There is a weird consideration that they might be kind of keeping in the back of their mind how much time is left in the round. Like, they are fast combo decks.
How much time is left in the round? Did you see that they like shuffled up in like 20 seconds and presented?
But it's like, well, I don't know.
I think these players are playing at a very quick speed, and
yeah, they're
time
playing
is not an
good
issue.
I think I'm just trying to justify the hands. They're not the best hands.
I like Isaac's keep, like double or even triple discard. When you're going on the draw, it's fine.
Yeah.
He really wants to disrupt him and hope to find some redundant combo pieces, but Troy's keep is a loosey-goosey.
little sketch.
And unfortunately for Isaac, he might just get beat by this, because at some point Troy is going to rip a show and tell or rip a sneak attack, and Isaac might just die. Like, he will need to preemptively fetch, because Isaac could respond with the trophy.
Duress takes the Force, and we know it's there.
So yeah, Troy needs to make sure he doesn't walk into a misplay. Is that show?
Show and tell.
All right, what do you show?
Has to be Gristlebrand, right? It's the
mean,
better of the two.
it's the better of the two, but Isaac's hand is doing nothing. You show an Emrakul, and if you untap, the game just is
So
over.
Isaac is playing one sideboard Caracas, which is usually there for matchups sort of like this.
And he does have a crop rotation, so he can. You're right.
And the one of Caracas isn't like abnormal. It's actually pretty standard for this style of deck. So if Troy kind of knows the matchup and he kind of anticipates it, and maybe I think Grizzlebrand's the better call because he can just reload his hand, and I think that's the biggest thing here. Besides just annihilating Isaac's board or face, is just reloading his hand. So City, 3 mana, Show and Tell. This is a
Crop in response.
crop rotate.
Here's my Caracas.
Yeah. So he's gonna float a green. Ooh.
Whoa.
Paused on that Dark Depths there.
He's like,
There it is.
What kind of deck am I? I'm a Dark
There's a
Depths deck.
Caracas.
Signed Caracas.
So now I think Troy is opted into putting in the Grizzlebrand, but just to draw 7 cards. Or maybe 14 cards. I think 14 cards.
I think if Troy, he is undefeated. He's at the top tables.
Yes.
If Troy does not know what Caracas does, and he puts in Emrakul, I think he's gonna have a really bad day.
Right. So body into play. Ooh, Elver Spirit Guide.
Oh, actually, I don't like this. Isaac had mana for Trophy, and now he doesn't.
Now he doesn't because
Why
he
put it in?
Elver Spirit Guide. Well,
Why, Isaac? Why?
theoretically, he still has the mana. No, wait, no, he used the mana to crop rotate.
He has no mana floating.
Well, I think Troy's minusing or activating Grizzlebrand here. So for anybody who also does not know, Elver Spirit Guide has wings on the art, doesn't fly.
Oh yeah,
Right?
I guess it does have wings on the art.
Yeah, it doesn't fly.
He wants the pressure.
Okay, so Isaac's gonna go ahead and activate his Caracas to bounce the Grizzlebrand in response to the draw.
Oh, okay. I see the play. So if Troy goes down to 4, which it looks like he is, so Troy activates, Isaac activates, Troy reactivates.
Okay.
Troy's down to 4, and now there's a gray ogre in play.
Gray ogre in play.
Yeah. Actually, I like it.
Well, okay, so he's already played a land. What if he just goes petal another Show and Tell and then puts in another puts in the same Grizzlebrand?
You have a Caracas.
Oh yeah, you do. Yeah, that's right. Isaac does have an onboard Caracas. I think is Isaac in a fantastic spot here?
No.
Is your opponent just drew 14 cards?
Have you heard of the card Sneak Attack?
Oh, petal? Second petal? Maybe third petal?
JK LOL ha 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 asked earlier, how is this fun? And now he says, now this is Legacy. Finally, you understand that there's a lot of plays to these decks. Sometimes you're just dead on turn 1. You're okay with that.
This is all people ever really wish for when playing Magic, right? You want games of Magic.
Yeah, you want a scenario where your 3 mana 2/2 could somehow be summoned into play, but you don't have the mana or the speed to cast it on your opponent's turn, and your opponent's like, here, I'll give you an opportunity to put your 3 mana 2/2 creature into play.
Somebody in chat did point out that if Troy left in Omniscience, he could Show and Tell put in Omniscience, and I think that is Brad Nelson. I might be wrong.
I'd be surprised if Brad was just hanging out in our chat.
I wouldn't be too surprised. But it looks like Troy is going to clean up, or at least laying out the 7 cards he wants in his hand, or figuring out what to discard. But he's played a petal for turn, and yeah, he looks like he's going to clean up.
Yeah, he's probably got a fluster or 2. He's discarding a force, so he's probably has redundant force.
A lot of the times, Sneak and Show has if a player is unprepared, sometimes an onboard Caracas just destroys them. It's actually kind of what we're seeing here. Isaac having that Caracas ready to go and timing it accordingly.
Have you heard of the card Sneak Attack? It can beat 2 mountains can beat 1 Caracas as long as you have a Sneak Attack in play.
Oh, that's true. All right.
Isaac
as a random berserk.
Yeah. Isaac with the berserk off the top.
Berserk my
Uh,
Elder Spirit Guide.
Unfortunately, we would have to intervene because we don't see Berserk in Isaac's deck list.
All right, so this is going to clean up. These are the cards I'm going to discard. Would you like to take a look, just in case there's like an Emrakul trigger in there?
At this stage of the game, it's within Isaac's right to look at these cards, but it really doesn't matter.
There's also like a strange situation too, where in Troy's cleanup step, he can still surgical the Gristlebrands too, if the option is there.
No, not in the cleanup step.
Not in cleanup?
No, there's no window.
Oh, I guess once you're discarded, it's all done.
Yeah.
Okay, so attack with my Elder Spirit Guide. I have lethal next turn.
Yeah. He has successfully turned off the potential surgicals
Right,
that Troy
so-
brought in.
What's the likelihood here that Troy has a fantastic hand because he drew 14 off of Gristlebrand? It's very high, right?
And
So it's 4 mana, sneak attack.
here's my enchantment.
Isaac has a trophy in his hand, but can trophy do it? Activate sneak attack?
Yeah, I think he's
Is there a maze of this?
actually this because Troy did not play a land. Oh, Force of Will.
It's gonna force the
Oh,
assassination
Force of
trophy.
Will. Troy down to the precarious life total 1.
Of 1. Hey, 1, you're not dead. Alright, so force your trophy. Put in my Emrakul. Wait.
He wanted to attack, and Isaac said, "No, wait."
Okay, so
You do it
beginning of combat.
yeah.
Bounce your Emrakul. Still in the beginning of my combat, activate sneak attack again. Put in Emrakul and
Yeah.
declare it attacking, right?
Why trophy? So it's a very specific play. Troy only has 2 red sources. If Troy were to play from hand a volcanic island, then the trophy line of winning the game does absolutely nothing.
Alright. And Troy's saying, I have a Gristlebrand in my
Yeah.
hand. And with Isaac with no board and just kind of air in his hand, Troy
So-
wins this game.
Troy, because he just has 2 red sources. So if Isaac says, in response to you activating, I'm going to get rid of your sneak attack. Troy has to respond again, and he puts in the creature. And then if Troy didn't force, the sneak attack is in play, gets destroyed, so no longer in play. Then Isaac can beat that with the Crocus. Crocus beats
Because he wouldn't be able to put in the
Yeah.
Emrakul again.
Crocus beats 1 mountain. It does not beat 2 mountains.
It is a little unfortunate too for Isaac because he's playing 2 main board Pithing Needles and 2 more on the side, but never really saw them to like preemptively snag out a sneak attack.
Yeah.
Because Pithing Needle's pretty good in this matchup, right? Just
I mean,
Pithing Needle on 1, or for turn 1 Pithing Needle, name sneak attack, or whatever.
Pithing Needle and Crocus are 2 cards that are just big old haymakers. But didn't get them.
Alright, so I believe Troy is undefeated so far, right?
Sounds like it. So Troy likely in a double draw scenario.
Yeah, so we're in round 5, going to 6. Yeah, if things line up and his breakers are good, he can possibly double draw in the top 8, and that'll be a lock for him. But, we're not 100% sure. We don't have the layout in front of us, and there are 100 plus people out there, and sometimes pairings and like things get all weird. Alright, that was not as fast as I thought it would be.
It wasn't as fast, but it was brutal.
It was actually some very, very good magic.
But if he had 2 activations, he had Caracas, Emrakul, and Trophy Gristlebrand. Okay, he had Force Butt. So Troy wanted to kill Isaac. And if he just puts in... I guess, yeah, you're right. So if he just had the Gristlebrand in play, like the second activation didn't get stifled, so it was still happening. So if he just was rolled up with both creatures, that play... No, because he bounces the Emrakul, and then he only gets a swing from the Gristlebrand. So yeah, it's like kind of a weird scenario that he just wants to annihilate, and Isaac said, you need 1 more red mana, or Force of Will to annihilate me, and He passed the test. He had a
Yeah.
force of will.
Sometimes Emrakul hitting your opponent for 15 is not what kills you. Sometimes Emrakul just wiping your board is what kills you.
I mean, very often the Annihilator 6 is more powerful than the 15 damage.
Yeah.
Like if Emrakul was a 0-15,
With Annihilator 6.
I think it would be weaker, but it would be as powerful.
Because it wouldn't just kill your opponent, but they just couldn't play again.
Yeah, you're not playing Emrakul to deal 15 damage. You're just using it for the Annihilator,
Yeah.
or the Time Walk.
Or the Time Walk, yeah.
So if he hadn't a third land, he would be better way to win. If he hadn't a 3 red land, he would have better. I can't. Hold on.
Is it time for coffee?
I'm not sure.
Do we need coffee?
Maybe. I am trying to read that. I'm not. There's a couple typos, which is fine, but I'm not sure even without the typos it makes sense. But we got you, freak. We got you.
It's
Zero. Oh no, 0-15. Tour by Recruit of the Guard.
Oh,
We just made a mistake.
Oh, okay, that's a good point.
We just made a mistake.
It has to be a 4-15, right? Because 4 is like a weird place.
Yeah, I guess. But then you draw a card off of Team or Ascendancy. Which I guess you already do. But...
All right. So that concludes our. Oh, please don't explode.
Please don't explode coffee.
Oh, thank God. Okay, so that concludes our rounds 5.
That was 5.
And so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna
take a quick pause.
very quick pause.
If we have more magic, we'll come back. Otherwise, we'll come back with round 6. We'll get some potential just already winning in scenarios. Again, we have 107 players playing. I know at least one has dropped so far. We have one report of one drop, but yeah, a couple people probably dropped. So we started with 107. We're going to play 7 rounds of Legacy Magic.
And then top 8 will be determined whether they want to split or not.
Top 8 will be determined of whether or not we will split and go home, or we'll watch Cyrus win it all. So that'll be fun. If you like Magic,
Yeah.
you're rooting for Cyrus.
So we're guaranteeing you 7 rounds with a bonus 3 rounds, right?
We're guaranteeing you 7 with a possibility of 3 extra.
Yes.
With that said, we're going on break.
I'll be right back.
Be right back.
Coffee. Oh, gotta mute that. All right, my audio is back on. Cool. Okay, so David's taking a stretch break, and we're actually ordering some food for us. So we have just finished the round. Time was just called. I took a quick peek at the top tables. Storm, piloted by Michael Clifford, also known as Cliffy81 on Moto, is undefeated. Cyrus is X1. Troy, I think, just lost to Cyrus playing Sneak and Show. So, oh,
6-inch or a football?
foot long.
But what does everything mean?
Just like everything, or like lettuce, tomatoes, olives, stuff like that.
Lettuce, tomatoes, olives, anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. And everything.
Whatever. I guess it's a long day for Kubo too.
I'm gonna go get a water.
Okay, no, I'm good. Hello, BPAF. So we are moving into round 6. Round 6 is when we start seeing people doing their first draws into top 8 if they feel like their breakers are good, and we might start. We're gonna try to find either a win-in or someone we know is close to contention for a win-in into top 8. So we have round 6 coming up, and then round 7, and then we will have our top 8 of our Legacy 3K over here in ChannelFireball Game Center down in Santa Clara, California. Yes, it is 7 rounds. 107 people here today, which is, I believe, the cap. And we've had more people at previous Legacy events, but the space was bigger. So this is a little bit smaller space. So this is going to be sweet. Now, as per the tradition of wandering around talking to some friends who are in the event, first thing I hear is, man, there's a lot of combo here. I keep dying on turn 1 and turn 2.
To all those Storm players?
Sneak and Show, apparently. There's like a lot of Sneak and Show. Or at least a lot of Sneak and Show in the realm of players.
In the winners metagame?
I don't even know if they're winners. They're just people that complain
just
a lot.
the grindy complainers metagame?
Yeah. Like the group of people that just complain whether they're winning or losing.
Yeah, they're in the salt bracket.
I think Matt Sperling, I don't know if he's X1 or X2, but he's playing against Zach Wong on Lance, which they played last time.
I believe currently?
I think they were just playing. I saw them rush sideboarding, so going to game 3.
So yeah, I don't know that. I saw standings, like live standings as they were. So players that had 15 points had already reported that they're XO. And then I was looking at players at 12 points.
Yes.
So if they're currently playing, we know that they're not undefeated and not so they don't already have 12 points.
So we should get players that have to play next round.
Yeah.
Right. Like nobody that's just gonna like draw in and say that we're good. So I'm gonna get some match going a little bit. We have food coming in, which is always a bonus. What time is it? It's about 4. We started at 11. It's been 5 hours. It's not too bad.
It's been pretty brisk. It's 4:00 Pacific Standard Time, which I think they were saying 8 hours.
About 8 hours over in the Europeans.
Yeah. So all of our Europeans, it's about midnight now. I guess table numbers ensure the even number.
It's midnight in EU. Yeah. So, okay. So looking at the Legacy kind of overall development metagame of what we have here.
Mm-hmm.
Is anything really standing out to you? Like Blue-Black Thieves was sweet, but did it do really well? I think Matt Sperling's doing like okay, but not amazing, right?
I think, historically, Blue X Control has trouble against land strategies. Maybe he can do well because he has some Wastelands.
He does have back to basics too, like Wasteland back to basics.
Oh, he does have back to basics, yeah. That's going to be really, really powerful to cut off Zach's land base.
I'll probably hear a little bit from that later. I'll just ask Zach. So I know Michael's undefeated. I saw Brett on top tables playing Goblins, so I assume he's like X1.
Another, I believe, undefeated player. It was one of the Drews.
Oh, there's like 3 or 4
Yeah,
Drews.
but this Drew, I believe it was Alex Drew, and he's on. He's brought some Blood Moons and he's brought some Chalices. So
When your goal to play Magic is to have your opponent play the least amount of Magic
yeah,
possible,
to play not Magic, then yeah, it's pretty good.
But nothing besides the blue-black Thief of Sanity deck, nothing kind of jumps out to me. Like, no Food Chain. We saw on the deck list, Rector Fit earlier, but I don't think that person's either here anymore or doing very well.
Yeah, we had a couple of bug fits. We saw our one Phoenix player who didn't do that well.
So it's starting to shape up, but it seems to be a very kind of normal topic. Like a healthy amount of combo. We're gonna see 1 or 2 control decks just kind of like work their way up there, and then maybe something a little bit out of the radar. Like maybe Goblins will just make it the last couple of rounds. Maybe like a Delver deck will sneak by. But unless we get the actual listings, we won't know.
Yeah. So there is one Blood Moon deck that I believe is currently undefeated. The Sneak and Show deck, the last Sneak and Show deck that we played, that we featured, did not have top 8. No, we're going into round 6.
I got 2 whole rounds to go.
If you love Legacy and love,
so we have our round 6 stand.
No, just standings.
Oh,
going into round 6.
Okay, so Alan Wu and Michael Clifford and Troy Jackson that we saw Alan Wu and Troy Jackson on feature a while ago. They're undefeated, 15 points. Michael Clifford, 15 points.
So Michael Clifford on Storm. Is he on Tess?
I believe he's on Ant.
He's on Ant. Okay. Alan Wu on Miracles.
And Troy on Sneak and Show.
Sneak and Show. Isaac, we just saw on Turbo Depths.
Yep.
Patrick Lamb.
Oh, and we have our feature. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There are 14 12 pointers.
This is going to be a fun one. I requested someone to be featured, and we just got the deck lists.
Are they doing well?
Yes. One person is playing a Bayou deck. Another person is playing a Bayou deck. Both players playing 1X Bayou. Let's see if we can have any guess at what the archetypes are of these decks. We don't yet know left or right. So
wait,
it's a Bayou mirror.
A Bayou mirror. Why do I keep typing that 2 there?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's hop over to the table.
Let's take a quick peek.
Okay, these are not the correct names, FYI.
Yeah. So, player on the right, Marshall Jankowski.
I'm not going to try to spell Jankowski.
Jank. And then OV Sky. He would be playing a deck I would refer to as Check Pile.
Ooh. This is the pure 4-color one, right?
Yes. It has Abrupt Decays and Kolaghan's Command.
Ugh.
And player on the left, mysterious player on the left, Cyrus Corman Gill. Corman-Gill. He wins enough and he's featured enough, you should know how to spell his name. And he is playing
Ad Nauseam Tendril.
One Dark Petition, 1 Ad Nauseam, 1 Tendrils, 2 Past in Flames. Looks like straight up Ant to me.
Nauseam Tendril. Well, this even fit. Tendril. Is it 2 L's or 1 L?
1 L.
1 L. Aha.
1 L Tendrils.
There we go. All right, here we go. So, Cyrus.
So yeah,
chat favorite.
Some people in the chat pointing out, yeah, the Bayou mirror match. Yes, both these decks have 1 Bayou each. So just as we were going through earlier, I saw Marshall Jankowski's deck, and it has, again, like I said, Abrupt Decay, Kolaghan's Command, Leovold, Jace the Mind Sculptor, and I thought, ooh, man, this guy has a pretty cool deck, has a lot of colors, and I asked, hey, can we please feature him next round? He's doing well, and luckily for us, he's playing against
champion from the last 3K.
yeah, notable favorite to win the tournament, Cyrus Corman Gill.
He's actually won several of these, right?
Yes,
Like 2 or 3.
As we said basically in the last time we had this in December, we said in about round 1 or 2, this is Cyrus's to lose. Who do we think can beat Cyrus? Because he was on a real heater back then.
Right. And then we have, oh, thank you. That was quick.
And Cyrus proved us correct, and he dominated the field.
Here. Okay. So, let's take a quick look at Cyrus's main board here. Now, for anybody who does not know what Ant is or Ad Nauseam Tendrils, it is a black Dark Ritual Storm deck. And
you're in for a show. You're in for a treat.
The one minor thing is I see he's playing one main board Reign of Filth.
Okay. Getting
3
a little dirty,
dresses,
getting a little filthy.
2 Past in Flames main board.
Okay.
Which is kind of interesting because a lot of the times you see 1 and 1. 1 Ad Nauseam, 1 Dark Petition, 4 Lion's Eye Diamond, 4 Lotus Petals. Everything else seems pretty stock. Got Brainstorm, Ponder, Preordains. On Marshall's side, though.
I mean, you got... Alright, double mulligan, okay. So on Marshall's side, you got a pile of blue and or black and or green and or red spells. Just from the main deck, from the sideboard, just like you got a bunch of numbers. It looks like he's slightly disadvantaged main deck. Abrupt Decay's Assassin's Trophies not doing that much. Collision's Command can do some work. Leovold can do a lot of work. However, Diabolic Edict, Fatal Push, not a lot of work there. 1 Thoughtseize.
That's a very odd thing.
That's a very check pile type of thing.
Yeah. The deck used to always would prefer removal spells over like disruption spells, except for Hymn to Torok. Sometimes you see that 1 Thoughtseize turn into like a 1 Inquisition, which I always find very weird in Legacy.
He has 1 Inquisition, 1 Thoughtseize.
Oh, it's so...
That's creative, to say the least. So yeah, I'd imagine that Cyrus is advantaged game 1.
How many duels are in this deck now?
They should be all duels.
1 Badlands, 1 Bayou.
There's 1 Swamp, 2 Islands?
2
what
islands,
kind of madman?
2 Trops, 3 Undergrounds, 1 Volcanic Islands. My god. Ooh. I like a sideboard. Alright. Island Ponder.
It looks like Cyrus had Dark Rit, LED, but no black mana. I don't know if he had a payoff.
Alright, so shuffle off that Ponder.
So he's either looking for black mana or payoff, assuming that he has one and not the other.
So usually around this time, players should start to have an idea of what other players are playing. Especially like you were sitting down at your table, you kind of take a look around, you hear some talks about people and their matchups. So a lot of the times now they're not playing blind anymore. So they should have an idea, especially if you're playing against Cyrus. Cyrus really only plays 1 deck in Legacy, unless he's feeling spicy. But this is a shuffle for this Ponder. He's going to take a card, an island off the Ponder, play an LED, pass it back.
Yeah, it looks like he had a very powerful line, but didn't have a payoff. So Cyrus could have went. No, he didn't have the starter black, but he could go Dark Rit, crack Lion's Eye for red, flashback Dark Rit, if he just had a basic Swamp or Underground Sea.
Yeah, but the double island in his hand looks a little awkward there.
So Cyrus is currently. Let's see, he only has 1 Ponder. So if he were to draw a basic island, he could go all in on flashing back Ponder, hoping to find something good.
All right. Did Marshall keep all of the cards on Ponder?
Yeah.
Okay. So Cyrus, with not much else to do, just go island pass.
Abrupt Decay in your basic island deck. Good luck.
All right, fetch.
And Abrupt Decay would actually be good here.
Yeah, Abrupt Decay to LED.
Yeah, get rid of LED. Turn off Tutor as a good target.
Yeah. A lot of the times people are like, why like abrading or abrupt decaying an LED is so awkward? It's like, well, Cyrus isn't doing anything, and he had to play the LED out to kind of fight against maybe like an Inquisition or like
Fear of discard,
a
yeah.
discard spell. So I was like, well, I'm gonna put it out because I'm losing one piece of one count of Storm, but it's good to have this here instead of it getting like Inquisitioned away or hymned away.
Baleful Strix.
All right, so Cyrus drew a card per turn, found another LED. No black for Cyrus though.
I think you hold the second one
for Storm count.
Yeah, I think the first one is free to sort of play on the battlefield.
So I think with Cyrus's hand so far, his option is to have double LED and to somehow get Past in Flames. So one LED make red, one LED make black, Past in Flames back the Dark Rits, but it's not quite enough yet.
So to flashback LED, it costs 5. Is that correct?
Flashback passive or yeah, it costs 5.
So is this a Kolaghan's command? So Cyrus, he actually did have a line. I'm not saying it's a good line. He did have a line of flashback. So play LED, crack LED, one for red, one for black.
Yeah.
Past in Flames, ritual, or ritual, Rain of Filth, and then go all in on Ponder. if Ponder finds you action, then you're good. If it doesn't find you action, then you're dead.
Preordained. All right, so Marshall went ahead and abrupt decayed the Lion's Eye Diamonds just to kind of get it off the table so Cyrus doesn't have a burst of mana. And also, he is starting to notice that Cyrus having double island is very awkward here.
Ooh, do we have a... We do.
Ooh, we found a Mire.
Yeah, we could ad nauseum this turn. Oh, we could ad nauseum with... We could duress... duress Way of Force of Will. Wow. Cyrus drew Preordained. I think he put 2 on the bottom, but then drew into Brainstorm.
So
Mire. He could...
Is this it?
Are we going? Tell me, Cyrus.
Like, how much does he care about Force of Will?
How dead is Marshall? It's not care about Force of Will. It's Dark Writ. Does Dark Writ resolve? Duress. Dark Writ.
Ooh, Cyrus is gonna pass.
And then Rain of Filth.
So Cyrus is gonna be patient for 1 turn here, but I think next turn you should be okay. So Marshall attacks with the Baleful Strix.
Yeah, I'll definitely defer to Cyrus. Cyrus, obviously the Storm Master.
Yeah, he should know the lines way better than we do.
Yeah.
But on Marshall's side here, I think at this point you want disruption. But notice that Marshall doesn't have double black for like him to Tarok. Though that Jace is pretty solid. It's not disruption, but it's it's a really good card. So
1,
Brainstorm.
2, 3.
So that's the one of Inquisition. And Diabolic Edict is absolutely dead here, so probably put that away off the Brainstorm.
He doesn't have a dress. Cyrus should have a dress. It might be on the top of his deck.
All right. Okay, so Marshall, after resolving his Jace Storm here, is just going to pass it back. Oh, maybe not.
He bottomed the duress? Oh, maybe he bottomed the...
So Cyrus is going to go ahead and fetch in upkeep.
Yeah, maybe I saw the duress from the Preordain. Yeah, that was from the Preordain.
Alright, so definitely a black source. And Marshall's had a little bit of pressure, like Baleful Strix and
it's kind of interesting that Cyrus doesn't get a basic swamp here. Because I don't think he needs the island. But if in this 4-color control, which currently is just 3 colors, if there was a wasteland, Cyrus would be off of black.
I think it doesn't matter.
What happens if there's a wasteland?
I don't know. Alright, Brainstorm.
I think like getting the 3rd island in play is a little greedy.
Actually, now that I think about it, probably the basic swamp is just like safer for the next couple of turns. But I think Cyrus is very close to firing here. It's just sculpting. So if he goes Dark Writ, second Dark Writ, LED, Rain of Filth, Adnon.
He doesn't have protection though.
Yeah, he has to be. I guess he's just being mindful. He does have that. He doesn't have that duress from earlier. So he's just being mindful of like a Force of Will. If his line is an Adnaz line.
He could do dump a bunch of mana, Past in Flames.
What if he does end step or in response to just like Dark Ritual Adnaz, draw a lot of cards?
In response to what?
Maybe like a Hymn the Torok, or if
why not do it now? I don't know what waiting gains.
I don't know if he can fire here though.
I think you could do again, sorry. We're not Storm players commenting on one of the best Storm players, so
there's a lot of
no matter what we say, it's gonna sound like, well, maybe he should do this and totally be wrong. But he could have a line that's Dark Ritual into Past in Flames.
Oh, here's a Dark Ritual. Alright, Dark Ritual resolves. 3 floating, fetch.
No. Potential just Past in Flames right now?
Possibly. There's a red source. Cast Ad Nauseam.
Yeah, Ad Nauseam, no floating.
Yeah, and he's still got the LED in hand. And he's got LED, Past in Flames, and we know of Arena Filth, but I think Arena Filth's irrelevant here now. But if he flashes it back, maybe just like bonus mana.
Oh, he can't flash it back. This is Ad Nauseam.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm saying that if he has... Oh, he would need multiple LEDs. Alright, so... Cyrus is at 16. We're going to pull out some storm counters. And we're going to do some counting.
So yeah, Cyrus is at 16. I'm going to go ahead and count damage up. So if we get to 16 or more, Cyrus is dead.
Okay, so storm is 3. Here we go.
And we are ready. Cyrus, show us. That's a 1.
That's good. Inferno Tutor's
we're
good.
At 3, 4, 5, 6.
Ooh, second tutor's a little awkward. But he does
7,
have
8,
right,
9, 10. If we get to 16, we're dead.
What does he need to win here?
He needs a starter mana. He doesn't have starter mana. He hasn't played. He has played a land. He needs Lotus Petal.
So he needs Petal.
Yeah. He needs Lotus Petal, or he cannot win this turn.
Wow, that's it. He's going to stop there.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. So he's asking Marshall, would you like to write all this down? Because these are cards that are going to go in my hand. Is this hand... So Cyrus is not killing right now, right?
Correct.
He's just setting up for next turn where he has an indefinite kill?
I don't think he has an indefinite, just like deterministic kill, but he has enough redundancy and enough disruption that as long as he can keep the cards in his hand that Marshall does not know about, which are Lion's Eye Diamond and Past in Flames, Cyrus can figure out a way to kill, and he can protect it with, he has at least 1 duress. So
I guess this is, well, he's not applying a lot of pressure to me, and I want to set myself in, I want to put myself in a really good position for the next turn or two. So
I think why Cyrus stopped there is he does have a really bad flip. He has
Dark Petition.
He has Dark Petition, which would put him at 5, and then in the face of Baleful Strix, it's lethal enough.
Okay.
So if he flipped a Dark Petition, he would need to flip a Lotus Petal.
I guess
he would
there's
need
also,
to win.
There's also a consideration too that's like Marshall could have 3 points, like a bolt's worth. He can just attack with Baleful Strix, then Colophon's Command.
I mean, if Cyrus has that read, I would not put it out of the realm of possibility. But if Cyrus has that read where he's playing around Red Source Kolaghan's Command, Marshall does not have Red Source in play, so Cyrus is a master.
And we're gonna see. Well, someone's gonna die pretty soon here. Okay, so brainstorm off this Jace. Lots of Strixes. So that's the Inquisition still. And Marshall knows what's in Cyrus's hand, so
he knows a lot of Cyrus's hand, not completely.
So I think this is going to be the Inquisition. Yeah. So, what do you take?
Take the Black Lotus.
Yeah, take that lady.
Either that or the Duress.
To protect your hand.
I guess, I mean, Cyrus did discard 2 Infernal Tutors. So taking 1, if you take Infernal Tutor, your Force of Will is not good enough against Past in Flames because there's a Duress. So let's see. Take duress.
So this is a weird situation where now it's up to Marshall to figure out how Cyrus can possibly kill him and what's
Yes.
the best way to slow him down or to stop this from happening.
I think if you taking Dark Ritual doesn't really matter because he has a lot of mana, and there is a redundant copy already. Taking the Lion's Eye Diamond would pair with the Tutor. So taking one of those seems fair. I think I would just take the Duress. Hope Cyrus messes up, which is, I mean,
Tries to anticipate you having a force.
yeah, sub 5, like 0.5% of the time, I'd guess.
This is a really tough spot for Marshall here.
Honestly, sometimes I'm in spots like this where I cast a discard spell and I don't know what to do. Mostly against like other combo decks like Storm, and eventually I just make a line and I'm like, I don't know what the correct line is. I will take this line and I will learn whether or not it was correct for the next time I'm in this scenario.
Spice Train. Brandon Chang says Duress is the right take.
Yeah, I think Duress is a fine take. Cyrus doesn't know any of the top of his library.
Ooh, Marshall took the LED.
Yeah.
He's going to go ahead and brainstorm with Jace here.
Cyrus doesn't know the top of his library. He, if you take the Duress, Cyrus's line is, it's not all in because you can flashback Past in Flames, but it's, I need to resolve Past in Flames, or I'm discarding my hand via a Lion's Eye Diamond. So, but Cyrus is going to have a peak. He's going to be able to take a card out of Marshall's hand. Yeah, why did he take LED? Cyrus will still go Hellbent and LED for Tutor.
So all of his spells are still castable.
Yeah, he can go Hellbent as long as he doesn't draw a land. Yeah.
But Marshall's going to do his best here. So fetch 4 Badlands. 2 mana, another Baleful Strix. Draw a card. Volcanic. Oh. You might as well attack for 1, right?
Good old Volcanic Bayou combination.
Attack for 1.
This is
Knock
a
Cyrus down to 5.
Combination deck.
Untap. Cyrus draws. Looks like a Duress off the top.
No, I think.
So lead with Dark Rit.
Ask Marshall, is this good? It looks like another Dark Rit.
But he had 2 Dark Rits, right?
Yeah, but there's 2 in his hand and 1 on the stack right now.
Ooh, okay. Alright, so force your Dark Rit. Pitch Jace. Go to 16.
And you. So I thought this might be Marshall's play, but he knows that Cyrus had a fetch land. So Cyrus has access to black.
Fetch? Yeah, he's just going to fetch, get a black source, and just cast a Dark Rit.
Cast another Dark Ritual. Which, if you have another Force of Will, is good.
I think Marshall's dead here.
Marshall does not have any more castable spells in his hand, and Cyrus has about 6, maybe 5. I think he's dead.
Well, he's at 16. He only needs 8 drill. Or yeah, no, wait. Well, Marshall also adding Storm Count with that Force of Will, but this is we're gonna watch Cyrus play some Magic now.
Yeah, Cyrus said. Did you see that point? Cyrus said, "You cast the spell this turn."
Yes.
You
so
added to the storm count.
3. Duress you.
Yeah, Duress.
Take your Jace.
See that you're naked. Kill you.
Right, shields are down. Here we go. Another Dark Ritual. 4 black, 5 storm. Cast my Past in Flames. 6 storm. Leaving 1 black. And he's going to flashback Ritual, even fire off like Duresses if he needs to like add storm. And then
Marshall says, "Do you want me to scoop this up?" And Cyrus says, "No. I enjoy what I'm doing.
No, I'm playing Magic. Let me play Magic."
Let me keep going." And Marshall, in this step, I would be paying attention to what Cyrus is doing, but I'd be already thumbing through my sideboard saying, this is coming in, this is coming in, this is
Yeah.
coming in.
All right, there's a tendrils, and this is a
Yeah.
tendrils for 9 storm or 10 storm, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, I think it's just
that's it.
clean 10. Yeah, I don't think there was a proper way to use the Force Will in that scenario where Force is your only card. He has a duress. Cyrus has a duress. He has multiple rituals. He has tutor and he has past in flames. Like
from that ad naus, I think
all
Cyrus
of
is
those
just 100% equipped.
Yeah, all of those spells are going to be like lights out and punch through your Force of Will. I think the real decision point for Marshall was what card to take on the Inquisition,
Right.
and I think he could have taken a better card.
Okay, so let's take a quick look at some sideboards here. Now, Cyrus has told me that
Back on?
Huh.
Audio's back on.
Yeah, I think that surge protector is weird because that's a backup power supply. I don't know. All right, well, audio's back. Okay, so let's take a quick look at Cyrus's sideboard. 2 Flusters. Okay, 1 Xanad Swarm. That seems fine. Empty the Warrens. I don't know if he even needs that in this matchup, right?
I think it's
As like an alternate way to win. But he's got 1 Duress, 1 Fatal Push, 2 Abrupt Decays, 3 Echoing Truths, 2 Hercule Recall, 1 Chain of Vapor. So a lot of cards for hate rocks like spheres and chalices and stuff. Maybe the Xanad Swarm. I don't think he needs Abrupt Decay because he's not anticipating any like hate bears or like. Just wondering if there's a situation where he wants to board in like Massacre or Empty the Warrens. But I think Cyrus is actually well equipped for this matchup.
board in Massacre.
You're right. That's a dumb idea. Don't do that.
Is this live? Slumpy Dumpy? No, this is not live. However, I just predicted that you asked that in the chat. Yes, this is live.
Okay. I think the only like from what I can tell, because I've played like no games of Storm. Maybe the Flusters to fight Flusters.
I don't think you need Flusters to fight Flusters. I think Flusters are in for combo decks.
Maybe the Xanad Swarm. This deck is very, very light blue, right? It's really just Force that he's worried about.
I could see in bringing in Abrupt Decay.
Flusters to fight Hymns. That's true.
Yeah. You could bring in Abrupt Decay if you're worried about Leovolds. Leovold seems like a powerful effect. Duress seems fine. Maybe not because of things like Leovold.
Yeah, besides Flusters to deal with Hymnotorox and maybe like Chain of Vapor to bounce a Leovold, maybe. It's hard to say, but let's take a look at Marshall's sideboard, see what he could possibly bring in.
In Marshall's deck, in Marshall's sideboard, we got Flusterstorms, Hydroblasts, counters reds, Liliana, Marsh Casualties, Nihil Spellbomb, Pernicious Deed.
Huh.
That's a pretty interesting one.
That is interesting.
Probably not for this matchup, but it's interesting.
Yeah, I'm actually curious what that is for. What matchup that is for.
If I played against him and I saw Pernicious Deed as an Elves player, I'd be like, dude, really?
Judge.
Really? He has Pyroblast, Red Elemental, Surgical Tarmogoyf.
I love the 2 Tarmogoyfs on the side.
Sideboard Tarmogoyf and Toxic Deluge.
So I think on Marshall's side, I think he might board in the Spellbomb, the Marsh Casualties, just as a concession to a very fast, very early Empty the Warrens, because it is just kind of a really easy answer. And then probably definitely the Flusterstorms.
Yeah, Fluster are the first 2 cards coming in. I'd imagine that Spellbomb is the third card. Maybe Tarmogoyf? It helps you put a clock on.
I like the two Tarmogoyfs because it's very big, very fast.
Yeah, you could do the Jund, like, here's my discard spell, here's my Tarmogoyf.
And you can trim maybe like the Trophy, because Trophy doesn't seem great in this matchup.
Trophy and Decay. And Fatal Push.
Yeah.
And
there's a lot of removal spells, like 2 Fatal Pushes, the Diabolic Edict.
And so Marshall's keeping on 7.
Alright.
Cyrus, multiple discard spells, Tendrils in hand, looks like.
It's like Duress, Tendrils, a couple of lands, but Cyrus is gonna keep.
Yeah, he has his mana this game, so he's gonna fire off some Duresses and poke a hole through Marshall's game plan.
Alright, so fetch, Underground Sea. Look at all these duels in my deck. I'm gonna do all these things.
Surgical? Question mark? Please expand your question.
This could be
Thoughtseize? Are you asking, is Marshall bringing in Surgical? It's a maybe. Is Cyrus bringing in Surgical? Or did Cyrus have Surgical? No.
No, there's no Surgicals. Man, this shuffling's taking a while.
Hey, we got a thorough shuffle.
Got randomize the deck.
Marshall's on camera. It might be because he's about to ponder.
Yeah, ponder.
Yeah. Players, I have a read that players shuffle a little extra when they're about to ponder, just to prove, hey, I'm randomizing this. I'm not looking to get a card, specifically into my hand. Like, here's the Force Will that's going on top of my deck, and then ponder into it.
So Marshall's ponder is Surgical, Thoughtseize, land. So it's gonna keep all of it, draw a card.
I mean, the Thoughtseize is your one and only Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
So I would imagine that it's good in this matchup.
There's the Marsh casualties we saw, Pyroblast, and there's the Hymnotorok.
Cyrus actually asked him, "Hey, is it okay if I touch your cards?" And Marshall said, "Yeah, that's fine."
Yeah, nice. The courteous way.
Yeah, that's very nice of Cyrus to ask that.
Right. So, snap taking the Hymnotorok because
you don't want to get a hit.
Yeah, but there is no second black source for Michael here.
Unless he stacked it.
Yeah, unless he sandbagged it, but we know it wasn't there.
No, because it was a land, right? It was land, Surgical, Thoughtseize?
Yeah, but I think the land from that ponder is that tropical island.
Oh, he was digging for a land.
Yeah, so it's gonna go in Thoughtseize, Duress, Tendrils, Tutor, LED, or not LED. That's a
and
ritual.
Marshall says, "I don't want to touch your cards." Cyrus, spread them out, please.
Okay.
He finally touched it.
It's like, just the clarification. This is in your hand, not in play.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know Marshall has a Surgical, but it's floating on top of his deck.
Yes. Of this, take Tendrils.
You take the Tendrils.
Hope you don't die. Surgical Tendrils. Marshall, you have a turn 3 kill.
Like, he can take the Tendrils, and then it's now up to Cyrus if he has empty or boarded in the empty.
Yep.
And his hand is completely known to Cyrus from an earlier Duress anyway, so
yeah. I think does Cyrus know someone has scribbled on all of his cards? Yeah. Unfortunately for Cyrus, it looks like there's a bunch of graffiti on all of his cardboard.
Yeah, who would draw all that all those lines on those shiny cards?
Maybe if he earns enough store credit, he can find clear, near mint, non-foil cards. So I think the problem is, and Marshall's trying to figure this out. If I take Tendrils, do I just die?
That is the biggest fear, right?
So I don't think that's a kill. Cyrus has 1 mana in play.
Whoa, he's taking the Tutor.
Yeah, 1 mana in play. Lotus Petal land drop, 3 mana. Cabal Ritual is only +1.
Interesting. Well, there's a brainstorm from Marshall. He's got the Surgical in hand. Oh, there's the Pernicious Deed. He boarded in the Pernicious Deed?
He's a master. Chivy in the chat says he still had 1 mana left over. He could have brainstormed into the Surgical.
And then Surgical the Infernal Tutor?
No, a Surgical the Tendrils.
Oh yeah. kind of surprised.
So yeah, it's a little surprising. Maybe Marshall has played this matchup, or maybe he's unfamiliar with this matchup.
This man did not want to get killed by goblins today.
But yeah, I definitely think Marshall, if you rewatch this or other Legacy players, I'm pretty sure if you surgical that tendrils, Cyrus has a really tough time winning.
I mean, it narrows Cyrus's win cons to specifically one thing, if he even boarded it in.
One thing, and it cannot kill you. Like it's present lethal past the turn, which if you have Pernicious Deed. If I was in Marshall's spot and I knew that I have cards like Pernicious Deed in my deck, I'm 100% surgicaling. Duress surgical tendrils.
And plus he has we saw the Marsh casualties, we saw the Pernicious Deed. He's not gonna lose to an empty.
Yeah.
So let's see what Marshall wants to do at this point on, because Cyrus has now just gone to just draw land go.
Yeah, other people pointing out in the chat, Cyrus, come on, man.
There's one white border under
white border duels.
All right, here's a him the Turok. Gonna hit Duress. There's the tendrils.
Yeah, tendrils. Do we fire it off? Ponder. Make him sweat. I also like that Cyrus shuffled around his hand, threw the cards on the table, and Marshall just said, "All right, pick these two." I don't know, man.
Do you just surgical and draw step, maybe?
Oh, in case there's a second tendrils? What do you...
I'm just surprised that he's not surgicaling it right, but I don't know. Let's see. There's the Jace. Okay. The plus. Yep. There's the Tarmogoyf.
Ooh, right. Tarmogoyf.
Force of Will. Double Force of Will. Not too bad.
Tarmogoyf ship.
All right, 2 cards back.
So yeah, I hope we keep searching.
I missed the land for turn, but I think he's okay here.
Yeah.
Cyrus's land go. There's nothing I can do, so draw a card. Brainstorm with Jace. So
did we hide the surgical?
I think
that was
he
nuts.
Did. I think he put surgical Tarmogoyf back.
Well, we already know that if I was in Marshall's seat, the surgical would be cast and in my graveyard.
Yeah.
But I would never let surgical out of my hand.
All right, Tarmogoyf. It is a 1, 2, 3.
It's probably a 4. No, it's probably a 3. There's no creature.
Land, sorcery, instant. Yeah, it's a 3/4.
No creature, no artifact.
Well, Marshall has a slight clock. Oh, draw step, surgical, your... Please be tendrils. Please? Okay. Cyrus is just like, here's my hand, here you go.
Okay. And I guess we'll see what exactly he's targeting, and if Cyrus has any win conditions left.
Yes, okay. Definitely targeting the surgical. Surgical's out here.
Tendrils.
Or tendrils is out of here.
Alright, looking for reds.
Okay. I saw Past in Flames. Okay.
Decays. So Decays came in.
Okay. Past in Flame again. There is no empty of the warrants, but we know that. He's double checking. Oh, I saw.
There's an empty.
Okay, there's an empty.
Yeah. So yeah, I think this is you kind of asked the question, is empty good enough to bring here? I think you can present an early empty that's good enough against blue decks, like slow cantrippy blue decks.
Now because Cyrus
it plays around this.
Yes.
It plays around getting your win conditions.
Now because Cyrus when Marshall was thumbing through the deck, we did see an abrupt decay. So going 3 mana Pernicious Deed to protect yourself from empty can kind of be bad if Cyrus's draw steps and cantrips line up correctly.
And he has a Marsh Casualties in hand.
Oh,
he does not want to die to goblins.
All right. So Tarmogoyf attack you. Pick up my Jace.
This man has a game plan. It's not die from goblins.
All right. Cyrus is gonna fetch.
And it looked like Marshall Fate Sealed, left it on top, forced Cyrus to crack a fetch, and Cyrus took a peek at it. I wasn't sure if I caught a correct glimpse. It looked like a black card. If I was Marshall, I would be taking tutor with having Goyf on board.
Oh, take surgical the tutor. Would you rather take away your enabler or your win cons? That's like the biggest question. Alright, so brainstorm with the Jace, put 2 cards back. And I think at this point for Marshall, he just needs as much pressure as possible. Also crossing his finger that he doesn't die. So him the Turok.
Oh man.
Oh, and correctly hemming before, just in case it grows the Tarmogoyf. Like there's a petal now.
Oh, pedal.
Grows the Tarmogoyf. So
All
it's
right.
a 4/5.
Yep.
Attack you for 4.
Tag you down to 12. 3-turn clock. And we have a Snapcaster on either him next turn or Snap Surgical if we think Cyrus is going to kill you this turn.
So Ponder.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Brainstorm.
Thought that was... We're going to cast a Dark Ritual.
Sculpt. So 2 tutors for Cyrus and a basic island. He's going to put island and a card back. Fetch, shuffle.
In response, I would Surgical targeting Infernal Tutor.
I would too.
In response to this.
In response to the fetch, yeah. Fetch, yeah, I would too. Wait, he doesn't have the 5th mana. He's had 4 mana this whole time.
Who, Marshall?
Marshall, yeah.
Yeah, we have a Snapcaster. Snap Surgical.
Oh, it's a Surgical. Oh, stupid Phyrexian mana. Ugh. Okay. So, I think Marshall's in a good spot here, as long as nothing bad happens. But let's see. Lots of cantrips. So Preordained for Cyrus. He knows the clock is ticking away here. Looks like an Ad Nauseam. Looks like he's gonna bottom it though. Because Ad Nauseam doesn't do much when you're getting hit for 4 turn.
I actually don't mind getting the Snapcaster in play, because then it turns into a 2-turn clock instead of a 3.
Yeah.
As long as you can deal 1 more point, which...
Sometimes Ambush Viper is really, really important.
Actually, but holding on to the Snapcaster, as long as you actually do it, snap him right now would be backbreaking.
Look at Marshall's hand. It's like triple force, Snapcaster.
Marshall playing safe.
There's a Thoughtseize from Cyrus, but does he want to cast it here? Alright, we're going to lead on a ritual. Cabal Ritual.
I think Cyrus has just air, but he's just trying to see if he can get Marshall to make a read that he can use for game 3.
Alright, so ritual.
No, he does have
Thoughtseize you.
He does have a kill. He does have or not actual kill, but he has a tutor.
You just let this Thoughtseize go, right? Or you can
just show him. Hey, this is what's
gonna force pitch a blue card on the Thoughtseize. Storm is now 3. Alright. Infernal Tutor.
Infernal Tutor.
He is not Helmet, so reveal Dark Ritual.
Does he have a Past in Flames in hand?
No, that's a Cabal Ritual. Is there a Past in Flames in the yard?
Oh no, he's holding priority.
He's holding priority and casting now. And here's the force in response to the Infernal Tutor. Okay.
I would just I guess it doesn't really matter.
So Cyrus is now Helmet. He's at 7.
Yeah.
And now it's up to Marshall from the... So he's going to go ahead and just flash in Snapcaster Mage. End step Brainstorm.
Did he find another Snapcaster?
4, 5, 6. He only has 6 power in play.
Yeah, it is only 6 power, but...
This is a Leovold.
Leovold.
I think if I was Marshall, I wouldn't play the Leovold. Just because it's a minor thing, but he hasn't played it all game. You might as well just kind of hide it. But at least attack him.
He's saying, I'll Leovold and then force my own Leovold to grow my Tarmogoyf.
Ooh, nice.
Which, does Inquisition target any player? Because you can just Inquisition yourself.
That's a good question. I've never seen a player Inquisition themselves. I'm actually curious.
It can come up, especially in a format with cards such as Divert. Remember that one earlier in the day? Oh man, it's been a long day.
Target player reveals his hand.
Yeah.
So you can target yourself.
So yeah, Marshall could have just Inquisitioned. Inquisition said, I got all these. Here's my 7th point of power. But he went for a Forcible line instead.
All right, so we're going over to a game 3. I would assume at this point in the game there wouldn't be any more like adjustment sideboard wise, right?
Marshall got to see all of Cyrus's deck, and Cyrus got to see a little bit more of Marshall's deck. I think he actually had a. No, in game 1 he had a red source in play. So Cyrus knows it's a full 4-color control.
Okay. So here we go, game 3.
But yeah, we do have answers to Leovold in Cyrus's deck, which are pretty much the only things that we expected to be brought in.
Yeah. And the winner of this continues as X1 with a chance for top 8, though there is a lot of people
Whoa,
fighting for that
keep
spot.
ponder.
Whoa, that was quick.
These Storm players, they like to play fast and loose. Maybe not so loose, mostly fast.
Alright, so I assume this is a shuffle for the Polluted Delta, not the Ponder.
He saw a Pyroblast.
You did see a Pyroblast game 2 with the Duress. Okay. Ponder, land, Brainstorm.
Brainstorm's pretty good.
I did not quite catch what that black card is.
Looked like a... Is that a swamp?
Maybe.
Fast and Furious.
Yeah, but keeping it on top.
Much better than Fast and Loose.
Alright, so I assume this is a...
Yeah, it is a basic swamp.
Yeah, it's either a Thoughtseize or an Inquisition here. Otherwise, why is Cyrus leaving? Okay, it's an Inquisition because he pulled the Passive Flames back.
It still could be Gataxian Probe. Judge?
Alright, Inquisition, take your Inferno Tutor.
Alright, Tutor has been taken.
Yeah, that's fine.
Nicholas, where are you from? Why have you given up on Ant? Ant has not given up on you.
Alright, so Brainstorm is the draw for Cyrus. Basic Swamp into Dress You.
Dress You.
Force, Fluster, Ponder.
Force, Fluster.
And him.
And him? No land? Do you just... So, do you take him or do you take Ponder? Do you want your resources or stymie your opponent's resources?
Taking
You take
the
Force.
Force of Will.
That's...
I guess Cyrus probably banking on him missing a land drop here. Oh, nope,
Oh!
never mind. Found it off the top.
Uh,
And this is a Hymn the Tarok, Black Source Hymn the Tarok.
Here we go. Cyrus, did you bring in a Fluster? I don't think so.
Badlands?
Student loans after college. More of a chess guy.
Alright, so Bayou, and gonna cast Hymn the Tarok, and Cyrus is gonna Brainstorm in response to the Hymn the Tarok to protect his hand.
Would you force this Brainstorm?
I would.
Just
But I'm
snap it
greedy.
off?
But I'm greedy. So
Cyrus has 3 cards in hand. Just leave him with 1 random. I just snap it off.
yeah.
Cyrus. Marshall is feeling pretty... Whoa. Okay.
No, he just
Yeah.
missequenced there.
Feeling pretty lively. Says, I can beat you, Cyrus. I beat you game 2. My deck has 4 colors.
Pitch and Snapcaster.
Cyrus, you're not going to win this round.
Okay, so Force of Will has resolved. Hymn the Tarok is resolving here, and Cyrus is going to lose 2/3 of his hand. The question is, which one does he keep?
You keep
You can
that.
keep that one. You can discard those 2, please. So Abrupt Decay, Past in Flames.
Past and Flames, yeah.
So now it's up to Marshall to kill Cyrus as fast as possible. So double pedal go. It's like no more.
It's actually pretty scary with the Past and Flames.
Yeah, like Cyrus
Like,
is building up for it. He's building up to the Past in Flames.
I mean, a ritual off the top enables a Past in Flames. There is... Interesting that he fetched a Bayou instead of a second Underground Sea, because he does have Fluster in hand.
I think he, for some reason, he wanted green. Because he did pause at a Badlands. Ooh, we are in Past in Flames meta, kind of, sort of.
A ritual off the top is enables us to flashback the ritual and then maybe cantrip into another ritual into win.
Yeah, Marshall needs a clock, maybe a surgical. Surgical, get rid of the Past in Flames just to get it out of here. Gurmag Angler.
Big ol' fish.
Did not even know that was in the deck.
1 Gurmag Angler. It's hiding away from the creature pile.
The Singleton Gurmag Angler, the Singleton
Yeah.
Inquisition, the Singleton Thoughtseize. Alright. Force this Ponder, pitching my Flusterstorm. So that means Marshall is banking on this Gurmag Angler closing this game.
Force pitch Flusterstorm on Ponder.
Yeah.
That's bold.
Cyrus draws.
But look at Marshall's mana base.
Found a land.
If he rips a Ponder, like he can't find a He can't find a Flusterstorm to protect himself.
Tacky for 5.
This is a sick Canadian Highlander deck with the 1 Gurmag Angler.
Cyrus drew the second Past in Flames. So, but Marshall in draw step is going to Kolaghan's command, shock, have you discard. And that locks it up.
And the tail of the games are Hymned Torak, Too Good in Legacy.
Oh man, so the soul of check pile, 4-color, all the good stuff of the format lives on right here. Look at all these things. Who needs 3s and 4s when I can just play a bunch of 1s?
Yeah, the body is dead, but the soul still burns.
And he's doing well. I believe he continues on to X1.
Marshall should be X1 now.
So
I believe that's Cyrus's second loss.
That should be X2 now for Cyrus.
So, and that should knock him out of contention, which is bad news for me.
Oh.
Because I had Cyrus making top 8 as one of my predictions.
All right, let's take a look here. There's a lot of 12-pointers. So Isaac Sears is leading 12 points, but all of this can change within a round. So things we're kind of keeping an eye out for: Turbo Depths, Donnie Yee on Storm, Jeffrey Lee on Aggro Loam. Going down the list.
What was Alex Benetti on?
I remember we noted that.
It was
right?
it was the death. We
Oh, it
should
was
have
that
had
weird
him
death
on.
deck.
We should have had him on. Alex, you need to win this round. We will feature you 100%. 100%. Lack of white borders cost Cyrus the game. That has been called.
Is it lack of white borders or the abundance of the one white border tool in his deck? Alright, so that's our round 6, unless we can. I don't think we have enough time to sneak in another match.
We might. Why don't you go ahead and
We'll take a
poke
peek.
your head out. Yeah, we're just locked in a dungeon over here.
There's a minute left.
It's a minute left. All right, so we're going to come back to this. I'm David. That's Richard over there.
Hi.
We're gonna take a quick break. We got a minute left.
Oh, we can eat these. We can eat our sandwiches.
Yeah, we're gonna eat some food.
I mean, unless chat wants to watch that, I don't shame or anything, but that's up to David.
So as soon as we have an idea of who is playing who, we will pick a pretty awesome, cool, fun feature. We can't like pick that immediately because there's gonna be some players like running around being like, oh yeah, I wanna draw, and that like
there's gonna be a lot of people looking at the list and saying, well, okay, if this person plays, if these two guys draw, if this person wins, there's gonna be a lot of that.
So we have to do our own math and picking out who wants to actually be playing.
Yeah, we kind of have to guess.
Yeah, and after that, we promise at least one more round of fun, awesome legacy content. Cyrus is not in the top 8.
No?
It looks like with the second loss, odds are against Cyrus that he's going to make the top 8. So we might be going home early.
Well, let's see.
Only 7 hours of content.
We will see.
Before next game starts, well, there's 30 seconds left in this round.
But we gotta finish off any slow player, or not slow players. That's a mean way of saying it. Any players that are finishing up during extra turns.
Yeah.
The judges have to compile all the final things. They post the standings in round 7, and then the pairings. So players have a couple of minutes to like mull it over and figure out where they are, and then we'll get the draws. We'll get our win and in matches, and then we'll have our top 8.
Yep. Take a quick shower. Come on back. And we're back.
All
Sorry, sound wasn't on.
Okay, so Anthony here has done really, really well, and we have made a mental note about this deck because it's weird.
Yep, and we legacy quote unquote specialists have never seen this deck before, so we want to see this deck in action.
So we're gonna.
I'm gonna name some cards. You're gonna just listen and laugh along with me. Dark Depths, pretty fair. Typical Magic card.
Yeah.
Tendrils of Agony,
In the same deck,
Leyline of the Void.
synonymous card for Magic. Yeah.
We're in the main deck still in the main deck. Ill-Gotten Gains.
Okay.
Ill-Gotten Gains. Anyone else?
Okay.
Go ahead. I'll give you a second. Look that one up. Duress, Thoughtseize, Dark Rit. How about Helm of Obedience? Lake of the Dead. Vampire Hexmage.
Gotta make that Merit Lage.
Yeah, this deck. This is a weird one.
I'm curious what his one loss is.
Well, one loss is clearly just opponent got way too lucky. Deck has no consistency issues.
All right, and then we have Marshall back in feature playing 4-color control.
Marshall, hot off the victory of I just stomped Cyrus, knocked him out of top 8 competition. And it looks like our deck with no inconsistency issues, just a bunch of combos rolled up, just has to take a mulligan.
Well, Marshall very patiently waiting for his opponent. I am actually very curious to see this deck function. And function is a very loose term, but apparently he's functioning really well. Because he's X1, and this is a win-in for top 8. As long as we didn't get the breakers wrong and everything like that.
Yep, this is for top 8.
So, here we go. That's a pile shuffle. Is he playing Nykthos? I sure hope not. Probably not. How is he supposed to play Nykthos when he doesn't have permanents?
He has Dark Depths, Thespian Stage, Urborg, Lake of the Dead, Swamp, and one snow-covered swamp for the spice. You know what? I went on a snow-covered rant earlier. I think Anthony's playing it perfectly.
The 1-1 split.
Yeah. And just looking at his name.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so looks like players have decided to keep. I believe Anthony's on almost 6. That's ill-gotten gains, right?
That's 2 ill-gotten gains. Yes, sir.
Okay, Scry. Looks like a
Any pregame effects, Anthony?
bottom.
Any pregame effects? Hold on, Marshall. Do we have any pregame effects? No.
No,
Okay.
apparently not. Inquisition. Let's take a look here. 2 ill-gotten gains, 1 duress, dark ritual, petal.
So this is turn 1 ill-gotten gains?
If I was sitting there and I Inquisitioned and I saw that, okay, 1, I would think, okay, maybe it's some type of storm deck or something like that. And then you see the Thespian Stage, and you go, huh.
We have a reader. Marshall, read that card. Make sure you know what it does. Don't be too proud to not read that card. If you lose to this card and you could have read it, oh man. You're going to remember that forever.
I love the what in the world am I playing against look right now.
I know. Marshall's like, I just beat Cyrus, and now I'm playing against a Dark Ritual, Lotus Petal, Duress deck,
Taking the dark ritual.
but it has Thespian Stage and Ill-Gotten Gains? What the heck is going on?
Alright, draw a card. Now, Anthony has no colored sources except for that Lotus Petal. So, Thespian Stage,
So I would imagine he doesn't fire off the Duress.
Lotus Petal. He just pass, right?
Yeah, because any ritual off the top is your Ill-Gotten Gains.
Oh, Crack Petal. He's gonna go ahead.
No,
and
he's duressing.
Duress.
I don't. I'll
Ooh, that is a spicy hand. Snapcaster, Baleful Strix, Jace and Abrupt Decay. Does Abrupt Decay even do anything here?
Yeah, I was about to say, well, let's just take one of the creatures, but then I remembered, oh, we're casting Duress.
Guess you take that Jace.
I guess we take Jace.
Draw. So Marshall's probably gonna have to fetch his colors here.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of casting that Duress. It got rid of our Lotus Petal, and it just doesn't set up. Like, next turn, we can draw nothing to enable some sort of combo. And I'd like Duresses either on your combo turn or the turn before your combo turn. Next turn, there's nothing that can be drawn that is combo enabled, except for Black Lotus, I guess.
Your opponent cast a Black Lotus in
Or
this
no,
legacy.
I guess Lion's Eye Diamond.
Yeah, he does have 4 Lion's Eye Diamonds in this deck.
Oh no, Lion's Eye Diamond doesn't work like Black Lotus. Never mind.
Alright, so Baleful Strix. Trigger,
Whoa,
draw a
my
card.
god! Dark Depths off the top.
Oh my god!
Are we just gonna play 4 land drops? Here's the Dark Depths.
He's 1 mana short, right?
Yeah, he needs to draw 1 mana source,
You know,
which the Lotus Petal was.
you know what would be sick? If he drew an LED and he just went Dark Depths LED, and then now Marshall can't attack with the Baleful Strix.
Yeah.
The fear is very high right now. Marshall hitting his land drops though, good for him. Like, no cantrips, and he had 2 lands, but he's hitting his land drops. Oh, alright, Snapcaster Inquisition you.
Dude, I don't have 3 converted mana cost or less spells. You whiffed. Actually, if Anthony played the Lion's Eye Diamond, it's an Abrupt Decay target. So.
Oh, you're right. So there's a Thoughtseize, but Anthony has no wait. That's one. He's 1 mana short there, buddy.
2 and tap.
It. So Anthony thought he could make a Marriage right away, but he, had to take one little double check. We're 7 rounds in. You can get exhausted. Brains can turn off. So fetch for Marshall here. This will probably just be. Oh wait, no, the Jace is gone. Does he have a way to not die to his Merit Lage? Well, I guess Anthony could not find a mana source, and he could block 1 turn with Baleful Strix.
Yeah, he has Strix protection.
I mean, Strix fogs Merit Lage for a turn.
He has 1 Edict in his main deck. Marshall does.
Also see no cantrips for Marshall, so he's living purely off the top of his deck here. Alright, because you know the Dark Depths is there, actually you can attack with the Baleful Strix, right? Oh, I found Jace.
Are you afraid of Simian Spirit Guide or Elvish Spirit Guide? Jace up? What? In what world are you Jace up? Like, how many different cards are you leaving on top? You have to bottom any land? Like,
Any mana source.
I guess you just leave any spell?
Draw. There's an Ill-Gotten Gains.
I guess that's the perfect one to be on top.
3 Ill-Gotten Gains, 1 Thoughtseize.
This game is over? I don't know. Urborg off the top would be spicy. Urborg into cast Ill-Gotten Gains 3 turns in a row.
Alright, attack you for 3. And Marshall's going to do his best to kill Anthony as fast as possible so he doesn't have to see any shenanigans. Alright, we're going to see a plus on Jace, target you. That's going to go to the bottom. Land for turn. And it's just going to pass it back. He's got an Abrupt Decay in his hand that doesn't really do anything. And what's that? Another Baleful Strix? Draw a card. Increases his clock a little bit.
Yeah, I think...
Swamp.
Swamp. I think that second Baleful Strix really just solidifies it. It's going to be very hard for Anthony to crash through with a 2020. Yeah, with Jace and Baleful Strix, as long as Marshall just doesn't go crazy and attack with both Baleful Strixes, he can just leave one back, and I'm not sure there's anything Anthony can do.
I think the level 1 easy move here is just to go to combat and attack with your Snapcaster, right? And if Anthony, for some reason, makes a Mirror Age to block, you can bounce it with the Jace on your turn. But he's just going to Brainstorm right away.
Ill-gotten gains is the card in Anthony's hand.
Well, three whole ill-gotten gains.
It's each player discards their hand and then regrows 3 cards from the graveyard.
All right, so fetch, get a Bayou. I'm actually very surprised that Marshall just has so many cantrips, but he's got an onboard Jace. Things are good. Things are turning up Millhouse. Alright. Oh, lots of Ponders in his hand. 2 Ponders and I believe a Force of Will. Alright, start with a Ponder. And I guess the one of Diabolic Edict would be nice. Just kind of like deal with the Merit Lage if it happens to show up. Ooh, keep all 3 Ponder cards on top. Fetch.
It was just another Ponder?
So this is the thing that showed up for a long time for Pile. When you ponder and then you keep the cards on top and it's another Ponder, did you really find anything worth it? Because you just kind of like replaced the Ponder, but you didn't really do anything.
Yeah, I mean, Marshall did get a fetch, so he is looking at a fresh look of 3 more cards. So I think keeping that Ponder is fine.
Guess he's digging a little bit deeper.
He just gets it's another fresh free Ponder.
All right.
He gets to look at 3
Ponder
fresh
again.
cards.
Force,
Card.
Strix. Can't quite make out that last card. I think that's a Diabolic Edict. Keep all 3 on top. Draw a card. He still has not gone to combat, so still deploying more Strixes. All little metal birds that block Merit Lage. Alright, so it looks like Anthony's going to activate Thespian Stage. Maybe not. Activate Stage. Target my Dark Depths. Yes? Or is he floating 3 mana?
I guess he could activate Stage to target one of Marshall's lands.
So he's going to activate target. He's going to Legend Rule, keep his stage. He's going to make a Merit Lage. And Marshall's going to line up all the Baleful
stacks
Strixes
all these Baleful Strixes.
Just on blocking duty. Oh, Merit Lage is apparently 4 dice put together.
Yeah, we have a token.
No, Marshall actually has a Merit Lage token.
No, that's the token box.
Oh, that's the token box. Okay. So Merit Lage comes to play. Rawr, but there's little birds in the way. What do you do?
Ooh, Lake of the Dead. Lake of the Dead, ill-gotten gains. Here we go.
Is this the combo we were hoping for?
Combo assembled.
Lead on a Thoughtseize. So, Force, Brainstorm, Ponder.
Take Force. I like it. Lake of the Dead.
Yeah, Lake of the Dead.
He'll never see it coming. I think you ill-gotten gains before you attack, so that he doesn't regrow the Strix.
Right. Throw the Strix in front of Lake. He's gonna pass.
Wait, no Lake?
Oh no,
Yeah.
there it is. Never mind. So play Lake. You have to sack a swamp.
And then pass? What are you doing with these ill-gotten gains if not casting them?
This is a sorcery, right? Or is
Yeah.
it? Jace, bounce your Merit Lage. Attack you for 4. I'm kind of at the point where I'm not quite sure what's going on anymore.
I mean, when I looked at the deck list, I was there. When I saw Anthony doing well in the tournament, I was still there. Just, I don't know what Magic Anthony is playing. I think Marshall is playing a very greedy deck. Anthony may be playing a greedier deck?
But this deck is 1 color. What could possibly go wrong? Found an Inferno Tutor. You can Inferno Tutor.
For the 4th?
Oh, he doesn't have Black Source anymore.
Yeah, he has Lake of the Dead.
Oh. It looks like Anthony's just going to scoop. Alright, so Anthony's going to scoop up, and then Marshall's going to go ahead and...
Anthony played the Lake of the Dead. He had a swamp in play. Chat.
Yeah, he lost his swamp because he played Lake of the Dead.
Yeah.
Because you have to sack a swamp when you put it into play, right?
Yep. All right. So again, Anthony has brought a pretty big brew. His main deck: Duress, Thoughtseize, Dark Writ, Lion's Eye Diamond, Infernal Tutor, Lotus Petal, Vampire Hexmage, Ill-Gotten Gains, Leyline of the Void, Helm of Obedience, Tendrils of Agony, Dark Depths, Thespian Sage, Urborg, Lake of the Dead, Swamp, Snow-Covered Swamp. That's main deck. What, if anything, in the sideboard would help? Well, Lost Legacy,
Seems good.
Pithing Needle,
Also seems good.
Helm of Obedience,
There's already 3 main deck.
Vampire Hexmage,
Seems fine.
Collective Brutality,
Yeah, I can see that.
Bitter Blossom,
Good card.
Ratchet Bomb,
Also good card.
Phyrexian Obliterator,
I guess if he's playing Lake of the Dead, sure.
Ensnaring Bridge, Toxic Deluge, Nihil Spellbomb.
This might be a situation where there's too many good cards.
Yeah. Can we just shuffle up 75 cards and present? Like, this is a work of art. Anthony, I'm in awe.
We're gonna leave it up to him to how he's gonna sideboard because we kind of have no idea.
And then for check pile, Flusterstorms, I guess it's decent against
Ill-gotten gains.
It's decent against ill-gotten gains, so that's a plus.
I would assume.
So Hydro, Pyro, and Red Elemental, not good. Surgical is good against ill-gotten gains, I guess.
Actually, don't mind Surgical here. So if he decides to go for some type of Merit Lage line again, I like the Tarmogoyf. Because looking how game 1 progressed, there's no board on Anthony's side. So if you apply pressure early, hopefully it can just steal you the game.
Yeah, I'd be very cautious if I was in Marshall's spot. I don't know what is happening. I don't know if Tarmogoyf is good.
Well, probably not any sweepers, because looking at what we've seen so far, you assume it's some type of weird Merit Lage deck with ill-gotten gains.
Yeah.
But because Anthony hasn't revealed any of this weird Storm package besides that one Dark Ritual. But Dark Ritual could be just a part of this weird Merit Lage combo thing, right?
So, yeah. I just noticed another weird thing. Ill-gotten gains, 4 of. Leyline of the Void, 4 of. That's a combo.
Yeah.
Both players discard their hand, and then
nothing comes back, or your opponent gets something back.
Yeah, each player gets 3 cards from their graveyard.
So you regrow Stage, Swamp, Depths, and your opponent gets nothing.
You regrow any 3 cards. You just mind twisted your opponent. I'm gonna take back my words and say this is a work of art. This is a work of pure genius. Only a madman like Anthony. Do we have 2 Lake of the Deads, no swamp?
Oh god. Hey, there's the Tendrils.
Or is that a swamp? Oh, this is a keep.
I think that's a fetch land. Oh, this is a swamp. Oh, there's a swamp.
All right. This deck is gas.
I was gonna ship it.
Come on, Anthony. He's just looking for the ley line.
All right. So Marshall looks like he's gonna go and keep a 7. Shuffle up.
Yeah, 4 ill-gotten gains is, I'd say, before today, I would say that's 4 too many to play in your deck. But it is quite a lot. I know this madman personally. He loves his insane brews. Everyone, go to ChannelFireball.com. Purchase your ill-gotten gains today before they spike in price. This hand seems unkeepable.
That's a lot of swamps.
It's 6, and there's Urborg, so even more swamps.
It's double Urborg.
Yeah. It's 6 lands, Duress.
Oh, it's gonna go ahead and mulligan down to 5.
Yeah, please. play this in some Moto leagues. We need this to 5-0. We need this to be a new deck.
Need someone to perfect this piece of art.
I mean, this is a work of genius, but I don't deny that we could probably improve this deck.
I usually keep my insane brews on the notepad where they belong. You're not taking the one crucial step.
I want a deck list. Well, guess what? I have the deck list. I have it. It's right here. It's crazy.
Now, if Anthony top 8s...
Bitter Blossom.
Ooh, nice.
Turn 1 Dark Red, Bitter Blossom, go.
If Anthony tops 8, we usually post the top 8 deck list to MTG top 8. So if he wins this, which is looking a little dire right now, if he wins this and he top 8s, the deck list will be available as long as somebody submits it, right?
Slow down so I can screenshot. No, I gave you an opportunity.
All right.
Dark
Ritual.
Oh my god, he's going for an Ill-Gotten Gains. Turn 1 Ill-Gotten Gains.
Oh, he's just going to play Bitter Blossom. But he's got a mana floating.
Why? Why? What are we doing? Wait, why am I questioning Anthony?
Hey, he could just discard the Bitter Blossom and come back for Ill-Gotten Gains, right?
Yeah?
But it's going to get forced.
What? What was our plan? I'm unsure.
I mean, so it could be a bait for a force. Play that the Bitter Blossom gets forced, and he just goes land.
Why did we play Dark Ritual at all? We had a second
that's
basic
true.
swamp.
You just played the Bitter Blossom.
Yes. Were we afraid of Spell Pierce? Like,
all right, Marshall's gonna go ahead and double fetch here.
Like I said, work of art, pure genius. Also, madman.
So Badlands Underground Sea. This screams Hymn the Torok.
This screams, uh-oh.
And if this is a Hymn the Torok, Anthony's gonna be hellbent.
Wait, listen for it. As soon as him is on the battlefield, yep. I think we can hear Anthony's chances of winning. Yep, they're 0.
Oh, yeah, they're all gone. Hey, Lotus Petal.
I'll play that, definitely.
All right, now this is just up to Marshall to somehow win, right?
Urborg?
Oh, swamps for everybody.
I would not play that Urborg.
Just to try to restrict Marshall on like colors or something.
Yeah. This greedy mana base. Ooh, no play.
Ill-Gotten Gains.
Ill-Gotten Gains.
You just do it.
The madman.
Crack my pedal. Tap 3. Ill-Gotten Gains. Flusterstorm for 2.
Flusterstorm seems good against Ill-Gotten Gains.
All right, and he's just gonna keep playing off the top, right? So this is line number 4, and this is gonna be a Jace for Marshall here. And do you plus or do you just brainstorm? I think you just brainstorm. I think you're.
I think, honestly, if I was in Marshall's spot, I think I spied a surgical in his hand.
Or just surgical the Ill-Gotten Gains?
No, I surgical to find out what is in his deck. I don't know what's going on, and then you use Jace because I just like you see anything on top, you're like, that's a card. Yep, you have to read that one, whatever that is. It's probably Helm of Obedience. Yeah, put that on the bottom. I have no idea what that card does. Bottom it.
Alright, draw. It's an Infernal Tutor.
Whoa, Infernal Tutor.
Infernal Tutor for Ill-Gotten Gains, but he's short of mana.
We only playing 1 Bitter Blossom, so we can't get another Bitter Blossom. We could get Phyrexian Obliterator, cost 4.
Alright, so Tutor resolves.
What does Tutor get? Oh, Dark Depths was put on the bottom?
You get a Pithing Needle. Pithing Needle, name Jace.
Alright.
That seems fair. And that locks the Jace from spiraling out of control and gives you a couple more draw steps.
Can I get a refund from the Ill-Gotten Gains? No! I told you to buy them. This is a work of art. Is the deck good? The dude's X-1 today. Like, this deck is beautiful.
All right. And yep, confirmed he did get Pithing Needle.
Needle your Jace.
Now I'm curious to see if Marshall left in like Kolaghan's commands and stuff. Like the core of the deck is Kolaghan's commands, so I would assume they're still there.
Yep, this is a flashback. We are in round 1. No, this is round 7. Anthony is X-1. Surgical. What are we surgically? Ill-gotten gains?
It'd be great if he was surgically Infernal Tutors and just happened to be the one in Anthony's hand too.
Are we taking deck requests? This is the last round of Swiss. So yes, we'll take deck requests into the top 8.
Right. Oh, he did it in Surgical Infernal
What?
Tutors. Wow, that was a timely draw for Anthony in a bad way.
Madman meet Matterman. Marshall Jankowski.
Yeah. And Marshall gets to take a quick peek at whatever.
Wrecker of Souls. Yeah, Marshall, go ahead and thumb through those cards a little slower. You should read them.
Okay.
We in the booth don't quite know what all of them do.
Okay. If Marshall doesn't find a Baleful Strix and Anthony goes, Thespian Stage, Dark Depths, he can win this. He can do it.
I suppose. We have double Snapcaster. I mean, he could draw Dark Depths right now.
All right, so Anthony was surgical during his draw step.
Oh yeah.
So Marshall drew for turn. It's like an Inquisition that doesn't do anything. Snapcasters are fine. Nothing amazing. Anthony draws. Swamp.
If that was a Dark Depths, then we were running to Thespian Stage or what?
Snapcaster target my surgical.
What?
So I think this is just to put pressure on the board.
Yeah.
You're saying, well, since I'm flashing the Snapcaster, I might as well value it somehow, some way.
Marshall doesn't even
flash back the surgical.
He says all your cards are bad.
Attack for 2.
The cards in your graveyard, yeah, you can draw them again.
Are we gonna see the same play with the second Snapcaster? So draw. In your draw step, Kolaghan's Command, discard a card, and I guess shock you. Oh, destroy Pithing Needle. Yes.
Unlock my Jace.
So you have no you have no hand, you have no Pithing Needle. My Jace is free to spiral out of control, plus target you. What does this card do? That's a duress.
Oh yeah, looks like duress.
You can keep it.
And we don't have cameras on the players' faces, but I believe Anthony's face looks about as same as this duress. What?
Brainstorming in response to the duress, I guess.
Marshall, come on. Are we brainstorming to protect? We have a Jace.
Found a Diabolic Edict, I guess.
100 ill-gotten gains for sale. Anyone interested? I'll think about it.
All right, 2 cards back. Your duress resolves. Jace, Thoughtseize. Can't quite see the last card. I think it's a Snapcaster.
It might be an Edict. He has. I know he had an Edict and a Snapcaster in hand, so I'd imagine he's hiding Snapcaster.
All right, so the duress snags the backup Jace, I guess. Tap, draw. He knows what that was because of the Brainstorm.
Oh, there's the Edict.
Plus, target you.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah. Anthony's deck is sweet, but I don't think he can beat the
and
Jace
Marshall's
clock.
like bottom way.
Wait,
maybe.
I don't know what that does.
That stays on top. Attack you for 2, and I think his goal here is probably just try to ultimate this Jace just to clean the game as fast as possible.
He was hiding an Inquisition of Kozilek on top.
All right, untap.
This is the card that he kept on top.
Ill-gotten game, or just hardcast Leyline.
Leyline.
Yeah, sure. Okay. If the Helm of Obediences are still in the deck,
yeah, they are.
Can he win? He needs 1 more land, right?
Yeah, he needs to activate. I think he can win.
He needs, because Helm is 4, but you need to activate it for like at least for 1, right?
Yeah.
So draw
Helm.
Another Helm. Okay.
Oh, that's
another Leyline.
I was expecting Helm. He tapped 4 mana.
All right.
Anthony, we are rooting for you.
Plus Jace.
I think
Take
if this is Helm,
that's a Dark Depths. That can stay on top.
Yeah.
Attack for 2.
If this is Helm, I mean, obviously, if his top 2 cards were Helm, he could win the game.
Where there's a Dark Depths. All right. Marshall taps. Yes. Ultimate the Jace.
Anthony goes. I know what Jace Ultimate does. Anthony says.
Okay, these go
I'll exile this
over here. I have no deck. Marshall's like, wait,
Marshall's like, wait, what
this-
does my
this-
card do?
this isn't -12. I win the game. My opponent didn't scoop. What happened? Well, what do? I passed the turn. Oh, look, I'm dead. All right, and Marshall wins. So we have 4 color control beating the magnificent monstrosity that is Black Death.
Yeah, unsure of how strong this deck actually is, but man, is it sweet. It's like a 3-card Monty. Like, there's 3 combos in it, right? There's
Depth Stage,
Depth Stage,
Leyline Helm,
and then there's Tendrils and Rituals, I guess.
Why is there 1 Tendrils of Agony in this deck?
Because you have Infernal Tutor. You don't want to draw multiple Tendrils. That's the reason. Don't you understand?
Is it just like a weird situation where it's like, oh, Dark Grit, Dark Grit, Dark Grit, Infernal Tutor Tendrils you?
I think maybe there's a line where you like loop Ill-Gotten Gains. So Ill-Gotten Gains exiles itself, but like you go Dark Grit, Ill-Gotten Gains, get back Dark Grit, tutor for Ill-Gotten Gains, Dark Grit, tutor for Ill-Gotten Gains, tutor.
I'm trying to think of a weird situation where like he can have 2 LEDs in play and loop Ill-Gotten Gains, but how does he cast Tendrils?
You need a tutor.
But he's cracking LEDs from infinite mana, right?
It's not infinite. The Ill-Gotten Gains exile themselves.
Oh.
So if you have ritual tutor, that's 5 mana.
Okay.
I guess you need something else, but that's 5 mana. You use 2 of it to go get out Ill-Gotten Gains.
Okay,
and then you need even more mana.
So
okay,
we go Dark Ritual, LED, LED. Ill-Gotten Gains, hold priority, crack my LEDs, get them back. Wait, no, because you just lost the tutor that way.
So I guess, Dark.
I...
Hold on. Can we get him in the booth to explain the madman? Okay, so we're trying to figure this out. So if you have Dark Ritual plus Lion's Eye Diamond plus tutor. So Dark Ritual, that's 1 mana to make 3. Lion's Eye is plus 3.
Okay.
So that's up to 6 from 1.
Yes.
Tutor gets you Ill-Gotten Gains.
Okay.
So then Ill-Gotten Gains cast, you're at 0 mana. So you would need, I guess, an extra floating mana.
Okay. So
and then you can get back those 3 again.
Okay.
And then just loop that.
Okay.
So that's 3 cards cast, Ill-Gotten Gains plus another 3, that's 7.
Okay.
So if you start the turn with 3 mana, you can do that loop.
Someone linked us a primer. I need to read this. I'm sorry if this is bad broadcasting, but I need to read this. Okay, play Dark Ritual, store 1, graveyard 4. Wait, what? Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
You have Island Swamp in play. Your hand consists of This has Intuition in it.
Yeah, this is a different list.
I understand the strategy. It's the same strategy.
Anthony doesn't have. So here's the thing. Anthony doesn't have Cabal Ritual, which would make this a lot easier because you would net a lot more mana.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna mull this over for a couple of days.
You know what? Anthony figured it out 5 rounds. He beat 5 opponents.
Yeah. He was this close to top 8, just so close. Sometimes the one spicy brew that does really well just enough. Like, can you imagine if this was a 6-round event instead of a 7-round? He would be in top 8, right?
He would.
Yeah, that's
correct.
That's the difference.
Get that man in the booth. Hey, the booth can only fit so many people.
There is a sanctioned event going on out there. Let's take a look to see if there's any time left. There's 13 minutes, but it looks like people are already in their last games.
Yeah. So Anthony just fanned out his sideboard there. Again, we're we're in the last round, but yeah, I can read Anthony's sideboard out if anyone was interested. 2 Lost Legacy. I guess name Force of Will so your combos can be assembled.
There's a couple of more minutes left.
Pithing Needle, Helm of Obedience, Redundant Helm, Redundant Vampire. 2 Collective Brutalities, which can kill Death and Taxes, I would imagine, because Death and Taxes seems like... I guess if I was a Death and Taxes player, I would have a real tough time figuring out
What hate pieces to play?
yeah, what hate pieces are good. Bitter Blossom, Ratchet Bomb. When all else fails, Phyrexian Obliterator, which I think honestly probably gets sideboarded in every matchup.
I can
Just
imagine it.
turn 1 land, turn 1 swamp, turn 2 Lake of the Dead. Here's an Obliterator.
Yeah, I still see that occasionally in like Legacy. People just really love Lake of the Dead into Obliterator.
The really weird one, Ensnaring Bridge.
Maybe it's for Sneak and Show?
Yeah, but you're a Dark Depths deck. There's no way to remove it from your own. Like your own deck cannot remove it except for Ratchet Bomb, I guess. And then Toxic Deluge. I guess again that helps against
And like Hate Bear
Death and
strategy, I
Taxes.
guess.
And then Nihil Spellbomb.
There's a lot of ones in that.
Spellbomb is actually not bad against when you want to cast and resolve Ill-Gotten Gains, because then they don't have a
Lake
graveyard
doesn't
anymore.
make turn 2 Obliterator.
Read Lake of the Dead. All right, I'll read Lake of the Dead.
Well, I know you have to sack a swamp when it comes into play, and I know you just need to sack a swamp to activate it.
Add black, black, black.
Obliterator costs black, 4 black, right?
Yeah, unclear of how that doesn't make. Turn 1 swamp.
I guess you need.
Yeah, everyone's kind of missing game 3. We only have like 2 more matches out. So.
Okay. Turn 2 makes 2 mana.
Oh, sack a swamp.
Well, so you would have to go like.
Oh, you sack a swamp and then you sack a swamp.
Yeah, so this
All
would
right,
be like
true,
turn 3.
true. All right, nah, we can do it with
Dark Rituals. No,
Yeah,
it comes
I
into play
guess
tapped, right?
No,
No, it doesn't play
You
on
just
the
have to sack 2 swamps.
This is a deep rabbit hole we're going down.
Yeah, did we have any? We had no like ramp. You can go to Splash. We didn't have any ramp to like get. We had no like exploration effects.
No.
Okay.
How far down this rabbit hole we need to go to figure this out?
Hey, we announced we don't know what his cards do. Duress, Thoughtseize, Dark Ritual, know what those do. Lion's Eye, kind of. Infernal Tutor, kind of. Lotus Petal, I know. Vampire Hexmage, no, absolutely. Ill-Gotten Gauge, no one knows what that does. Leyline of the Void, I know. Helm, I could not tell you with 100% accuracy what Helm does. Tendrils, we know what that does. Dark Depths, know that. Urborg, yes. Lake of the Dead. What does... Okay. Got it. I had it the whole time. Sorry, chat. You're wrong. Turn 1, Urborg. Turn 2, Lake of the Dead.
You can sack itself?
Sack itself. Nope, didn't have it. Sorry, chat. You're right. You're right the whole time.
Trying to connect lines that don't exist.
Chat. You... Praise the chat. Praise the chat. It's been 7 hours. Whew. We just saw the spiciest brew go down in flames.
Alright.
Do we know, did Clifford win?
I do not know. I'll have to run out and take a look. But I know 2 or 3 people are still playing. I would assume Clifford split. So I'll go out and start doing 4 stuff.
Grim, here you go. That's the list. perfect it. Make this deck good. If you can't read any of the cards, sorry. The Tendril seems desperate. I think there has to be some good ill-gotten gains loop. That would make me want a Cabal therapy, or sorry, Cabal ritual, because then if you have Cabal ritual is +3 mana. The problem is the loop with Dark Ritual. So Dark Rit, Lion's Eye, and Tutor. You're losing a mana every loop. So if you had a Cabal Ritual instead, I'd imagine there'd be some good, production value. We got you. There'd be some advantage to be playing some Cabal Rituals, I believe. Vampire, Hexmage, Dark Depths.
Kubo is punching in standings, and he's going to give it to us before everybody else.
Okay.
And
Need to get 3 ill-gotten gains into the graveyard.
He's still putting this together?
That's why it ran Intuition. No, so with that combo, if you just have Tutor, you can Tutor for an ill-gotten gains, cast that one, Tutor for another ill-gotten gains, cast that one, Tutor for Tendrils, cast Tendrils.
See, this is what I love about Legacy, where we see a weird list and it's like, oh, this is weird, and someone was like, hey, this deck existed several years ago. And there's a whole primer written about it.
Yes, deck existed.
Just as that we're not final.
Okay.
So one more match going on, it could. It's not a clean cut top 8, so it could affect it. Also, don't announce the top 8 yet.
Yeah.
I want to see that from me.
Alright, so we are not allowed to announce who is to the top of the standings, but we can do a general approximation about decks that we see in like the top 8, top 6, something like that.
So yeah, it is a very ugly cut.
Yeah, that is rough.
Yeah, we currently have 9 players
Right, so
above 15 points.
Confirm Marshall playing 4-color control in the top 8.
Yeah, Marshall X and 1.
Done. Sneak. Oh, these are draws, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so those two drew. So we're gonna see Sneak and Show, Storm, 4-color. Wait, we noted that, right?
That one? No.
So Sneak, 4-color, Storm. So those are like about right, and then it gets really blurry about like there.
Can't we have multiple LEDs and make
Infinite mana if you have Tutor in the graveyard?
So Ill-Gotten Gains exiles itself? Are you catching that, Grim? I mean, you could make a lot of mana and a lot of Storm.
Here, let's do this. Let's go down the list and say point out some decks that we saw earlier.
All right, Matt Sperling, not doing great.
All right, Fullback Thieves, spicy, fun to watch, cool. Didn't do amazingly.
Didn't do great today. Isaac Sears.
I guess Isaac lost twice.
Yeah, Isaac lost twice.
Yeah, so he lost in feature, and I think he just lost.
Zach is at 14.
That's too far out, right? He's the only 14-pointer. This is like the only draw within like the Swiss.
Yeah, it's those two draws. Yeah, so I think we'll have to wait for everything else to be punched in.
Like
standings. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no standings.
All right, so
these are unofficial. We're just kind of looking at.
There are 3 18-pointers done.
Yeah.
2 17-pointers that drew last round done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 16-pointers. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 15-pointers.
You couldn't play because you didn't have Jace? Sounds like you need to find another deck. All right, we're still trying to figure it out. 2 LEDs, Infernal Tutor for ill-gotten gains. This adds 4 storm, and you end up searching for tendrils instead of ill-gotten
Okay.
gains. Yeah.
What if we just go get Anthony? What if we just... He's done. We watched him finish his game. What if we just go out there
Do we
and get
have
him?
that technology?
I don't know what he looks like.
You'll have to ask Kubo.
Okay. I don't know. So, Cyrus is at the top of the 15 pointers, but he's X2. But he's the highest 15 pointer. No, that's too far. No. I forgot, some of these are already done.
Well, some of them are done, but some of them are not done. So some of these
Yeah.
people can jump. That's the point.
And then...
But it looks like... Do we know for a fact that he will not split?
Personally, I want to say yes, but we don't have confirmation.
So yeah, we're at about 95% chance of more magic. The top 8 doesn't look like it's going to split, at least at the top 8.
So something about, like, in this range could, like, jump, right? Or is it, like...
Well, it depends, because we don't know how many... Because, like, any one of these players could just jump by 3 points.
Yeah, so anyone...
I assume all of them have already played.
The only way to know is to wait.
Yeah. Let's go... Can you go see if Kubo can flag down Anthony? Ask him a couple questions. Don't... I need that... I need the list. I cannot...
This is breaking you mentally.
Chat, please. Our standings pairings posted anywhere? No, this is just a local tournament. This is the ChannelFireball Game Center. So imagine just like, your own LGS holds, a pretty big event. You don't really think that's gonna like post standings online. We troubleshoot audio in game 1. You know what? Thank you for being with us. You've been with us the whole day. Give me 20-minute interview we'll do. We're seeing if we have that technology. Maybe not. Anything else in the chat?
I have answers for you.
We have answers?
Please have a seat.
Okay.
Anthony Benedetti.
Am I in the camera?
That's the camera. That's us.
Okay.
What does your deck do?
It wins in 3 different potential ways.
Mm-hmm.
The first way is with the Leyline of the Void, Helm of Obedience combo.
Mm-hmm.
The second way is with the Dark Depths Thespian Stage / Hex Mage combo.
Yep.
And the last way is storming off with a Tendrils of Agony, which you can do if you have a 6 mana loop. The easiest way to do it is Lion's Eye Diamond with 2 mana, cast, hold priority. You get 6 mana in your pool. You search for an Ill-Gotten Gains. You bring back Lion's Eye Diamond, and Infernal Tutor, and you repeat that loop until you have 10 spells, and then the last loop you go and grab Tendrils and kill them.
Sounds complicated. Did you create this deck by yourself?
Yes, I did.
Just purely out of your own thought. There are some other ill-gotten gains type strategies that have existed. I'm not putting you on the spot.
No.
You just said I want to play mono black, ill-gotten gains, Leyline of the Void. Which do you see that? Do you see that synergy? Did you see that?
What, the Ill-Gotten Gains? Yeah. So you can
And
also
Leyline?
make your opponent discard their hand which is great.
I did not see that
yeah.
until many turns in, and I thought, wait a minute, is that even a combo? No, Leyline's one-sided. That's a mind twist. That's insane.
So the deck started, when I started working on it, it was initially just a Leyline and Helm combo deck, and it just had 4 Leyline and 4 Helm. And then all those other combo pieces were like card draw. And I was like, well, this is okay, but if you don't get a Leyline in play, you're pretty much losing the game. So what if I just put as many combos as I could into the same 60 cards and see what happens?
So how were your matchups today? We saw one on camera.
Matchups today, the first match that I played was against Sneak and Show. And Sneak and Show is actually pretty cool because if you can start the game with a Leyline in play, you actually want them to cast Show and Tell.
Show and Tell, yeah.
You just drop your Helm of Obedience into play. And the other benefit to the deck is that, so game 1 against Sneak and Show, I made a turn to 20/20 and attacked him. So thus my opponent is going to board in thinking I'm on Dark Depths.
Yeah.
So my sideboard is kind of like a leaning sideboard where if I win with one condition, I can start leaning towards the other 2 conditions in the board and try and catch them off guard.
That's top 8.
So
that's okay. Chat loves this. Chat will get to watch the top 8. Keep going.
Yeah, so that was one round. I played against Mono Red Prison.
Okay.
And that's also an okay matchup. I mean, the Chalice is bad against you, but it doesn't like lose you the game because you have other ways to win again. So Delver, as you saw, is I played Check Pile, and so Marshall, that was sort of a bummer for me because I play against Marshall all the time at our store at home.
Okay.
So he's played against this very deck like a bunch of times.
So Marshall knew what was up.
He knew exactly what was going on. Which is, he's not going to board in his Tarmogoyfs against me. He's going to leave in his Kolaghan's Commands. And in addition to that, I had the 2 worst draws that I had the entire day.
Okay, yeah, because
the
draws were a little shaky.
In retrospect, I probably just need to keep those 7 with the 2 hate spells in both hands and just settle in for a long game and hope to, take his relevant pieces early and hope to outdraw him, which is pretty hard to do against Check Pile. So I was trying to get a little more action, and it just didn't happen.
Any other interesting decks, interesting matchups? What's a really good matchup? What's a really bad matchup? Just so we have a sense of it. Obviously,
you just get some gimmies. If you hit a Leyline, you're playing against Reanimator and Dredge. They don't have anything for you game 1. The worst matchups I think are Check Pile. Decks that run, what's that card? Force of Will?
I've heard of that one. Yep.
That's tough to overcome sometimes, but you can. And I did a couple times today. Like I said, I beat Sneak and Show. I beat Red Blue Delver, and I beat Eldrazi. I lost 2 lands in game 3, but I did have a couple of turn 2 kills today.
Yeah, land seems like it could be a pretty good matchup. Leyline helps against them. They're not pressuring you too fast, too much.
That's right. Yeah. So and especially if you have a Leyline again, their game 1 they have Life from the Loam and it shuts off a lot of their things. The problem is they have a lot more ways to find their combo.
Yeah.
So
a lot more redundant pieces for them.
Yes. So it's really fun to play. So that's why I decided to do it. I've been jamming a bunch of games on MTGO over the last week.
Well, awesome battling today. We got to see your deck in a win and in the last round. So that was awesome. Any other shout outs for you?
So Marshall for top 8ing.
Yeah, Marshall for top 8ing.
And my buddy Mike Clifford is also top 8ing today playing Storm. So I hope they do well.
He's also playing a Tendrils of Agony deck. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, just like you.
The matchup against Storm is actually really good also because and that's sort of why I have the Lost Legacies in the sideboard.
Okay.
So you can just take away a win con.
Turn 1 Lost Legacy with a Dark Crit.
Yeah, and you can also do it off a Lion's Eye Diamond and Inferno Tutor. So the Inferno Tutor gives the deck a lot of flexibility and all the different ways to win. So I was calling the deck Death. It's a DETH for Depths, Tendrils, and Helm.
Oh, I
And,
see. I couldn't figure it out. We just put it. We've never seen this, so we put it as like a Black Death. That's what we called it. We called it Black Death.
Black Death. I like that.
It's mono black. It's about death. So.
And I've just always loved mono black. Like I play 8-rack and Modern. I play Pox and Legacy, and this monstrosity now. So
this monstrosity, go back and watch. We were having fun the whole time. Work of art was called Genius. A lot of positive.
Madman.
Madman was also. Richard, come on. that was also maybe thrown out there.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, we're subbing Richard back in. Thank you.
Did that answer?
That answered any and all questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have our top 8.
We have a top 8.
Okay.
Wait,
Now,
is Anthony Benedetti in the top 8? Did he sneak in?
no, 15th.
Shame.
So close. Okay. Number 1 seed, Alex Bonhoff.
Sure.
Alex B. Death and Taxes. Number 1 seed.
Armando?
Okay.
Thanks, Armando.
Marshall, that we saw play
Marshall
4
Jankowski.
color. Theodore Jung, I have not seen or heard of, so I don't know who's playing that. Troy, who was playing, was it Sneak and Show we saw earlier?
We saw Troy Jackson.
Yeah.
He was the player that got beat by Alan Wu? Is that right?
I think so. And if that should be Sneak and Show, right? I think it was
Yeah.
Sneak and Show. Okay, so Sneak and Show, Troy Jackson, Michael Clifford, Cliffy81 on Moto, rocking Ad Nauseam Tendrils, Alan Wu. Oh, there you go. Alan Wu, Miracles. Curtis Lamb, who is normally a lands player, but he's not playing lands today, and I did not get confirmation about who he's playing. And Jeffrey Lee on Aggro Loam.
So Jeffrey Lee, the last player on 16. Not the last player on 16 points. So Max
Kalinowski, who is the finalist, or
Carini,
Max Carini.
number 9 on 16 points. Not a clean cut for top 8. And it's a bummer to go out on 9th place.
Yeah, it's really rough because it's a very, very close 8th and 9th place there. And then following that, we have Cyrus Cormgill, 15 points, 10th place. Max Kalmanowski, which was the finalist of the last 3K, down at 12th place.
Jay Trojan, he was on earlier. He got 16th.
Yeah, Isaac Sears, 12 points.
Alex Poon, Eric Reifman, Zach Wong.
Yeah.
Competitors in the top 32.
Yeah. So I was asked which players we would want in our top 8 for round 1, and we're gonna have.
I don't know because I don't know the matchups.
We're gonna have Agrolome, Jeffrey Lee on Agrolome versus Alex B on Death and Taxes.
Oh, okay.
That's gonna be grinding.
So 2 decks that we
fun.
haven't seen yet all day.
Yeah. So this will be interesting.
Who do you like in that matchup?
Agrolome, Punishing Fire, Chalice of the Void. But notice we also said very, very earlier that neither one of us really favored Death and Taxes, kind of like sneaking in. And Death and Taxes, number 1 seed, 18 points.
No, number 1 seed, and Alan Wu not on Death and Taxes, but in the top 8.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's interesting there. So yeah, we got some shout outs for Jeffrey.
I know who that is. Hey, Jeffrey is our Jundamentals guy.
Okay.
So he played Jund forever, and it took a long time for us to convince him to play not Jund. And he's playing Agrolome now.
What's wrong with Jund? Jund is a lifestyle.
It is a lifestyle. Sometimes
Jund,
you gotta
similar to Grixis, lifestyles.
Just gotta teach your opponent the correct Jundamentals.
Yes.
Turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Him the Tark, turn 3 Liliana.
Yes. Get them. Alan Wu is a very good legacy player. Correct.
He's
I
a
agree.
very good player. All right,
We want ill-gotten gains. Ill-gotten gains. So close.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna keep an eye out.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that they're not starting.
Yeah. Anthony Benedetti, 15th place. Oh, they're starting. We're live.
They started already. Yeah.
We're going.
Okay. Got distracted.
We don't have.
Or actually, I can see Jeffrey's on the right.
Jeffrey's on the right. Okay. Alan Wu will win the whole thing. Predictions from the chat. Agrilome. We'll say 0-0.
This is Alex.
Alex, Bohn Hoff. Bonhoff.
And he is on
D&D.
And then this is semis? No,
Quarter pounder.
All right. Whoa, that is terrible. Just jumped right off the screen. Okay. What does it
Just say quarters.
So sorry if you guys missed the first couple. I did not think they would start right away.
Yeah. Alan Wu is on Miracles.
Okay, so now on paper, Agrilome is favored in this matchup because Agrilome has a lot of removal with the power of like prison style decks, Chalice of the Voids. Plus, you have your value engines like Dark Confidant and two Life in the Loams, Punishing Fires, and Neither Reliquary. And Death and Taxes is a mono-white hate bear strategy designed to kind of beat up on these decks at different angles. But all of this kind of is very hand dependent because both these decks don't have cantrips.
Yeah, it hinges on a few key cards and if those cards are available to both players. So this is one of the matchups where it's not just deck versus deck. Decks are a combination of cards, and if you see those cards, then you're advantaged. And it's not a deck is advantaged or a player or a play style. It's just like kind of what specific lines are available when you draw these cards. One card notably that from this start from Jeffrey, he did not get his very crucial Mox Diamond opener.
Mox Diamond is a very strong card in Agrilome. It allows it to jump mana, like mana curves going from like 1 mana to 3. What is a Sanctum Prelate? Ooh.
Sanctum Prelate on 2?
Yeah, 2 is a really strong number against Jeffrey here. So what he's going to do here is he's going to Assassinate Trophy the Stoneforge Mystic so that I assumed Alex tutored maybe like a Batterskull.
Yeah, I didn't catch what it was.
So this Sanctum Prelate is going to resolve because there's no permission. So Jeffrey's like, well, he's going to name 2 because 2 is a very obvious name. So I'm just going to use my removal spell now so that I don't have to deal with like a snuck-in Batterskull or a sword coming down. Oh, Jitte. Okay.
Who's in the top 8? Alex, Marshall, Theodore, Troy, Michael, Alan, Curtis, Jeffrey. Those are in the top 8. You're welcome.
All right. So looking at the graveyards, you can see that Alex led on turn 1 Mother Runes, but it got snagged by an Abrupt Decay on Jeffrey's side. And then it looks like there's a Wasteland on Alex's side, and Jeffrey's having a little bit of trouble developing his mana base here. This Agrilome is a 4-color deck, and it can get very color intensive. So we see there's a Liliana of the Veil in his hand, but he's unable to cast it because it doesn't have double black. There's a 1 of Ghost Quarter, which seems kind of bad against your mono white deck.
It gets rid of the port. Gets rid of the port problem.
It replaces the port for our planes. But maybe just jam this knight. Give your opponent a life, make green, play this big knight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a 5/5. And Swords to Plowshares? Yep.
Yeah.
So without the prisony half of the Agrilome, it kind of plays as this weird fair mid-range
Wasteland
deck.
Yeah, Wasteland you.
Wasteland the Grove, probably, yeah. You want to kind of avoid Punishing Fire in some weird way. Actually, with the Sanctum Prelate down, maybe you should have Wastelanded Scrubland.
Is there a way to do meta percentage? No. Straight up, the answer, no.
Alright, so Wasteland for Alex here, attack for 2. upkeep port your Scrubland because it's the
Scrub.
only colored source. Jeffrey's
We
gonna
do
draw.
have a Chalice.
It's a very late Chalice. It's a Bob,
Dark
but I think he
Combat.
doesn't have a land. And Chalice for 0 doesn't do anything against death and taxes. So Jeffrey's gonna pass. Untap draw. Out of planes. Tap for 2. So Alex is in a really good position here. He wants to kind of develop his board state a little bit more, preferably, and find ways to disrupt Jeffrey more and more. Maybe another Rashadan port, another Wasteland, Stoneforge Mystic.
I think Jeffrey's trying to debate, do I want to get rid of this port?
Yeah.
The port problem.
Ghost Quarter. Now, it's a little awkward for Jeffrey here because it gets rid of the port, but now he's only down to 1 land.
No, it's not that awkward, actually, because now any land off the top,
Ooh.
any land unlocks the Bob, even like a Wasteland or a colorless land. So it actually enables more draws and more potential.
Okay, so giving him the chance to actually use his mana instead of it getting tapped down.
Does he have basic swamp? Unclear. We don't have deck lists.
I don't think Aggro Loam actually plays Basic Swamp.
Yeah, basic swamp seems strange. Maybe basic forest?
Like Basic Forest and Dryad Arbor is pretty normal.
Yeah.
So lots of planes on Alex's side. Now he probably doesn't want to attack his Sanctum Prelate into the Bob.
I think that's a play I'd be willing to make.
Just risk it.
Because Jeffrey's on the back foot. He wants the Bob to survive.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hard cast Batter Skull. All right. Trigger. Make a germ. If they can find a germ. Okay, there is a germ. Confirm. Or somewhere in there. So
Wasteland.
Bob reveals a Wasteland. Takes 0 damage there. And it's another land for Jeffrey, which is nice.
Cannot deploy any of his 2s. Doesn't have double black for Liliana. Let's see if he finds something like a knight.
Another knight would be great. Or even like a barbarian ring? No, the black one. Cabal Pit. Right?
Yeah, Cabal Pit.
Because Agrodolome actually does play 1 Cabal Pit. And it's for situations kind of like this. Okay. Play the Wasteland. It's just going to be a colorless source here.
I think he has a green sun in hand. How did he cast that?
Yeah, cast what?
Cast what?
Alright, pass. Untap. Draw a card. And now Alex is free to just start attacking with his Batter Skull.
Well, and he already was attacking with the Prelate,
Yeah.
so... Attack you for 6?
I think
How did he cast what?
Prelate is non-creature spells.
How did he cast a Bob? Yeah. Prelate doesn't stop
So-
the creature.
Would you trade your Prelate for the Bob, or you just keep it in
At
play?
this point, I think we just still need to draw better cards.
Okay. So Ass is going to play a Cavern named Humans, play a Thalia. He's just going to start developing his board. Jeffrey's in a very, very tight spot here. That Batter Skull is going to be pretty hard for him to beat, especially with that Sanctum Prelate on 2. Turns off Abrupt Decays, turns off any extra Assassination Trophies, turns off Punching Fires. Flips a Grove. Not too bad. Oh, that's actually a good point from the chat. If Alex is holding that Jitte, then losing the Sanctum Prelate will allow him to just play Jitte and equip it, and then things will get really, really bad.
I think... So unfortunately he can't do it because Thalia's in play. But we could see... Jeffrey would never do this. Sanctum Prelate on 2. Chalice on 2.
Wait, can you cast?
Yeah, because Chalice would be on
It
4.
would cost 4.
Yeah.
That
would be a pretty sweet play.
little
Little
rough.
Yeah, I think Jeffrey's desperately on the back foot.
Right. More Bobs.
Yeah, more bobbing it up. Yeah, he's desperately on the back foot, but it would be Flicker Wisp.
I think step one for Alex here is just to keep attacking.
Yeah, and now he decides I don't want to trade because you would have a redundant Bob anyway.
Alright. Go, go, go. Trying to wonder...
turn off his own punishing fires. He doesn't turn them off. As long as Prelate is different than Chalice. Double block.
That's a bad block.
That's not a good block.
Thalia has first strike.
That's not a good block.
Whoa. Yeah, Alex correctly identifies that Thalia has first strike. I would like to order damage 1 to Bob, 1 to Bob.
Yeah.
First strike damage, they both die. That was
it's been a long day.
Ooh, that is an intense mistake for Jeffrey here.
Yes, Chalice on 4 would cost 5.
Oh, okay, so I think Jeffrey made a mistake.
No, we saw that Jeffrey made a mistake.
Yeah.
Jeffrey's gonna ask a judge
if he can takesy back this mistake.
If he can takesy back the block
in this competitive REL event.
Yeah, but it looked like from just the gestures that Jeffrey was ready to order the blockers. So
yeah,
really, it just kind of
that was rough. Like, Jeffrey's already very far behind. He's also 8 rounds in. The exhaustion starts to creep up on a lot of people. Ooh.
I mean,
I would if I was sitting in Jeffrey's seat, I would actually shame scoop and just move on.
Yeah, shame scoop.
Yeah.
Shame scoop is always an option. However, I know that I have tried to double block a first striker before and been like, oh yeah, this is how it works. And then at least, I've done it on Magic Online. I've just been like, Judge, what happened to my creatures?
Yeah, sometimes your brain just like skips a step and it's like, oh god. Oh. Alright, Flickerwiss.
Flickerwiss doesn't get any super value, but presenting lethal next turn, and Jeffrey doesn't really have. I guess he could maybe. Does he have main deck Deluge? That could be an out.
Oh, he drew a Green Sun Zenith, which unfortunately doesn't do much here. So Alex is going to pick up game 1 in our quarters. And we see Death and Taxes up a game against Agrolome. Okay, so we don't have deck lists, which is what happened last time. So
give those to Kubo and ask for deck lists. That's my suggestion.
All right.
So on the Death and Taxes side,
turn on this light.
Oh, we have light
in the dark for a while.
I'd imagine any card that can answer Chalice would come in. Gideon's, they seem pretty good. Planeswalkers, redundant threats. That's kind of what I would imagine. On Jeffrey's side, just a couple more removal spells. He might have something crazy like Massacre, or I'd imagine he's not playing the Dread of Night. So, how we doing, chat? 199 people, humans, watching our Magic Legacy coverage at the ChannelFireball Game Center. And let's see. We're currently in the quarterfinals of the 107-player 3K tournament today.
Have our deck lists. All right. They started yet? No, still sideboarding. Okay.
They're going pretty casual.
All right. So let's take a quick look here. I have Alex's deck list, and his sideboard consists of 1 Manriki Gasari. I haven't seen that in forever.
Okay.
Containment Priest seems actually very good because it stops Green Sun Zenith. Well, it slows him down because it's nice to just kind of get the Green Sun Zenith out of there, but kind of dies a lot of things. Aethersworn
It also turns off your own Aether Vial.
Yes, turns off Aether Vial, but we'll see. Aethersworn Candidates, not for this matchup. Fairy Macabre. Agrolome is a kind of graveyard-centric deck, so maybe it's a possibility that we see that to like fight against Knights or Punishing Fires. Path to Exile. I cannot read that. Oh, that's Relic Warder.
Land and Relic Warder?
Probably not.
I mean, it's good against Mox Diamond and Sylvan Library.
Maybe. That's a possibility. Rest in Peace, very good. But the question is, does he bring in Fairy Macabre and Rest in Peace, or just Rest in Peace, or just Fairy Macabre? Gideon, ally of Zendikar, I really like in this matchup.
Yeah.
Council Judgment and Palace Jailer.
Jailer seems great.
Jailer seems really good. I like Council's Judgment just as an answer for Planeswalkers and stuff.
How many Jailers does he have in main deck? 1. 1+1.
1 main, 1 side. Yeah.
Speaking of spicy, not what did this come in? Conspiracy?
As one of the conspiracy sets.
Yes. Speaking about spicy 4-mana creatures that came in a conspiracy set, Queen Marchesa. Marchesa.
The grindy queen.
We got 1 main deck queen, which hopefully, actually, it would have been pretty fine there. As a 3/3, it would block the Thalia, block the 2/2.
It also makes Death Touch guys, but the issue with Queen Marchesa is if your opponent has a bigger board state than you, like if Alex has a Flicker Wisp or 2, he can lose Monarch and never be able to get it back.
Yeah, you can attack because when you don't have Monarch, you get the guys, right?
Yes.
So you attack with your Death Touchers.
I guess that's fair, but we're looking at a deck that has Thalias with First Strike and stuff.
We're also looking at a deck with Thalias with First Strike.
Oh, you're right. I forget that deck also has Thalias.
Yeah, Thalia, Knight of Autumn, 3 Leyline of the Void. Jeffrey, 3
does not want to lose to Reanimator, but not go all in apparently.
But he does want to lose sometimes,
just a little bit.
2 Swords of Plowshares, 2 Golgari Charm.
Oh, he loves his Golgari Charms.
Golgari Charm. I play elves. Golgari Charm. Shivers. 1 Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale. I play elves. Tabernacle.
This is totally unbiased commentary.
Unfair Magic cards. 1 Ajani Vengeant, 1 Liliana Last Hope, and 1 Vraska Golgari Queen. Can we rename this to 4 color queens?
Oh, there's a lot of queens.
He has 2 queens in his deck.
Ooh, okay, so Jeffrey's on the play, gonna lead on Verdict Catacombs Pass, and Alex is gonna deploy Plains Aether Vial.
I think, one of the keys to the deck from Death and Taxes, and keys to this matchup assuredly, Aether Vial. Being able to deploy your creatures at unorthodox speeds.
All right, Jeffrey's gonna fetch. Now he didn't have the explosive land-ish start of land Mox Diamond Chalice on 1, but maybe he has a turn 2 Chalice on 1. But there's already an Aether Ball in play, so it makes it kind of awkward. Unless this is maybe an Abrupt Decay, to just clearly.
Great. I think it's just a Bob.
I think Bob is also fine.
Do you keep Chalice in on this matchup?
On the play, I like it just because you only want Chalice on 1. That's literally it, right? But it has Cavernous Souls, and Cavernous Souls just laughs at your Chalice of the Void.
I'd get rid of Cavern. I'd get rid of always useful.
It might be
Not great.
too expensive for this matchup though.
Yeah.
But Stoneforge Mystic tutoring up Umazawa's Jitte for Alex here seems pretty good for him. Yes. Let me go over and open that door. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I'm missing one that goes to the second one.
Yeah, I think we have.
Okay, then you're good. Thank you.
Okay, so these are all the deck lists for talking.
Cool.
We'll just tuck over here.
It was it you handed the other deck list that he was missing?
Yeah, I handed them back.
Yeah.
The only issue is we won't know who's gonna go up there until we tell them, right? So we gotta.
Until they tell us.
Yeah, so we just gotta keep an eye on that. Also, fun fact: Jeffrey drove down with a couple of friends.
Mm-hmm.
They all left. Jeffrey came up to me and he said, "Hey, Richard, can I get a ride back?" So I said, "All right, Jeffrey. I guess you're stuck here all night with me."
How far is the ride for Jeffrey?
He lives in Outer Mission. So
Liliana Last Hope.
Ooh. So plus on the Stoneforge doesn't kill the Stoneforge, but not too bad.
So how far was it?
He lives in the outer mission. So we're going about the same distance.
Okay.
All right. Upkeep. File takes up to 2. All right. So so Vile snuck in a Mother Runes at end step to protect it from the Lily, and now the Mother Runes is active. Vile on 2.
Revoker?
Oh, Revoker would be so good right now.
Yeah.
All right, Revoker. Yep. Name Liliana Lasso. Pass it back, and he's holding up Stoneforge activation here.
Holding up Stoneforge. Doesn't have an answer to Bob.
Right. Bob flips a Wasteland. Jeffrey drawn cards at the low cost of 0 life. Oh, it's a Golgari Charm.
Golgari Charm. I guess.
So that Golgari Charm, he has to wait, right?
I guess it wouldn't completely wrath the board because it would kill the Mother Runes and the Revoker.
So worst case scenario for Alex is he Stoneforges in the sword, equips it to Revoker, and then Jeffrey just Golgari Charms.
Yeah. Look at this. What do you make of this?
This attack?
Yeah, you have a Mother of Runes. You're like, sir.
Jeffrey's hard trying to bait him so bad because he needs to get this Golgari Charm to like do maximum work. So Stoneforge is jumping in front of Bob, and then before damage, it's gonna activate it, put in this Umezawa's Jitte. They trade away.
Ooh, a trade-off. Mother Runes on lockdown.
Do you wait to Golgari Charm, or do you just do it now?
I mean, you absolutely do it right now. You don't want to flicker with shenanigans.
This is Jeffrey's decision, right? Oh, that's 2 mana. Plus, if he does it on his turn and it clears the Revoker, he can plus the Lily again.
Yeah. So the play there could have been Golgari Charm with all 4 creatures in play. Mother of Runes targets Stoneforge, gives it pro black, so it has protection from the Liliana. Ooh, Liliana's rebuying.
So he's gonna get back his Bob. Wow, he's picking a lot of lands.
Yeah. So yeah, unfortunately, Jeffrey didn't have a way to force through killing the entire board unless Alex blocked, which was actually kind of surprising.
So that Dark Confidant is in Jeffrey's hand. He just likes to put it off the side. So Wasteland is his land for turn. He's gonna redeploy Bob, untap, and Alex now has no board, but he does have an Aether Ball going up to 3 and an Umezawa's Jitte. Cavern Souls.
Cavern on. Who cares?
I guess he can. I find it interesting that he ticked up the Vial to 3. Is that he could have a Recruiter in his hand, or probably just.
I think he has a Flicker Wisp. He has a Revoker in hand that he can hardcast, and then.
I guess he can just cast either Revoker or. Yeah, he's just gonna cast Revoker, named Liliana again, and then in his end step he could Flicker Wisp away Jeffrey's Bob for a turn, like an entire turn cycle.
I think you just flicker away a land.
Oh, that too.
And then equip and kill Bob.
Alright. Untap. Upkeep trigger.
Bob trigger?
Another land. Jeffrey is the king of flipping lands off of Bob. Draw a card. He found a knight.
He flipped over 2 lands off the Liliana as well. He's just drawn lots of them.
Is this on purpose, or was he flooding? We don't know. But knight seems pretty good. The only thing he has to be worried about is the Jitte a little bit, not too much.
I'd be pretty worried.
He does need a way to get rid of this Revoker to have his Liliana active again, though.
Yeah, it looks like... I don't think he has any removal spells, quote-unquote removal spells, for Revoker in hand. And that goes doubly true for Jitte.
Right, so Bob attacks for 2. Alex is like, yeah, no blocks. Land for turn. 3 mana. Don't even need to give your opponent a life. You can play Knight here. And how big is that?
Are we thinking of wasting?
3. I think it's a 6/6. I think there's 4 lands in the yard, so he's going to go ahead and fire off this Wasteland with Cavern of Souls.
It's probably a billion. He also has Tranquil Ticket in hand, so
Yeah,
he can grow at instant speed.
So activate Vol on 3. Flicker. Oh, Recruiter.
Oh, recruit.
What do you recruit here?
Jailer seems sweet.
Oh, yeah, Jailer seems really good.
Get rid of your knight, kill your Liliana, draw extra cards.
Jailer costs 4, right? So he can
Yeah.
take up Aether Vial too?
Yeah. Get rid of your knight, get rid of your Dark Confidant, get rid of your Liliana. That's the prediction for this turn cycle.
Oh,
And Jeffrey's like, but
Alright.
my cards.
Take up Val to 4. So let's see if Alex sees the line.
Sees the line of playing his creatures effectively and removing his opponent's board.
It's not like it's perfectly lined up in his board state too. A Vial on 4, 2 mana, and a Jitte just sitting there.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he had one card in his hand and a new card that could complicate the line. He could lose it. He could make a mistake, but no, he's going for it.
Alright, here's Palace Jailer. Come into play. I would like to exile your Nyla Royal card. I also become the Monarch. And they're going to put that token way off to the side where
Yeah.
nobody can see it.
Right underneath the CFB Ballsy.
Alright, 2 mana, equip Jitte over to my Phyrexian Revoker.
And
Attack Lily.
That.
Get my Jitte counters.
And
You just -1 on the Bob, right?
yeah, I'd imagine.
Pass. Me. Oh no. End step. Draw for Monarch. It is a trigger. So Jeffrey, in response to the trigger, is just going to cycle Tranquil Ticket. Draw a card. And then Monarch trigger resolves. Alex gets to draw a card. And he's not going to kill the Bob. Interesting.
No,
Or
he is.
so. Oh, there it is. Okay.
I think he's just being quote unquote as perfect as possible. I want to see all of my options before I kill the Bob.
Yeah. So at end step, Bob is gone. So Jeffrey is now left with no board. He's got plenty of mana though. Knight is the draw. And he has to play more sweepers, right?
He has another Golgari Charm, which I believe is in his hand. And
There's a Knight of Autumn to kill Jitte if he happens to have it. Or Green Sun.
I guess that would be pretty sweet.
Abrupt Decays, Trophies.
However, well,
No Toxic Deluge.
no,
though.
never mind. Yeah, no Deluge. I was gonna say it would be interesting for him to try and kill Aether Vial, but Aether Vial's on 4 right now.
Yeah, there's not many cards that
So I think Aether Vial's just sitting there until a Flicker Wisp comes along and
resets
resets
it.
it.
Yeah, I think the only 4 in all of Alex's deck is really just the Palace Jailers.
He does have 2 Jailers, so he could have a instant speed Fiend Hunter, just locked and loaded as soon as he finds the second one.
There is one Brightwing in Alex's deck, which I'm very curious about. It seems really good in this matchup, right?
Vigilance is good.
Also, like growing the body or growing the butt, and then giving it lifelink.
Sure.
All right, so deploying Knight, casting Loam, getting back my cycling lands.
Deploying Knight and then instantly shrinking Knight by 2. What a combo.
And you had to tap out for those 2.
Yep. Here's Swords and Wreck Your Face. Draw an extra card and pass turn back. No, he now has the Flicker Wisp. So now he could
Flicker Knight attack.
or flicker his Jailer.
Oh, and then
And
exile
then exile
another
your
Knight.
Yeah.
I like that play.
He's saying Knight check.
Let me check. Ask how big your Knight is. I think for Alex, like, maybe just plow it. Just get rid of it. Yeah. Okay. It's giving Jeffrey a little bit of life, but he doesn't have to like worry about if he happens to get hit by something and unlocks the 2 Knights, because the Jailer triggers if you get hit, then whatever was jailed comes back. It's not damage. It has to be like a creature attacking you, so it has to be combat damage. But he's just playing it safe. Attack with Revoker. Jitte triggers. Go to end step. Monarch trigger. Draw a card. Man, no punishing fires for Jeffrey. Like, punishing fire is like the key card for this matchup, but hasn't found a single one.
He does have lots of groves. So Jeffrey opted not to loam.
Right.
Or, yeah, he was thinking about whether or not to loam.
On a card. What is Jeffrey's out here besides sweepers?
I think he does have Golgari Charm in hand.
But it doesn't deal with this giant revoker with this holding on to this sword.
It would kill a 1/1 currently.
It would kill just the recruiter.
Chat points out Jeffrey is in bad shape. He could really sculpt his hand with a brainstorm.
Yeah, he can make blue off that Mox Diamond.
He could.
It's brilliant.
We saw earlier in the day Cyrus Cormangill cast Brainstorm. No, cast Preordain into Brainstorm into Kill You.
Cycle for Jeffrey.
Cycle, draw another card.
Oh, it's another land.
And it's possibly the worst land imaginable. It's a bad land.
Alright, he's going to play Badlands for turn. Pass.
I think... so I think Alex might be able to pick up on the fact that Jeffrey has Golgari Charm. The way that Jeffrey is playing, he's like, I don't really know what to do. Maybe I have this. And maybe I saw it wrong. Maybe he doesn't have Golgari
It's an
Charm.
Abrupt Decay.
Yeah, but there's definitely responses that could be made.
So, looks like in response to the Abrupt Decay, he says, well, I'm going to use all the counters on my Jitte to grow my Revoker, just to hit as hard as possible.
Do you know when the best window to use Decay on Jitte is?
During your turn when your opponent couldn't attack with you and hit you in the face?
Correct. Second best window.
I don't know.
During damage with trigger on the stack. So you trade with their creature, and then they go to put the counters, and you say, wait, that's a trigger, right?
The counters are not there, yes.
And then they're like, yes, it is a trigger. You are correct.
Okay, so
I've done that with some Nettle Sentinels blocking 2/2s.
Alright, so hard cast Flickerwisp, targeting my recruiter. Go to end step. Recruiter comes back and he's going to recruit
Another Flickerwisp?
Sanctum Prelate.
Oh, Prelate.
So-
Prelate on 2.
Yeah, Alex is really locking down Jeffrey so that he doesn't have any wiggle room to like fight back.
I mean, he's just doing Death and Taxes' his key plan, right?
Yeah,
Just
lock your opponent down. Bunch of little creatures attacking you. And I mean, traditionally, one of these decks is slightly more unfair than the other one, right? Agrolome is a little bit more explosive, a little bit more unfair. It's got chalices and it's got like big creatures. But Death and Taxes just like, little by little chipping away. That one Phyrexian Revoker too, just locking down that Liliana did so much work.
it's the second Revoker because there already was a Golgari.
Yeah. Cycle my Baronmore. Replace my draw with Life from the Loam Dredge. Dredge 3. Looks like a Fetchland Caracas and a Mox Diamond.
You know what would be a card that Death and Taxes players have played in the past, but Jeffrey could use it to great effect here? Cataclysm.
Oh, Cataclysm would be so good. I haven't seen Cataclysm in a long time. Alright, so Jeffrey's going to draw for his turn after he untaps. And
It's interesting. He's not running Marsh Casualties, and he's not running Deluge.
yeah, I find it very... Is he just relying really heavily on the 2 Golgari Chimes for like matchups like this?
And I guess Punishing Fire, which should be on paper amazing against in this matchup.
Like, where's the Punishing Fire this whole time? Like, it would have been great. Like, so Jeffrey's gonna go ahead and cast Loam, get back his cycle lands, and this Verdant. Thumb through his deck some more. He can cycle and dredge Loam and try to find a Punishing Fire that way. That is one out. So you can slowly
I think he
kind
has
of pick off.
Does he have a Dryad Arbor? Yeah, Dryad Arbor is
Yeah.
probably better. And start blocking these X1s.
Okay. So play Dryad Arbor as a blocker.
Where's the aggro in this deck? Well, here's a 0 mana 1/1.
Alright, 3 mana. This looks like another knight.
Oh, Liliana.
Oh yeah, Liliana.
One of the saddest Lilianas.
I guess you just minus. And on Alex's side, you probably just get rid of the. You don't even need the Pal Scaler anymore. Like the creature exiled isn't exiled under Pal Scaler. It's exiled under whatever that trigger is for that Pal Scaler does.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a 1/1. Just get rid of the 1/1 because there's a 1/1 on the other side of the battlefield.
Oh yeah. Guess your 2/2 can block that Dried Arbor. So Alex is taking a look at his board state. Say, I guess I can kill this Lily with this Flicker Wisp. Playing the Plains over that Wasteland. I guess because Jeffrey's got a little bit of the Loam engine going on, I guess he doesn't feel like Wasteland is great.
Maybe he is saving the Wasteland for a key turn to kill the Dried Arbor.
Ooh, okay. Attack. Wisp at Lily. Jailer at you.
Interesting attack. I kind of just prefer waste the Dried Arbor, swing for 7.
Yeah, I think I would prefer that too.
If you want to uptick Lily, like, I don't care.
Yeah, and Jeffrey needing to use 2 mana each turn just to get back that Dried Arbor doesn't seem great.
Yeah, not anymore with the Prelate locking out the 2s.
Yeah, there goes Punching Fires and out. There goes Loam. There goes Golgari Charm, though it doesn't really clear this board anymore.
Alec tips his hand by playing the land pre-attack, pre-combat. Says, I'm going to use all of this mana.
Get a Sword of Fire and Ice. This is closing up quick for Jeffrey. Not quite sure what else he can do here. What is it? A cycle?
Cycle.
Yeah.
Key decision here. Which land do you cycle? The Tranquil Thicket or the Barren Moor?
Gonna replace the cycle to Dredge Loam, I guess. Curious what he's trying to find now. There's a fire. Fire is unfortunately turned off now. There's a Tabernacle.
There's no deluge in his deck, unfortunately. Hoodwink.
All right, pass it back. Or I guess not pass it back. I guess Jeffrey can go to untap here.
Yeah.
Even that Tabernacle is not great. Like if he somehow finds a way to get that Tabernacle into play, Al can just pay for like the important creatures, pay for the Sanctum Prelate, pay for the Flicker Wisp, pay for I guess even the Revoker, and just hardcast Sword. All right, so Jeffrey goes to untap. Things are looking quite dire here. Draw. Did not quite catch what it is. Looks like either a Loam or Baron. All right, I'm gonna call it. I think Jeffrey's dead.
Oh, you think?
I think just a little bit. There's a little bit of a hint that he's dead.
Jeffrey locked out of casting 2-cost spells. He only has 1 Lily Last Hope. Is that right? Yeah, 1 Lily Last Hope, which is already locked out under Revoker. And facing the beatdowns, a 2/2, a 1/2, a 3/1 flyer, a 2/2, and a 2/1 artifact.
It's a Maze of Ith.
Ooh, Maze of Ith. All right, that 3/1
slows things down quite a bit.
Is this a queen?
Oh, it's a Johnny Vengeance.
A Johnny.
Does Lightning Helix something?
Yeah, Alex reaches over and says, what exactly does that do?
I guess he can Lightning Helix the Sanctum Prelate, which allows him to cast Loam, which allows him to get back, I guess, a Tabernacle and whatever, but also opens up Punishing Fire.
Okay, we have a game plan. A Johnny, kill your creature. We don't have Loam in hand, right? So, it really.
I think Loam is in hand.
Or sorry, we don't have
Fire.
Fire, yeah.
Yeah, because Maze of It doesn't tap for mana. Wait, how much damage does Alex have next turn if he just casts Sword?
5, 6, 7, 8,
so
9, 10, 11, 12.
2, 4. So, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's not lethal.
But Maze can just stop the.
Yeah, it stops whatever sword
Yeah, the
gets
sword
equipped to.
There is a wasteland.
Oh,
though.
Council Judgment. But bye, Johnny. You did good work.
It's actually interesting. Alex could start losing this game, so he definitely needs to play tight, find a good line.
Wasteland your maze. That seems like
Wasteland Maze seems like a great line.
And he can forge a sword of fire and ice, equip it to Flickwist, and just attack.
Yeah, dome you.
And then he can have both the Revoker and the Palace Jailer both attack a Johnny just to get rid of it.
I mean the 2-power the shock can kill a Johnny.
He's just gonna cast the sword? Interesting.
Yeah.
I guess he values one more attacker over just having a cheaper equipment.
He's not gonna use the extra mana anyway.
Equip twos. I would equip with the Flick Wisp because it hits the hardest. Right. So response to
Charm.
equip.
Oh no! Oh, he does have mana for P-Fire.
Oh, okay. So Jeffrey's going to activate Grove, give Alex a life to buy back P-Fire in response to the equip, and shoot the Flickerwist with the Punching Fire, so that the Flickerwist doesn't gain pro red.
So
But
yeah, that's a
that was a very, very good catch for Jeffrey there.
pretty good play. He does take 4, go down to 13. I'm imagining.
All right, so it looks like one of these is going to go to a Johnny.
Yeah.
So clears a Johnny. Jeffrey takes, I would assume, 4. It's the most efficient amount of damage here.
Jeffrey pointing at something. How is this game still going? You know what? Surprisingly, let's see. Yeah, Alex not forgetting the
Monarch
draw.
trigger, draw a card. Now, with the Sanctum Prelate gone and Jeffrey having that one Punching Fire in his graveyard, is this enough to claw his way back?
I mean, he has 2 Groves. I think he has plenty of mana.
He has 2 red sources, 2 Groves.
You know what? I think Jeffrey has done it.
He has to. He is on his turn. He can shoot one thing by back Punching Fire, but he has to wait for the equip on Alex for that sort of. Or I mean, he might have to wait because Alex can equip the one. Jeffrey shoots it down, and then just pay 2 more mana to equip it to something else.
Or he could just dredge. What's the land that got destroyed on Jeffrey's side?
Maze of Ith?
Yeah, he could just dredge a maze.
Oh, he can loam back Maze. Loam. Using the not red sources. Loam target Tabernacle.
I don't really like Tabernacle.
I don't like
in this
Tabernacle
spot.
there either. Maze of Ith. I like Maze of Ith.
Just get back your cyclers.
Yeah, I would get back one of the cycler lands, or maybe a red source. Just more red for more Punishing Fires.
No, well he has to play the maze this
So
turn.
loam back 3 cards, or as some of our lands players like to call it, Loamcestral Recall.
No one likes to call it that, and people hate those lands players.
Yep. All right, so Jeffrey is taking his time. This is top.
When we get to the top 8, we're a little more punchy. We're just like, we wanna go.
Go home.
Jeffrey's taking his time, which is in his right. He's about to claw back into this game.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job fighting back. I think if I was Jeffrey, I would put that fire in my hand. Like I wouldn't wait for a response. I think I would just want it in my hand. But here's the equip from Alex. Jeffrey in response is going to give Alex a life to buy back Punching Fire, like to pay for it. Use the not Grove, throw Punching Fire at the Stoneforge Mystic. Alex is going to go ahead and equip the sword again to a Palace Jailer. But now Jeffrey has Maze of Ith to hold back the Palace Jailer. He can't punish firing it anymore, though, because it's pro-red now. Oh, wait, there's a Rashad port for Alex. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, main phase, port your maze. Attack you for 4?
Down to 9.
if Jeffrey doesn't block, he can probably just lose his Dryad Arbor. I might as well tap Little Broker too. Might as well. So both creatures in. I guess you can trade the Arbor for the Revoker.
I'm blocking the. I'm soaking the 4.
Soaking
5,
the 4.
6. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it would be 6 and giving Alex a chance to draw a card, and he gets to draw another card for Monarch.
Yeah.
Oh, he's taking the trade. So 2, 4, shoot you in the face. 6, draw a card. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. It's about time that Alex
Ooh.
draws a Haymaker sideboard card.
And he's gonna go to end step, draw a card for Monarch. And Jeffrey says, at your end step, I'm gonna activate Grove, buy back this Punishing Fire before you draw a card.
Alex says, yeah, I don't have... does he have fairies? He does have fairies, right?
He does have 2 Fairman Cobbs in his graveyard, or his sideboard, but we don't know if he boarded them in.
Yeah.
Alright, Jeffrey's gonna untap. Now, he can't Punishing Fire the Palace Jailer anymore. And that Mazavith, unfortunately, was not good as it was before Alex played that Rashawn port.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he can find an answer for the port.
So Jeffrey's going to Dredge Loam, finds Plow Loam Knight. Which is unfortunate because Plow would have been great and Knight would have been good. But we know that Alex has drawn a Rest in Peace. So this is going to get really bad for Jeffrey again.
Yeah, Knight would have not been good as a 2/2.
Isn't to cast Loam again?
It is not a May. What are you referring to?
I assume he's talking about the Monarch trigger, because that is not a May.
What is not a May?
Loam back, Dryad Arbor, Wasteland to get rid of the port, and Caracas. In case there's like a Thalia or something, I guess. I mean, probably half the Wasteland that Rashawn port. Sure. All right.
So if we get, if we have port or wasteland off the top, we have
The
6 points.
Yeah.
That's a
2 mana. This is a Rest in Peace. Step 1, cast Rest in Peace.
Step 1, rest in peace.
Now we have learned that this is a trigger. Trigger. Jeffrey's taking a look at his graveyard.
Yeah, I think it's, if you have any more Punishing Fires down there, just regrow them.
Yeah, the Loams are probably not great anymore, so just leave them there.
Yeah, I mean, they don't do anything in the face of Rest in Peace, so.
Yeah, so wow, this whole game, Jeffrey's found 1 Punishing Fire.
Yeah, people pointing out in the chat, the Arbor not attacking on the previous turn, if the Arbor attacked, he regrows a Knight, because he gains Monarch back.
Maybe that was the key play.
Yeah, we just need Golgari Charm to stretch this out even longer.
I think the Palace Jailer effect happened so long ago. I think Jeffrey might just forgot about it.
Yeah, he forgot how his Knight got
exiled in the first place. Yeah, I think he honestly just forgot. So cycle Barrenmore, found a Sylvan Library. It's not bad, but he's at 7. Cycle Tranquil Thicket. I don't even know what that was. These are exiled.
Yeah, I don't know.
And tap.
This is on Alex's end step. I assume Alex just didn't attack because...
Well, there's still a Maze of Ith in play.
Yeah, he gave him credit for the maze.
Jeffrey gets the draw because he no longer has a graveyard to dredge off of. Ghost Quarter, that doesn't do much.
Yeah, Jeffrey, he kind of bounced around like he had drawn a good card. That's not a good card.
What is there another Abrupt Decay maybe? Maybe a Night of Autumn to blow up either the Rest in Peace or the Sword. But it's too late for Rest in Peace.
There's definitely Abrupt Decays or trophies left, something like that.
Yeah, there has to be.
Loam needs a Lily. Yes, Loam does.
1, 2, 3. Is this just a ye old 2 mana 3/3?
You mean 3 mana 2/2?
Or 3 mana 2/2?
Yeah, we call that the grayest of ogres. It's not a watch wolf. Pull the trigger, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey is. Oh, he's backing up a little bit.
Oh,
he is
Jeff
nervous.
It's gonna be a long ride for you, but Let some of us go home.
I think he's asking for clarification on something. Jeffrey is taking a little long on these plays.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to figure out something about protection. Is he running depths? No.
Alright, so play my knight. It's just a 2/2. 2 mana. Play my Sylvan Library. Okay. Sylvan Library will at least help him find maybe Abrupt Decay, maybe a trophy. Some way to deal with either that sword or maybe even the Rest in Peace. But probably the sword is the bigger target right now. There's the Swords to Plowshares from Alex. Alright. Gain 2, go back up to 9. Okay, Alex is gonna untap. And draw a card. Definitely. Ooh, okay, Rashawn Port. Fantastic.
It's not lethal.
It's not lethal, but at least you get to attack with your Palace Jailer. Council Judgment. Can you exile a Dried Arbor with it?
Non-lands.
Non-lands. Okay, so Sylvan Library goes bye-bye.
Yeah. I guess Sylvan Library. Yeah.
I think Alex is trying to just get rid of as many outs that Jeffrey could possibly find. So, port your maze, attack you with this Palace Jailer holding this flaming icy sword.
What's the Isn't there a what does Tower of the Magistrate do?
Give something protection from artifacts.
Oh, artifacts. Never mind. I was hoping it gave protection from lands. I was like, we need some protection from lands.
Right, Alex is deploying the Mother Runes.
He still does have. He did save the Tabernacle from the Rest in Peace.
It doesn't do anything.
It just doesn't do anything against all these
there's
basic
been
planes.
multiple rules changes about Tabernacles too, so Jeffrey can't even just say, "Oh, you forgot to pay your Tabernacle trigger."
I like Alex's subtle little handshake as soon as Jeffrey found a way to answer port. It's like, darn it.
It's like, so close.
The card is called Wasteland.
I mean, Alex has to find it.
Yeah.
Alright, so Ghost Quarter away your Schadenport, which opens up my Wasteland, or opens up my Maze of Ith again. Man, and wait, you can't, fire the mom. Okay. So that goes that fire, because you can't buy it back anymore.
So we have 4 cards left in Jeffrey's hand?
Yes. Tabernacle, Caracas, Grove.
This game is going forever.
Ugh. Aether Vials to draw. Alright. Alex can't attack because there's a maze. Deploy an Aether Vial. Deploy a Mother of Ruins. And you just pass. Or I guess you could just attack, right? Just attack, see what your opponent does. Play the Caracas.
I mean, he hasn't played the I'm going to attack you.
Yep. So untap or end step trigger Monarch, which he still has. Draw a card. Jeffrey's drawn, just really, really looking at that draw step. What is it? What is it?
Put the card into your hand, Jeffrey.
What is it?
It goes into your hand, so put it there.
Is that a Golgari charm? Or
it looks like a Planeswalker template.
Is that a Vraska? The 4-mana Vraska?
Oh, that's why he was so confused. He's like, what the heck does this even do?
He can use the Vraska to get rid of the sword.
Yeah, he can Abrupt Decay the sword. Do you want to Abrupt Decay the sword or get rid of Mom while she's untapped? Or get rid of Rest in Peace? There's a lot of options.
It's so late for Rest in Peace. But there has to be at least 2 more Punching Fires left in that deck. There has to be.
How big is this deck? That's my question.
Is he playing like the 62 card special or
He
something?
is playing 61. I mean,
It is the 61 card special.
The actual card count in library. How many cards does he have?
I don't know.
He's got to be like sub 30.
Yeah, there has to be a lot of cards on. He did Dredge Loam multiple times too. All right, Jeffrey's panning out his turn here. Being very, very careful. And Alex is at 27, so he's got quite a ways to go.
You know what? He could just uptick Vraska and ride it to victory. She +2s.
2, 4. Starts at
Starts at 4,
4,
goes to 6.
6.
Mother Runes would have to start attacking into it to start chipping away.
So Vraska would be like, if Alex decides to go after it, it would just be like a repeated fog.
I mean, it's a fog that gains you a loyalty every turn.
Oh, he's on a minus. Get rid of the Mother of Runes.
All right, I don't mind it.
That's fair. Pass the turn, and the Maze of It's still holding back that Palace Jailer. Okay, Vial takes up to 1. The new Vial. Sarah Avenger.
Wait, what turn is this? Yep, Sarah is castable.
Yeah.
Never mind. Are
you saying it's not the first 3 turns of my deck? Oh, second Sarah Avenger.
Whoa.
I guess he drew the first one off of the Monarch trigger.
The Monarch.
What
a combo.
Now I laugh at your Maze of It. I mean, unfortunately, those Sarah Avengers can't attack now. So that Vraska's going to get a chance to tick up. If it does anything at all. So end step, draw for Monarch trigger.
It's a May to lose a life and sack a permanent.
Yes.
So yeah. It's ticking up for sure. Whether or not it will... Ugh. I think Jeffrey's dead. I think finally...
Taken up.
Finally, we killed him.
Do you sack a permanent?
Jim the record? None of us know. How can he not be winning with this many Monarch triggers? You know what? I thought the game was hard locked, and then Jeffrey started clawing his way back.
Alright, so Jeffrey's going to sack his Scrubland. He's going to lose a life and draw a card. So he's going to fall down to 8.
Yeah.
Found a Dark Confidant.
I'm fairly certain he loses a life, not gains a life.
Yeah, it should be down. It should not be up.
But, I don't know. I'm not bothered.
Oh, Tabernacle, and Alex knows how to play against Tabernacle, takes 3 lands, puts it off to the side. These are just for my creatures. No more, no less. Oh, it's gains a life.
Is it?
Alright, let's look it up. Golgari Queen. It is gains a life.
Planeswalkers don't hurt you?
It is gains a life, draw a card.
I mean, Planeswalkers can hurt.
Alright, so let's start attacking. So it paid for Tabernacle.
Do you even standard? Obviously not.
Alright, so Maze, I guess the Palace Jailer. Taken. Vraska's going down. Wow, both at Vraska. Interesting. Second,
yeah, to ensure that it dies.
Second, rest in peace, because why not?
Trigger.
Yeah, trigger. Gotta make sure they're gone.
Resolve.
Jeffrey is doing a really job clawing back.
I am sick of this game. Someone die already.
Alright, upkeep Bob trigger.
Jeez, I keep clicking away, coming back to the same game. Hey,
Found a forest.
we have to live through this.
Alright.
Are there any planeswalkers that damage their owner? I'm sure there is some.
Obnixilis.
Yeah.
Yeah, you draw a card, lose a life. Alright, so Jeffrey found a grove.
Oh, by the way, he flipped a land off of Bob. Exactly what he needed. He really wanted 2 spells, but Bob's like, nah, I only flip lands in this deck.
You're at 10, bro. I can't hurt you.
Yeah.
Have a land.
Ooh.
Alright, wasteland your maze.
I think we're done. I think we are done.
Is this it?
Tabernacle? No, he paid with the Grove.
Alright, so he's going to move his sword over to one of the Sarah Avengers.
Or are you talking about Alex? There's still those 3 planes that he has.
Yeah,
there.
off to the side.
Yeah,
dedicated to paying for those
everyone's
creatures.
paying for Tabernacle. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, chat.
So 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Even if Jeffrey blocks the Palace Jailer, this is lethal. 3, 6, 7, 8.
5,
9,
6,
10.
7. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 10 in the air. Dark Confidant? Chat. Check out that one tap land from Jeffrey's side. He didn't cast a spell, so Jeffrey,
What?
tap it out.
Throw a fire at Palace Jailer.
Throw a fire.
Okay.
Here's still 10 in the air.
Jeffrey, stop goofing around,
Says
please.
no blocks.
Okay, there we go. Extends the hand, and Alex wins his quarters. Oh my god, that was. My god.
Let's hope that someone crushed Cliffy so that we can go.
All right, let's take a look. Okay, so Jeffrey. So half of these are gone. We just gotta figure out which half.
Yes.
So I will be right back.
Nah.
Alex versus Michael, who is still here. Curtis Lamb versus Alan. What's Curtis playing? Oh, yeah.
Just let's get Alan Wu.
It's more Storm. So, you want Storm versus Miracles or
Miracles.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Cool.
Okay. Alright. So here are our deck lists for our next round.
Oh, we firing over two.
Yes, we're firing immediately. Let's go home.
Alright. So we have our next round. They gotta be seated.
So next round, Alan Wu versus Curtis Lam. Wu? You knew. Can you stack it to get the card before deciding to pay? Can't you? Yeah. Well, I mean, you get the card regardless because the trigger is independent of the bob. You can just go home instead of whining if you want. No! Why would we deprive you of magic?
Alright, Curtis is on the right.
Curtis is on the right.
First thing I said out there when I saw Jeffrey is, Jeffrey, stop playing around. You were dead. No, Michael Clifford, he was like, hey, did you realize that
Is Curtis Lamb on Ant?
he is on Ant? Yes.
And then
So
Alan
Michael
Wu.
Clifford came up to me and he was like, hey, did you realize that Jeffrey's bobs did 0 damage to him? I was like, yeah,
That was pretty sweet.
that was sweet.
I'll just point out as I'm changing this, Alan Wu, Death and Taxes. Oh, I have to change that because he's not on Death and Taxes.
He has betrayed the mono white deck for blue cards.
Oops.
This is semis. Semis. All right. So here is our semifinals for top 8. We have Alan Wu versus on Miracles versus Curtis Lamb, and off camera we have Michael Clifford versus Alex on Death and Taxes that we saw earlier.
Yeah.
So
we have 2 Storm players, 1 Miracles, 1 Death and Taxes.
yes, and for us over here in the booth, we have one person who refuses the split, Michael Clifford, because he's a Mr. No Splits Kill 'Em All. So if he wins, we get one more round. If he loses, there's a chance that we get one more round, but we're all pretty tired. But we'll see.
Is the Helm deck out?
Yes.
I'll ask you this, Jeremy. Was it ever in? Unfortunately, Helm player made top 16, not top 8. Cyrus didn't top 8. No. Cyrus had a loss, and then we featured him, and he actually lost on camera.
Alright, so is there anything of interest?
Cyrus got 10th. Correct. Cyrus, it wasn't a close 10th. The 9th place was had same points as 8th, and then Cyrus was the next step down, so not a clean cut. But Cyrus got 2 losses, was eliminated with the second loss.
So Curtis's Ant deck or Storm deck, it looks very, very standard. 4 Brainstorm, 4 Dark Ritual, 4 Thoughtseizes, 4 Duresses, 4 Ponders, 4 Preordains. No empty main, 1 empty in the side. 1 Adnaz, 1 Tendrils. It's a very stock.
Looks. Is this exactly the same as Cyrus's?
No, because Cyrus played double Passive Flame. Oh, no, there's 2 Passive
Yeah,
Flames.
we have 2 Passive Flames, 1 Dark Petition. I don't think Cyrus is playing Massacre. Was that correct?
There was 1 in his sideboard.
He was?
Yeah.
Okay. Was he playing 3 Echoing Truth?
I don't think so.
Okay, so maybe that's the...
Cyrus does love Echoing Truth, but I don't think he had less than 2. Or more than 2. Okay, so here we go. Okay, this matchup is a very traditional Legacy matchup. We have Storm versus Miracles.
Yeah, I did not want to sit through another Death and Taxes matchup. You know, I assume... Actually, Death and Taxes versus Storm. Who do you think is favored?
If Death and Taxes is not dead by turn 1 or turn 2, it's usually Death and Taxes' favor, right?
Yeah, I think it's like turn 1,
Turn
Storm
1
is favored.
Yeah, turn 1 it's a relevant card into Thalia,
Yeah,
and then that point on it gets better for Death and Taxes.
yeah. So,
But this is Michael Clifford we're talking about. He turned 1 people repeatedly just for fun.
does he? I mean, I would turn 1 for fun if I could.
If you had the power.
Yeah.
All right. So it looks like Alan was going to deploy a counterbalance and counterbalance against Ant.
Turn 2 counterbalance is powerful.
It's very, very good. So only a preordain.
AK.
Triggering real AK.
So I notably do not play counterbalance decks, nor have I ever played blue cards in Legacy. However, I think players reveal from counterbalance too often.
I think so too.
I think there are lots of scenarios where you should not reveal, especially when playing against a combo player.
Right.
And that one I think was fair, but if you were like shields completely down, I think you don't reveal until they cast a key spell to kill you.
Right. So Alan just went plains go for his turn. Curtis is just going to land go, and Alan's going to cycle that AK, draw a preordain, draw a force for turn. So he's got double force, a verdict, a plow. It's fine. You can kind of tell from how Curtis is kind of posturing how his board state, how many spells he's played. He's not in threat of just dying all of a sudden. So it probably has some time, sculpt a little bit, play some cantrips, and he's got the counterbalance and the force of will to protect him just in case. What he's worried about the most is disruption spells going through the counterbalance. Alright, so Curtis is going to play land for turn and pass it back. A lot of kind of nothing over on Curtis's side. Okay.
Eyeballing that Jace is now your window.
Does he have land number 4? Oh, he does. It's off to the side.
Yes.
So
it is in play.
So it's either hold up AK for 2 or just play it as Jace. Yeah, Jace seems fine.
Jace, you have double force and you have counterbalance that I assume you can set up with the Jace.
Yeah, you brainstorm here.
Weird sleeves. Yeah, Alan likes the art sleeves of.
Alright, brainstorm found.
Those are Dragon Shield.
Yeah, they're Dragon
Yeah,
Shields.
Dragon Shield. The old school art stuff. Do you put 1 on top or 2 on top?
I put 2. But that's
I mean, how many cards do you put back? What is the converted mana cost of the card that you put on top of your deck?
So I think you want to put
yeah.
a CMC 1 on top because it stops Duresses, Thoughtseizes, and any Dark Rituals. If this game was like later on, I would float a 2 because it turns off like Infernal Tutor like down the line.
Yeah.
But I think one's
you
better.
put back. I think there's a Snapcaster Mage on top.
Okay, so he's floating a 2.
Yeah.
So now Curtis has to play this weird game where he has to try to figure out what Alan floated on top. And it's the same question that we had. Did he float a 1 or a 2? Maybe he put a 5. And it's like, maybe he's going to go ad nauseum and put a 5, but that's weird. So, Lotus Petal. Probably not going to reveal off counterbalance there. Untap for Alan.
Yeah, I think Curtis played that on the rare chance that Alan reveals, but I think he has 7. He had 8 cards, so.
So this is a main phase AK for 2. finding a lot of plows.
I mean, plows are fine when you can put them back on top of your deck. I think we're going brainstorm. In response, brainstorm.
Yeah, in response to the Jace brainstorm.
Ooh.
Blind flip on that plow. Nice. Whoa, the third Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jace brainstorm resolves. Gonna put these cards away. Probably the Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, I think actually Alan, I think he put those cards back really fast, and Curtis could be picking up a read that, hey, the Swords is going immediately on top.
Yeah. So if he knows that there's a 1, is there a way he can kind of weasel his way through?
I don't know.
Because I've
because
seen...
because the thing is, he doesn't know that Alan has a brainstorm as well. So Alan could just brainstorm to reset up whatever Curtis goes for.
And the longer this game goes, it's gonna get worse and worse for Curtis. He's
Is that a
also
Dark
played.
Petition?
Yeah, Curtis has played like no disruption, so he has no way to kind of fight through here.
Okay, yeah. I guess the line that I said of picking up the read, just Curtis throws it completely out the window and wants to cast a 1-mana spell.
I guess. All right, show me a 1.
Here's
there's
the Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, why would there
Curtis.
not be a 1 on top? Is there a weird situation where there would not be a 1 on top? Oh, is he? I've seen Storm kill through chalices, so maybe he has like a lot of Cabal rituals, but he doesn't have Threshold.
We're rolled up on Snapcaster, Brainstorm, Double Force. Like
LED.
We can cast all these.
All right, LED resolves. Fetch. So if Curtis is going for like an ad nauseum, Alan's got Force of Will, right?
You know what? I kind of would have preferred Curtis's line to be first action, bring out the Storm counter, and immediately just cast Dark Ritual, Storm 1.
Oh, just no.
But now that he knows that now that Alan knows that Curtis knows that there's a 1 on top, and Alan, and then Curtis reaches for the Storm counter, Alan's like, "Oh, really? You're still gonna go for it?"
All right, Cabal Ritual.
It's GG and cannot win.
1, 2,
Curtis
3, 4,
doesn't know
5.
that. Curtis doesn't know. He hasn't cast any discard to know what's in Alan's hand.
He only has 5 cards in his graveyard, so that's not Threshold. So it doesn't positive him too much mana.
Yeah, I say, okay.
Okay, Storm 3. He has 3 black floating from this Cabal Ritual. So he has 5 mana available to him. Does Alan have a response to his Cabal Ritual? I think Alan's just making sure. He's just double checking.
I like the way Alan scratches his head. It's like such the softest, like, huh. I'm trying to think.
Right.
What are you doing?
Brainstorm in response to your Cabal Ritual. Does Alan want to put a 2 on top for this?
Yeah, snap.
Huh.
Miracles can reset only once. He does have double force though.
Okay, so there's the 2 plows and there's the Arid Mesa underneath. So it looks like he wants to go.
It might be want to scare Alan, but it doesn't matter what Alan does. Alan just wins the game, assuming Curtis doesn't kill him. So, just any bit of signaling, hey, I am strong, means Alan needs to pay attention. He needs to not get caught up, not get caught.
Right. So the Brainstorm is done resolving, and we're assuming that Cabal Ritual is on the stack with a counterbalance trigger on top of it. All right. Wait, did that ritual resolve? Is he responding to the kind of counterbalance trigger with another Cabal Ritual? That seems dangerous. Hold priority. So with the second counterbalance trigger on the stack, cast another Cabal Ritual. Okay. Hold priority.
Hands are going around. Things are being said.
Okay. So there's 2 counterbalance triggers on the stack. Brainstormer is resolved. Okay, so they're confirming Storm count. Curtis is going to hold priority, crack his LED. I would suit him for red because he has a passive flames in his hand. There's a 2, which counters both of those. So he has no mana floating now. No, he has 3.
He has 3.
He has 3 mana floating. What was Curtis trying to do?
I don't know. And this line loses to 2 on top, and it loses to Force of Will.
Yeah, like that second Cabal therapy, like I don't understand what he was trying to do. Like the brainstorm already resolved. And Curtis is gonna scoop. Like what? Okay.
It's been a long day. I think this is Storm's version of double blocking Thalia. I made a mistake. This line does not work.
We're just gonna chalk it up to people are tired.
I think there's nothing that makes sense of. Is that PT 25 champion Alan Wu? It is Alan Wu, PT 25 champion. However, not playing his signature Death and Taxes. If Cyrus sees this, he's going to be furious. I'm sure Cyrus can help break down exactly what Curtis was going for. I still don't think there was a line that led to a win that turn. But it seemed like the way Curtis played it, he was dead to 2 on top, and he was dead to Force of Will. He was hoping that he could cast his Pass in Flames, but a Force of Will just bust that up as well.
All right. Well, let's at least take a look at their sideboards. So Alan played on feature during the Swiss. So we have a small idea of his sideboard. We know he's playing 1 Monastery Mentor main, and he has another one in the side.
Yeah, 1+1.
There is 3 Flusterstorms, 2 Surgicals, 1 Spell Snare, 1 Spell Pierce, and a Vendilion Clip. So all those seem pretty solid. Spell Snare, the secret really, really good card, or the fantastic card against Ant.
It's not that much of a secret, but
nope.
Okay.
Okay. Words are hard.
On anything else? I mean, seems pretty stock, right?
Alan has the option to board in another Monastery Mentor if he wants to go a little bit harder.
I'm in for Mentor.
So he can go up to 2 Mentors.
Don't mess around. Find a way to kill.
Yeah. He might have to have like a moment to like tap out or like have a really awkward position where he has to set up a Mentor, but then he has to have Force and Fluster just in case he doesn't die by tapping out. So this Mentor might not be a turn 3 Mentor. It might be like a turn 7 Mentor. But
I don't mind it as a turn 3 hold up.
Force of Will.
Force Fluster, just like have 2.
Like a turn 4 Mentor with like Fluster Storm up.
Yeah.
Okay. What does Curtis have?
He has Abrupt Decay, Xanad Swarm, Fluster Storm, Hercule's Recall, Echoing Truth, Chain of Vapor, Surgical Extraction, Massacre, and Empty the Warrens. I like Abrupt Decay.
Xanad Swarm?
I could see... I don't know. I could see Xanad Swarm being fine.
Like we used to see a lot more Xanad Swarm in Storm. It's kind of like faded in, faded out. Like it's really good in this matchup because Alan's sitting there was like, well, it's a creatureless deck, so I'll just take out my Swords to Plowshares, and then there's a Xanad Swarm all of a sudden, and then you can't answer it.
So, yeah, I think so. He has 2 Decay, 1 Swarm. I kind of like the Empty as we saw before. Just diversify your win conditions. You can cast an early Empty on turn 1 for 8 goblins or so. Usually good enough. It depends on if Alan keeps in Terminus, but I would not want to keep in Terminus.
He is only playing 2 Terminus main decks, so maybe trim the Verdict because it's a little slow.
Oh, definitely trim the Verdict.
Yeah, but Terminus requires a little bit of setup, and he was only playing 2. Counterspell, Council's Judgment, probably a cut, I think. Unless he's anticipating something like a Carpet of Flowers. Alright, both players, looks like they kept their 7s. And Curtis will be on the play here.
Curtis giving a couple of shrugs of, hey, you got any pregame effects? Nah? You good?
Turn 1 Duress.
2 Terminus main deck. Yeah, 2 Terminus Main deck. Alan Wu is a master.
All right.
Flusterstorm, you are not long for this world.
Fluster, Pierce, Ponder, Jace. Like, you can play around Pierce. Like, now that you know about it, you can play around it.
You can play around it, especially it's good that you know it. So if Alan passes on turn 1, or if he ponders, all you have to worry about is force.
Yeah. All right, so taking the Fluster, he draws a Mentor.
So do you ponder here? Curtis kept
It's gonna
7.
pass. It's gonna hold up that Spell Pierce that Curtis does know about. Ooh, Xanid Swarm.
Xanid Swarm. Let's go.
You cannot.
Xanid Swarm, get in there.
You cannot Spell Pierce the Xanid Swarm.
Get in there. The little insect that could.
Now it's a test to see if Alan actually left in maybe a Terminus, maybe a Plow or two.
Ooh, I think. Oh, Ponder. Okay.
Land Jace looks like another Brainstorm.
Yeah, that's not an answer to Xanid Swarm. I think. Yeah, I think we're just on Xanid Swarm die or we die.
Yeah.
Curtis kept 7.
There's a good chance that Alan is just like dead. There's a very high chance. Now we don't know 100%, but let's see here. So Alan's just gonna play an Arid Mesa, pass the turn.
Alan has 1 main deck verdict, 1 side verdict, 2 main deck terminus, and
I think he just asked for Oracle text on Xanid Swarm just to make sure.
Yeah, and I think that's actually it on sweepers. Yeah, Alan. Oh, I would love to play against Alan. He has no sweepers. He has no.
Fetch a Tundra for Alan here.
What is the other one? Engineered Explosives is the other.
Yeah, there's no EEs in the 75.
Yeah. Curtis just needs a tutor off the top. Well, let's see if he gets it.
Brainstorm. 1, 2, 3. Another Mentor.
Another
Force.
Mentor. So yeah, Mentor came in.
And there's that one of Misty Windswept Heath.
Is that Heath?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
I really like EE. I like EE as well. It's just so flexible when you come out of the Miracles deck. It can answer annoying things like Chalice. It can get, permanents like Delver or Death Shadow or the like.
Curtis is going to attack with Xanid Swarm, trigger. Because you always attack with a Xanid Swarm if you can, regardless if you can kill or not, to send the
unless you cannot kill and you're vulnerable to Vendilion.
Yeah, if there's like a click or like a Baleful Strix or something to like clear the Xanid Swarm, and then you've made a mistake.
Yeah. Main deck answer to Chalice is Gas.
Alright, so Alan's just going to tap out from his Monastery Mentor, and he says, okay,
another land?
I have to race now.
Yeah.
He has to race.
I don't have a great look of Curtis's hand, but if he has drawn another land, he's not going off this turn.
Yeah, I think he needs a tutor.
Yeah, and now Alan can go Jace, unsummon Xanid Swarm. with a force backup.
Alright, land for Curtis, pass it back.
Oh no.
There's the Jace, land number 4. Jace, bounce your Xanid Swarm, attack with Monastery Mentor for 3.
Curtis.
Oh no.
The little insect that could.
Oh, that Xanid Swarm looks so good. Now it looks so bad. Alright, here's the Jace. Brainstorm?
No, don't brainstorm.
Okay, he's getting his prowess trigger. He's getting his monks.
Monk it up.
Bounce. Attack for 3. And now Alan's in a really good place here. Curtis draws. Oh, another land. Wow, that's like 3 back-to-back lands. Redeploy Xanid Swarm. Do you just force this? I guess you have Jace to repeatedly unsummon.
Yeah, you just Jace unsummon, attack every turn.
Yeah, Jace minus. Play another Jace.
Ooh, play another Jace.
Prowess trigger.
Brainstorm, hold up, Spell Pierce.
Yeah, keep the new Jace that allows him to brainstorm here.
Yeah, Brainstorm, hold up, Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
Land.
Found a land, found a force. Triple force, Spell Pierce, blue card.
Snap. Oh my god, Alan Wu is a master. He played against Sneak and Show, a bad matchup earlier. And now he's just crushing Curtis.
Has Alan found his true calling, being the Miracles Master?
I think he has.
Island attack. So that's
here's
3
the
for
real
5.
question, Alan. Why were you ever
Right.
on Death and Taxes?
Right. Curtis is not even bothering to change the life totals. So he is at our 5, 6, 7, 8. No fetches. He's at 12. I'm actually going to ask them to use the life total counters because I'm not going to keep track of them.
Alan trying to figure out how do I ensure that my opponent is truly dead, even though it feels like he's super dead.
Okay.
Yeah, down to 12.
Down to 8.
Down to 8.
Ooh. Now without that Xanus form, that duress. So
that duress, I think we're gonna see duress concede. Very often I'm gonna put a discard spell in the stack, it will resolve and it will allow me to concede the game.
Alright. Duress you? Alan just was like, sure, why not, right?
Yeah, man. Still got all these.
Yeah, check out this poker hand, boys.
Yeah.
And concede.
3 of a kind.
Right. Wow.
And
great job to Alan there.
We had a Miracles game last about, I don't know, was that like 20-ish minutes, 25?
Yeah, it was pretty quick.
Yeah, it was pretty speedy.
All right, so we have confirmed in the finals Alan Wu on Miracles versus either Death and Taxes or Storm again.
Well, if it's Cliffy, we're playing. If not, the players might split.
Let's take a look. Cliffy's still playing.
Cliffy's still playing.
I will take a peek.
Does final split? It's up to the players. Bad keep on Ant. That was the test side, not, or no, yeah, it was Ant. Sorry. Does final split? Well, there's one player that we know does not split ever, and that's Cyrus. One of Cyrus's contemporaries, Cliffy, is also in the top 8, and we believe he will not split. He will just play it out. So Cliffy is currently in the round in the other semifinal. If he makes it to the final, we'll get a final. If we get Death and Taxes in the final, we might get a final. Death and Taxes against Miracles. This is one of those classic matchups that just goes down in the history books. I would imagine it's close to 50-50.
Cliffy just lost.
Just lost?
Just lost.
Are we getting in finals?
We'll have to wait and see.
Okay, wait and see. Fun fact, Cliffy taught Cyrus how to play Storm. If that is a true fact, that is an interesting fact. If it's not a true fact, then it's a late night Sunday fact.
Oh, Michael Clifford playing, and I will show everybody to prove this. No splits, kill them all.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for Cliffy, he
too
just
bad
lost.
he is the one that got killed.
So our finals, if they are gonna play, will be Alex on Death and Taxes, doing a fantastic job.
Yes.
Versus Alan Wu, PT champion, also doing a fantastic job winning that. I guess, did that game 1 really count?
Game 1 counted.
All right.
He put him into a hard lock position, and there was a weird sequence, weird play, but definitely he set up for a situation where there was not much that.
The biggest thing that
happen.
surprised me is how patient Alan was. A lot of the times when people play these control decks, they're either too hasty, too slow, but it's just not too slow, but planning it out, making sure everything's lined up correctly, making sure he's holding up mana or permission at the right time, and not just jamming things back to back, not accidentally forcing something he shouldn't have. Just took a moment, reevaluated everything, and I guess that's what makes him a really, really strong Magic player.
Cyrus lost in round 6. He played against 4-color control Marshall, who made the top 8.
Yes.
Marshall, that's the deck list that we don't have, so I'm just going through these, trying to find an answer that I will not find.
Yeah.
We have a no sir on the split.
Ooh.
By Mr. Allen.
Oh, okay.
PT Champ wants to crush some souls?
Apparently he looked at the training schedule. Sure.
Yeah.
So they're gonna take a couple minute break while they stretch and everything like that. We're gonna have a Death and Taxes Miracle moves.
All right.
Battle. Throwdown.
So, Alan Wu, Mr. No Splits kills them all.
They better play it out. I've been here all day. You know what? Just in the dark, I'm not surprised Alan wants to play. He knows how to beat Death and Taxes by being a Death and Taxes person, right?
It was like, I know this matchup. Like,
I know this matchup. I know
I'm
what
well
I fear from the Miracle side.
He's running hot.
Yeah.
He's doing well. I sure hope they're sitting on this side.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna.
I
guess.
hope Alan didn't like get up and then move to the other side. Did Alan win? Alan won the semifinals. He's going to compete in the finals against Death and Taxes, his former deck.
So Alan reconsidered, I think, because he realized he wouldn't have a choice whether to play or draw. And yeah.
They're gonna split.
They're gonna split.
All
Sorry,
right.
let down to everybody else.
That's fine.
We
Yeah.
flip the table.
Roller coaster.
All right.
Boo, Alan.
So-
Boo, Alan.
So-
Alan Boo.
Yeah.
All right. So, Alan,
Correcting the record. Alan Wu decides he wants to go home.
Yes. All right. That's it. So our finals, Death and Taxes versus Miracles. We may never know.
We may never know. The world is not ready to figure out whose deck is superior. Alan did have 2 Terminus, which would let him down. However, 1 main deck Supreme Verdict.
It is very interesting to see how this matchup would have turned out because of the lack of sweepers. I'm very, very curious. Maybe we'll sneak them both in here just like really, really quickly. Just congratulate them or something.
Maybe.
I don't know.
All right.
Depends on how tired we are.
So we're super tired. Quick hits.
Okay.
Uh
Okay, number 1 thing, go buy your ill-gotten gains.
oh, ill-gotten gains.
Number 2, Alan Wu is a really good Magic player.
The best. Some say rival to Alex Bonoff, who split with him in the finals.
Yes, they are equally skilled Magic players.
Yes. Unclear of who is better in the direct head-to-head.
Alright, just to save us some time, I guess we'll just call it. So,
Yeah.
I guess that's it. That's our Legacy 3K. So, these will go up later because Kubo or somebody will submit these to MDG Top 8.
Mm-hmm.
These will go up whenever they process because I know they have like a weird process time.
Yeah, we're gonna push Kubo. We're gonna push him extra hard this time.
Took a little while last time. Yeah.
Get the top 16 posted,
So you can get ill-gotten.
so we can get ill-gotten gains posted. Here we go.
All right.
Who's hype? Anyone?
For
Anyone?
for ill-gotten
Unfortunately,
gains.
you just tuned in for a split, so
Yeah,
we're gonna
split
cut
in
the
the
stream.
finals. Death and Taxes versus Miracles.
Who's hype for some ill-gotten gains deck lists? Some MTG top 8 proof that ill-gotten gains legacy playable.
All right. So from us over here in the Bay Area, from Santa Clara, over at the ChannelFireball Game Center, thank you everybody for tuning in, hanging out. Thank you for the 107 players coming in, battling it out. Congratulations to our top 2 split. Take your store credit, spend it over by ChannelFireball.com. Get some fancy foils.
Get some ill-gotten gains
Some
before
ill-gotten
they sell out. So also on Channel Fireball, if you just go to Channel Fireball right now, you can see on the main page, LSV, he's doing a Discord only AMA.
Oh yeah.
So get invited to the Channel Fireball Discord
Yes.
and check out all the cool things going on there.
Yeah.
Post about Game Center. Post about like interesting decks, just like discussions.
I know there'll be a
things like
lot
that.
of like pro discussion and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and just kind of questions floating around. It's a good aggregate for just kind of general questions about just Magic in
Yeah.
general.
Just like a sort of a broad room to have, Discord chats, but
Yeah.
just a lot of people joining in on there. And I guarantee someone's gonna bring up ill-gotten gains in that Discord. And please join the chat
Is
to
that,
find
is
out.
that person gonna be you?
I cannot confirm or deny. Ill-gotten gains. Yes.
All right.
The biggest winner of today, ill-gotten gains.
All right.
All right. For Richard Trung,
Uh,
I'm David Jacks. Do we have anything else we want to say?
I would like to go home.
Thanks for watching. Legacy's awesome.
Yeah, check out the VOD. For if you want to go back and watch some of the earlier matches that you didn't get a chance to catch
round
live.
1 was a little shaky on sound.
Yeah, we got the audio fixed.
Round 2 we
eventually.
fixed it. We had Matt Sperling on camera. We had Cyrus on camera. We had Ill-gotten Gains on camera. We had Alan Wu on camera.
And
just a really awesome weekend.
Yeah, from us passionate Legacy players over here to everybody out there. If you're ever in the Bay Area, come out and play. We have Legacy here on Wednesdays.
Wednesday night.
So if you're in the Santa Clara area, pop by, play some Legacy, hang out with these guys, maybe watch some Ill-Gotten Gains.
No, bring some Ill-Gotten Gains.
All right. Night, guys. Where's the stop? Oh, there's the stop.
There's the stop.